Mahabharata, Book 1. Adi Parva. Section 1. OM. Having bowed down to Narayana and Nara, the most exalted male being, and also to the goddess Sarasvati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Yugosrava, the son of Lomaharshana, surnamed Sati, well versed in the Puranas, bending with humility, one day approached the great sages of rigid vows, sitting at their ease, who had attended the 12 years sacrifice of Sanaka, surnamed Kulapati, in the forest of Naimisha. Those ascetics, wishing to hear his wonderful narrations, presently began to address him who had thus arrived at that recluse abode of the inhabitants of the forest of Naimisha. Having been entertained with due respect by those holy men, he saluted those munis, sages, with joined palms, even all of them, and inquired about the progress of their asceticism. Then all the ascetics being again seated, the son of Lomaharshana humbly occupied the seat that was assigned to him. Seeing that he was comfortably seated, and recovered from fatigue, one of the rishis beginning the conversation, asked him, "Whence comest thou, O lotus-eyed Sati, and where hast thou spent the time? Tell me, who asked thee, in detail." Accomplished in speech, Sati, thus questioned, gave in the midst of that big assemblage of contemplative munis a full and proper answer in words consonant with their mode of life. Sati said, having heard the diverse sacred and wonderful stories which were composed in his Mahabharata by Krishnadvipayana, and which were recited in full by Vyasa at the snake sacrifice of the high-souled royal sage Janamejaya, and in the presence also of that chief of princes, the son of Parikshit, and having wandered about, visiting many sacred waters and holy shrines, I journeyed to the country venerated by the Dwijas, twice born, and called Samantapanchaka where formerly was. Fought the battle between the children of Kuru and Pandu, and all the chiefs of the land ranged on either side. Thence, anxious to see you, I am come into your presence. Ye reverend sages, all of whom are to me as Brahma, ye greatly blessed who shine in this place of sacrifice with the splendor of the solar fire, ye who have concluded the silent meditations and have fed the holy fire, and yet who are sitting without care, what, O ye Dwijas, twice born, shall I repeat? Shall I recount the sacred stories collected in the Puranas containing precepts of religious duty and of worldly profit, or the acts of illustrious saints and sovereigns of mankind? The rishi replied, the Purana, first promulgated by the great rishi Dvipayana, and which after having been heard both by the gods and the Brahmarshis was highly esteemed, being the most eminent narrative that exists, diversified both in diction and division, possessing subtle meanings logically combined, and gleaned from the Vedas, is a sacred work. Composed in elegant language, it includeth the subjects of other books. It is elucidated by other Shastras, and comprehendeth the sense of the 4 Vedas. We are desirous of hearing that history, also called Bharata, the holy composition of the wonderful Vyasa, which dispelleth the fear of evil, just as it was cheerfully recited by the Rishi Vysampayana, under the direction of Dvipayana himself, at the snake sacrifice of Raja Janamejaya. Sati then said, having bowed down to the primordial being Isana, to whom multitudes make offerings, and who is adored by the multitude, who is the true incorruptible one, Brahma, perceptible, imperceptible, eternal, who is both a non-existing and an existing non-existing being, who is the universe and also distinct from the existing and non-existing universe, who is the creator of high and low, the ancient, exalted, inexhaustible one, who is Vishnu, beneficent and the beneficence itself. Worthy of all preference, pure and immaculate, who is Hari, the ruler of the faculties, the guide of all things movable and immovable, I will declare the sacred thoughts of the illustrious sage Vyasa, of marvelous deeds and worshipped here by all. Some bards have already published this history, some are now teaching it, and others, in like manner, will hereafter promulgate it upon the earth. It is a great source of knowledge, established throughout the 3 regions of the world. It is possessed by the twice-born both in detailed and compendious forms. It is the delight of the learned for being embellished with elegant expressions, conversations human and divine, and a variety of poetical measures. In this world, when it was destitute of brightness and light, and enveloped all around in total darkness, there came into being, as the primal cause of creation, a mighty egg, the one inexhaustible seed of all created beings. It is called Mahadevya, and was formed at the beginning of the Yuga, in which we are told was the true light Brahma, the Eternal One, the wonderful and inconceivable being present alike in all places, the invisible and subtle cause, whose nature partaketh of entity and non-entity. From this egg came out the Lord Pitamaha Brahma, the one only Prajapati, with Suraguru and Stanu. Then appeared the 21 Prajapatis, viz., Manu, Vasishtha, and Parameshthai, 10 Prachetas, Deksha, and the 7 sons of Deksha. Then appeared the man of inconceivable nature whom all the rishis know, and so the Visvadevis, the Adityas, the Vasus, and the twin Ashwins, the Ikshas, the Sathyas, the Pisachas, the Guhyakas, and the Pitris. After these were produced the wise and most holy Brahmarshis, and the numerous Rajarshis distinguished by every noble quality. So the water, the heavens, the earth, the air, the sky, the points of the heavens, the years, the seasons, the months, the fortnights, called Pakshas, with day and night in due succession. And thus were produced all things which are known to mankind. And what is seen in the universe, whether animate or inanimate, of created things, will at the end of the world, and after the expiration of the Yuga, be again confounded. And, at the commencement of other Yugas, all things will be renovated, and, like the various fruits of the earth, succeed each other in the due order of their seasons. Thus continueth perpetually to revolve in the world, without beginning and without end, this will which causeth the destruction of all things. The generation of Devis, in brief, was 33,333. The sons of Div were Brihadbanu, Chakshus, Atmavibhavasu, Savita, Richika, Arka, Banu, Asavaha, and Ravi. Of these Vivasvans of old, Maya was the youngest, whose son was Devavrata. The latter had for his son Suvrata, who, we learn, had 3 sons, Dasajoti, Satyajoti, and Sahasrajoti, each of them producing numerous offspring. The illustrious Dasajoti had 10,000, Satyajoti 10 times that number, and Sahasrajoti 10 times the number of Satyajoti's offspring. From these are descended the family of the Kurus, of the Yadus, and of Bharata, the family of Yayati and of Ikshwaku, also of all the Rajarshis. Numerous also were the generations produced, and very abundant were the creatures and their places of abode. The mystery, which is threefold, the Vedas, Yoga, and Vijnana Dharma, Artha, and Kama, also various books upon the subject of Dharma, Artha, and Kama, also rules for the conduct of mankind, also histories and discourses with various Shrutis, all of which, having been seen by the Rishi Vyasa, are here in due order mentioned as a specimen of the book. The Rishi Vyasa published this mass of knowledge in both a detailed and an abridged form. It is the wish of the learned in the world to possess the details and the abridgment. Some read the Bharata beginning with the initial mantra, invocation, others with the story of Astika, others with Uparikara, while some Brahmanas study the whole. Men of learning display their various knowledge of the institutes in commenting on the composition. Some are skillful in explaining it, while others, in remembering its contents. The son of Satyavati, having, by penance and meditation, analyzed the eternal Veda, afterwards composed this holy history, when that learned Brahmarshi of strict vows, the noble Dvaipayana Vyasa, offspring of Parasara, had finished this greatest of narrations, he began to consider how he might teach it to his disciples. And the possessor of the 6 attributes, Brahma, the world's preceptor, knowing of the anxiety of the Rishi Dvaipayana, came in person to the place where the latter was, for gratifying the saint and benefiting the people. And when Vyasa, surrounded by all the tribes of Munis, saw him, he was surprised, and, standing with joined palms, he bowed and ordered a seat to be brought. And Vyasa, having gone round him, who is called Hiranyagarbha, seated on that distinguished seat, stood near it, and being commanded by Brahma Parameshthai, he sat down near the seat, full of affection and smiling in joy. Then the greatly glorious Vyasa, addressing Brahma Parameshthai, said, O divine Brahma, by me a poem hath been composed which is greatly respected. The mystery of the Veda, and what other subjects have been explained by me, the various rituals of the Upanishads with the Angas, the compilation of the Puranas and history formed by me and named after the 3 divisions of time, past, present, and future, the determination of the nature of decay, fear, disease, existence, and non-existence, a description of creeds and of the various modes of life, rule for the 4 castes, and the import of all the Puranas, an account of asceticism and of the duties of a religious student. The dimensions of the sun and moon, the planets, constellations, and stars, together with the duration of the 4 ages, the Rik, Sama, and Yajur Vedas, also the Adhyatma, the sciences called Nyaya, orthography and treatment of diseases, charity and Pasupatidharma, birth celestial and human, for particular purposes, also a description of places of pilgrimage and other holy places of rivers, mountains, forests, the ocean, of heavenly cities and the kalpas, the art of war, the different kinds of nations and languages, the nature of the manners of the people, and the all-pervading spirit, all these have been represented. But, after all, no writer of this work is to be found on earth. Brahma said, I esteem thee for thy knowledge of divine mysteries, before the whole body of celebrated Munis distinguished for the sanctity of their lives. I know thou hast revealed the divine word, even from its first utterance, in the language of truth. Thou hast called thy present work a poem, wherefore it shall be a poem. There shall be no poets whose works may equal the descriptions of this poem, even as the 3 other modes called ashrama are ever unequal in merit to the domestic ashrama. Let Ganesa be thought of, O Muni, for the purpose of writing the poem. Sati said, Brahma having thus spoken to Vyasa, retired to his own abode. Then Vyasa began to call to mind Ganesa. And Ganesa, obviator of obstacles, ready to fulfill the desires of his votaries, was no sooner thought of than he repaired to the place where Vyasa was seated. And when he had been saluted, and was seated, Vyasa addressed him thus, O guide of the Ganas! Be thou the writer of the Bharata which I have formed in my imagination, and which I am about to repeat. Ganesa, upon hearing this address, thus answered, I will become the writer of thy work, provided my pen do not for a moment cease writing. And Vyasa said unto that divinity, Wherever there be anything thou dost not comprehend, cease to continue writing. Ganesa, having signified his assent by repeating the word Om, proceeded to write, and Vyasa began, and by way of diversion, he knit the knots of composition exceeding close, by doing which, he dictated this work according to his engagement. I am, continued Sati, acquainted with 8,800 verses, and so is Sukha, and perhaps Sanjaya. From the mysteriousness of their meaning, O Muni, no one is able, to this day, to penetrate those closely knit difficult slokas. Even the omniscient Ganesa took a moment to consider, while Vyasa, however, continued to compose other verses in great abundance. The wisdom of this work, like unto an instrument of applying collyrium, hath opened the eyes of the inquisitive world blinded by the darkness of ignorance. As the sun dispelleth the darkness, so doth the Bharata by its discourses on religion, profit, pleasure, and final release, dispel the ignorance of men. As the full moon by its mild light expandeth the buds of the water lily, so this Purana, by exposing the light of the Shruti, hath expanded the human intellect. By the lamp of history, which destroyeth the darkness of ignorance, the whole mansion of nature is properly and completely illuminated. This work is a tree, of which the chapter of contents is the seed, the divisions called Paloma and Astika are the root, the part called Sambhava is the trunk, the books called Sava and Aranya are the roosting perches, the books called Arani is the knitting knots, the books called Virata and Udyoga the pith, the book named Bhishma, the main branch, the book called Drona, the leaves, the book called Karna, the fair flowers, the book named Salya, their sweet smell, the books entitled Stri and Aishika, the refreshing shade, the book called Santi, the mighty fruit, the book called Aswamedha, the immortal sap, the denominated ashram of Asika, the spot where it groweth, and the book called Mausala, is an epitome of the Vedas and held in great respect by the virtuous Brahmanas. The tree of the Bharata, inexhaustible to mankind as the clouds, shall be as a source of livelihood to all distinguished poets. Sati continued, I will now speak of the undying flowery and fruitful productions of this tree, possessed of pure and pleasant taste, and not to be destroyed even by the immortals. Formerly, the spirited and virtuous Krishnadvipayana, by the injunctions of Bhishma, the wise son of Ganga and of his own mother, became the father of 3 boys who were like the 3 fires by the 2 wives of Vichitravirya, and having thus raised up Dhritarashtra, Pandu, and Vidura, he returned to his recluse abode to prosecute his religious exercise. It was not till after these were born, grown up, and departed on the supreme journey, that the great Rishi Vyasa published the Bharata in this region of mankind. When being solicited by Janamejaya and thousands of Brahmanas, he instructed his disciple Vaisampayana, who was seated near him, and he, sitting together with the Sadasyas, recited the Bharata during the intervals of the ceremonies of the sacrifice, being repeatedly urged to proceed. Vyasa hath fully represented the greatness of the house of Kuru, the virtuous principles of Gandhari, the wisdom of Vidura, and the constancy of Kunti. The noble Rishi hath also described the divinity of Vasudeva, the rectitude of the sons of Pandu, and the evil practices of the sons and partisans of Dhritarashtra. Vyasa executed the compilation of the Bharata, exclusive of the episodes originally in 24,000 verses, and so much only is called by the learned as the Bharata. Afterwards, he composed an epitome in 150 verses, consisting of the introduction with the chapter of contents. This he first taught to his son Sukha, and afterwards he gave it to others of his disciples who were possessed of the same qualifications. After that he executed another compilation, consisting of 600,000 verses. Of those, 300,000 are known in the world of the Devis, 1,500,000 in the world of the Pitris, 1,400,000 among the Gandharvas, and 100,000 in the regions of mankind. Narada recited them to the Devis, Devala to the Pitris, and Sukha published them to the Gandharvas, Yakshas, and Rakshasas, and in this world they were recited by Vaisampayana, one of the disciples of Vyasa, a man of just principles and the first among all those acquainted with the Vedas. Know that I, Sati, have also repeated 100,000 verses. Yudhishthira is a vast tree, formed of religion and virtue. Arjuna is its trunk, Bhimasena, its branches. The two sons of Madri are its full-grown fruit and flowers, and its roots are Krishna, Brahma, and the Brahmanas. Pandu, after having subdued many countries by his wisdom and prowess, took up his abode with the Munis in a certain forest as a sportsman, where he brought upon himself a very severe misfortune for having killed a stag coupling with its mate, which served as a warning for the conduct of the princes of his house as long as they lived. Their mothers, in order that the ordinances of the law might be fulfilled, admitted as substitutes to their embraces the gods Dharma, Vayu, Sakra, and the divinities the twin Ashwins. And when their offspring grew up, under the care of their two mothers, in the society of ascetics, in the midst of sacred groves and holy recluse abodes of religious men, they were conducted by rishis into the presence of Dhritarashtra and his sons, following as students in the habit of brahmacharis, having their hair tied in knots on their heads. These our pupils, said they, are as your sons, your brothers, and your friends, they are Pandavas. Saying this, the Munis disappeared. When the Kauravas saw them introduced as the sons of Pandu, the distinguished class of citizens shouted exceedingly for joy. Some, however, said they were not the sons of Pandu, others said they were, while a few asked how they could be his offspring, seeing he had been so long dead. Still on all sides voices were heard crying, they are on all accounts welcome. Through divine providence we behold the family of Pandu. Let their welcome be proclaimed. As these acclamations ceased, the plaudits of invisible spirits, causing every point of the heavens to resound, were tremendous. There were showers of sweet-scented flowers, and the sound of shells and kettle drums. Such were the wonders that happened on the arrival of the young princes. The joyful noise of all the citizens, an expression of their satisfaction on the occasion, was so great that it reached the very heavens in magnifying plaudits. Having studied the whole of the Vedas and sundry of the Shastras, the Pandavas resided there, respected by all and without apprehension from any one. The principal men were pleased with the purity of Yudhishthira, the courage of Arjuna, the submissive attention of Kunti to her superiors, and the humility of the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, and all the people rejoiced in their heroic virtues. After a while, Arjuna obtained the virgin Krishna at the Swayamvara, in the midst of a concourse of rajas, by performing a very difficult feat of archery. And from this time he became very much respected in this world among all bowmen, and in fields of battle also, like the sun, he was hard to behold by foemen. And having vanquished all the neighboring princes and every considerable tribe, he accomplished all that was necessary for the Raja, his eldest brother, to perform the great sacrifice called Rajasuya. Yudhishthira, after having, through the wise counsels of Vasudeva and by the valor of Bhimasena and Arjuna, slain Jarasandha, the king of Magadha, and the proud Chaitya, acquired the right to perform the grand sacrifice of Rajasuya, abounding in provisions and offering and fraught with transcendent merits. And Duryodhana came to this sacrifice, and when he beheld the vast wealth of the Pandavas scattered all around, the offerings, the precious stones, gold and jewels, the wealth in cows, elephants, and horses, the curious textures, garments, and mantles, the precious shawls and furs and carpets made of the skin of the Ranku, he was filled with envy and became exceedingly displeased. And when he beheld the hall of assembly elegantly constructed by Maya, the Asura architect, after the fashion of a celestial court, he was inflamed with rage. And having started in confusion at certain architectural deceptions within this building, he was derided by Bhimasena in the presence of Vasudeva, like one of mean descent. And it was represented to Dhritarashtra that his son, while partaking of various objects of enjoyment and diverse precious things, was becoming meager, wan, and pale. And Dhritarashtra, some time after, out of affection for his son, gave his consent to their playing, with the Pandavas, at dice. And Vasudeva, coming to know of this, became exceedingly wroth. And being dissatisfied, he did nothing to prevent the disputes, but overlooked the gaming and sundry other horrid, unjustifiable transactions arising therefrom, and in spite of Vidura, Bhishma, Drona, and Kripa, the son of Saradwan, he made the Kshatriyas kill each other in the terrific war that ensued. And Dhritarashtra, hearing the ill news of the success of the Pandavas and recollecting the resolutions of Duryodhana, Kama, and Sakuni, pondered for a while and addressed to Sanjaya the following speech. Attend, O Sanjaya, to all I am about to say, and it will not become thee to treat me with contempt. Thou art well versed in the Shastras, intelligent and endowed with wisdom. My inclination was never to war, nor did I delight in the destruction of my race. I made no distinction between my own children and the children of Pandu. My own sons were prone to willfulness and despised me because I am old. Blind as I am, because of my miserable plight and through paternal affection, I bore it all. I was foolish also the thoughtless Duryodhana, ever growing in folly. Having been a spectator of the riches of the mighty sons of Pandu, my son was derided for his awkwardness while ascending the hall. Unable to bear it all and unable himself to overcome the sons of Pandu in the field, and though a soldier, unwilling yet to obtain good fortune by his own exertion, with the help of the king of Gandhara he concerted an unfair game at dice. Hear, O Sanjaya, all that happened thereupon and came to my knowledge. And when thou hast heard all I say, recollecting everything as it fell out, thou shalt then know me for one with a prophetic eye. When I heard that Arjuna, having bent the bow, had pierced the curious mark and brought it down to the ground, and bore away in triumph the maiden Krishna, in the sight of the assembled princes, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Subhadra of the race of Madhu had, after forcible seizure, been married by Arjuna in the city of Dwarka, and that the two heroes of the race of Vrishni, Krishna and Balarama, the brothers of Subhadra, without resenting it had entered Indraprastha as friends, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Arjuna, by his celestial arrow preventing the downpour by Indra the king of the gods, had gratified Agni by making over to him the forest of Kandava, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the 5 Pandavas with their mother Kunti had escaped from the house of Lak, and that Vidura was engaged in the accomplishment of their designs, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Arjuna, after having pierced the mark in the arena, had won Draupadi, and that the brave Panchalas had joined the Pandavas, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Jarasandha, the foremost of the royal line of Magadha, and blazing in the midst of the Kshatriyas, had been slain by Bhima with his bare arms alone, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that in a general campaign the sons of Pandu had conquered the chiefs of the land and performed the grand sacrifice of the Rajasuya, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Draupadi, her voice choked with tears and heart full of agony, in the season of impurity and with but one raiment on, had been dragged into court, and though she had protectors, she had been treated as if she had none, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the wicked wretch Dusasana was striving to strip her of that single garment, had only drawn from her person a large heap of cloth without being able to arrive at its end, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Yudhishthira, beaten by Sabala at the game of dice and deprived of his kingdom as a consequence thereof, had still been attended upon by his brothers of incomparable prowess, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the virtuous Pandavas, weeping with affliction, had followed their elder brother to the wilderness and exerted themselves variously for the mitigation of his discomforts, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Yudhishthira had been followed into the wilderness by Snatakas and noble-minded Brahmanas who live upon alms, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Arjuna, having, in combat, pleased the god of gods, Triambaka, the three-eyed, in the disguise of a hunter, obtained the great weapon Pasapata, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the just and renowned Arjuna, after having been to the celestial regions, had there obtained celestial weapons from Indra himself, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that afterwards Arjuna had vanquished the Kalakiyas and the Palomas proud with the boon they had obtained and which had rendered them invulnerable even to the celestials, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Arjuna, the chastiser of enemies, having gone to the regions of Indra for the destruction of the Asuras, had returned thence successful, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Bhima and the other sons of Pritha, Kunti, accompanied by Vaishravana, had arrived at that country which is inaccessible to man, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that my sons, guided by the counsels of Karna, while on their journey of Gashayatra, had been taken prisoners by the Gandharvas and were set free by Arjuna, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Dharma, the god of justice, having come under the form of a Yiksha, had proposed certain questions to Yudhishthira, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that my sons had failed to discover the Pandavas under their disguise while residing with Draupadi in the dominions of Virata, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the principal men of my side had all been vanquished by the noble Arjuna with a single chariot while residing in the dominions of Virata, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Vasudeva of the race of Madhu, who covered this whole earth by 1 foot, was heartily interested in the welfare of the Pandavas, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the king of Matsya had offered his virtuous daughter Uttarav to Arjuna and that Arjuna had accepted her for his son, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Yudhishthira, beaten at dice, deprived of wealth, exiled and separated from his connections, had assembled yet an army of 7 Akshahinis, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard Narada declare that Krishna and Arjuna were Nara and Narayana, and he, Narada, had seen them together in the regions of Brahma, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Krishna, anxious to bring about peace, for the welfare of mankind, had repaired to the Kurus, and went away without having been able to effect his purpose, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Kama and Duryodhana resolved upon imprisoning Krishna displayed in himself the whole universe, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. Then I heard that at the time of his departure, Pritha, Kunti, standing, full of sorrow, near his chariot received consolation from Krishna, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Vasudeva and Bhishma the son of Santanu were the counselors of the Pandavas and Drona the son of Bharadvaja pronounced blessings on them, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When Kama said unto Bhishma, I will not fight when thou art fighting, and, quitting the army, went away, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Vasudeva and Arjuna and the bow Gandiva of immeasurable prowess, these 3 of dreadful energy, had come together, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that upon Arjuna having been seized with compunction on his chariot and ready to sink, Krishna showed him all the worlds within his body, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Bhishma, the desolator of foes, killing 10,000 charioteers every day in the field of battle, had not slain any amongst the Pandavas, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Bhishma, the righteous son of Ganga, had himself indicated the means of his defeat in the field of battle, and that the same were accomplished by the Pandavas with joyfulness, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Arjuna, having placed Sikandin before himself in his chariot, had wounded Bhishma of infinite courage and invincible in battle, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the aged hero Bhishma, having reduced the numbers of the race of Shamaka to a few, overcome with various wounds, was lying on a bed of arrows, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that upon Bhishma's lying on the ground with thirst for water, Arjuna, being requested, had pierced the ground and allayed his thirst, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When Bayu together with Indra and Suraya united as allies for the success of the sons of Kunti, and the beasts of prey, by their inauspicious presence, were putting us in fear, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When the wonderful warrior Drona, displaying various modes of fight in the field, did not slay any of the superior Pandavas, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the Maharatha Sansaptakas of our army appointed for the overthrow of Arjuna were all slain by Arjuna himself, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that our disposition of forces, impenetrable by others, and defended by Bharadvaja himself well armed, had been singly forced and entered by the brave son of Subhadra, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that our Maharathas, unable to overcome Arjuna, with jubilant faces after having jointly surrounded and slain the boy Abhimanyu, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the blind Kauravas were shouting for joy after having slain Abhimanyu, and that thereupon Arjuna in anger made his celebrated speech referring to Saint Hava, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Arjuna had vowed the death of Saint Hava and fulfilled his vow in the presence of his enemies, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that upon the horses of Arjuna being fatigued, Vasudeva releasing them made them drink water and bringing them back and reharnessing them continued to guide them as before, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that while his horses were fatigued, Arjuna staying in his chariot checked all his assailants, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Yuyudhana of the race of Vrishni, after having thrown into confusion the army of Drona rendered unbearable in prowess owing to the presence of elephants, retired to where Krishna and Arjuna were, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Karna, even though he had got Bhima within his power, allowed him to escape after only addressing him in contemptuous terms and dragging him with the end of his bow, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Drona, Kritavarma, Kripa, Karna, the son of Drona, and the valiant king of Madra, Salya, suffered Saint Hava to be slain, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the celestial Sakti given by Indra to Karna was by Madhava's machinations caused to be hurled upon Rakshasa Gatotkacha of frightful countenance, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that in the encounter between Karna and Gatotkacha, that Sakti was hurled against Gatotkacha by Karna, the same which was certainly to have slain Arjuna in battle, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Drishtadyumna, transgressing the laws of battle, slew Drona while alone in his chariot and resolved on death, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Nakula, the son of Madri, having in the presence of the whole army engaged in single combat with the son of Drona and showing himself equal to him drove his chariot in circles around, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When upon the death of Drona, his son misused the weapon called Narayana but failed to achieve the destruction of the Pandavas, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Bhimasena drank the blood of his brother Dusasana in the field of battle without anybody being able to prevent him, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the infinitely brave Karna, invincible in battle, was slain by Arjuna in that war of brothers mysterious even to the gods, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Yudhishthira, the just, overcame the heroic son of Drona, Dusasana, and the fierce Kritavarman, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the brave king of Madra who ever dared Krishna in battle was slain by Yudhishthira, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the wicked Suvala of magic power, the root of the gaming in the feud, was slain in battle by Sadeva, the son of Pandu, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Duryodhana, spent with fatigue, having gone to a lake and made a refuge for himself within its waters, was lying there alone, his strength gone and without a chariot, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the Pandavas, having gone to that lake accompanied by Vasudeva and standing on its beach, began to address contemptuously my son who was incapable of putting up with affronts, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that while displaying in circles a variety of curious modes of attack and defense, and an encounter with clubs, he was unfairly slain according to the counsels of Krishna, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard the son of Drona and others, by slaying the Panchalas and the sons of Draupadi in their sleep, perpetrated a horrible and infamous deed, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that Aswathaman, while being pursued by Bhimasena, had discharged the first of weapons called Ishika, by which the embryo in the womb of Uttara was wounded, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that the weapon Brahmashura, discharged by Aswathaman, was repelled by Arjuna with another weapon over which he had pronounced the word Sasti, and that Aswathaman had to give up the jewel-like excrescence on his head, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. When I heard that upon the embryo in the womb of Virata's daughter being wounded by Aswathaman with a mighty weapon, Dwaipayana and Krishna pronounced curses on him, then, O Sanjaya, I had no hope of success. Alas! Gandhari, destitute of children, grandchildren, parents, brothers, and kindred, is to be pitied. Difficult is the task that hath been performed by the Pandavas, by them hath a kingdom been recovered without a rival. Alas! I have heard that the war hath left only 10 alive, 3 of our side, and the Pandavas, 7, in that dreadful conflict 18 Akshahinis of Kshatriyas have been slain. All around me is utter darkness, and a fit of swoon assaileth me, consciousness leaves me, O Sutta, and my mind is distracted. Sati said, Dhritarashtra, bewailing his fate in these words, was overcome with extreme anguish and for a time deprived of sense, but being revived, he addressed Sanjaya in the following words. After what hath come to pass, O Sanjaya, I wish to put an end to my life without delay. I do not find the least advantage in cherishing it any longer. Sati said, the wise son of Gavalgana, Sanjaya, then addressed the distressed lord of earth while thus talking and bewailing, sighing like a serpent and repeatedly tainting, in words of deep import. Thou hast heard, O Raja, of the greatly powerful men of vast exertions, spoken of by Vyasa and the wise Narada, men born of great royal families, resplendent with worthy qualities, versed in the science of celestial arms, and in glory emblems of Indra, men who, having conquered the world by justice and performed sacrifices with fit offerings to the Brahmanas, obtained renown in this world and at last succumbed to the sway of time. Such were Saivya, the valiant Maharatha, Srinjaya, great amongst conquerors, Suhotra, Rantadeva, and Kakshivanta, great in glory, Valhika, Damana, Saryati, Ajita, and Nala, Viswamitra the destroyer of foes, Amvarasha, great in strength, Maruta, Manu, Ikshaku, Gaya, and Bharata, Rama the son of Dasaratha, Sasavindu, and Bhajaratha, Kritavirya, the greatly fortunate, and Janamajaya too, and Yayati of good deeds who performed sacrifices, being assisted therein by the celestials themselves, and by whose sacrificial altars and stakes this earth with her habited and uninhabited regions hath been marked all over. These 24 Rajas were formerly spoken of by the celestial Rishi Narada unto Saivya when much afflicted for the loss of his children. Besides these, other Rajas had gone before, still more powerful than they, mighty charioteers noble in mind, and resplendent with every worthy quality. These were Puru, Kuru, Yadu, Sura, and Viswasrawa of great glory, Anuha, Yuvanaswu, Kakutstha, Vikrami, and Ragu, Vijava, Virahorta, Anga, Bhava, Sweta, and Vripajaru, Usanara, Sadaratha, Kanka, Dulijaha, and Druma, Dambhibhava, Para, Vina, Sagara, Sankriti, and Nimi, Ajay, Parasu, Pundra, Sambhu, and holy Devavrita, Devahuya, Supratika, and Vrihadratha, Mahatsaha, Vinatatma, Sukratu, and Nala, the king of the Nishadas, Satyavrat, Santabhaya, Sumitra, and the chief Sabala, Janyajanga, and Aranya, Arka, Prayabhridya, Chuchivrata, Balabandhu, Narmada, Kedasringa, and Bridbala, Drishtaketu, Brihatketu, Driptaketu, and Niramaya, Abhikshit, Chapala, Dirta, Kridbandhu, and Dritshudi, Mahapurana Sambhavya, Pratyanga, Paraha, and Shriti. These, O chief, and other rajas, we hear enumerated by hundreds and by thousands, and still others by millions, princes of great power and wisdom, quitting very abundant enjoyments, met death as thy sons have done. Their heavenly deeds, valor, and generosity, their magnanimity, faith, truth, purity, simplicity, and mercy, are published to the world in the records of former times by sacred bards of great learning. Though endued with every noble virtue, these have yielded up their lives. Thy sons were malevolent, inflamed with passion, avaricious, and of very evil disposition. Thou art versed in the sastras, O Bharata, and art intelligent and wise. They never sink under misfortunes whose understandings are guided by the sastras. Thou art acquainted, O Prince, with the lenity and severity of fate. This anxiety, therefore, for the safety of thy children is unbecoming. Moreover, it behoveth thee not to grieve for that which must happen, for who can avert, by his wisdom, the decrees of fate? No one can leave the way marked out for him by Providence. Existence and non-existence, pleasure and pain, all have time for their root. Time createth all things, and time destroyeth all creatures. It is time that burneth creatures, and it is time that extinguisheth the fire. All states, the good and the evil, in the three worlds, are caused by time. Time cutteth short all things, and createth them anew. Time alone is awake when all things are asleep. Indeed, time is incapable of being overcome. Time passeth over all things without being retarded. Knowing, as thou dost, that all things past and future, and all that exist at the present moment, are the offspring of time, it behoveth thee not to throw away thy reason. Sati said, the son of Gavalgana, having in this manner administered comfort to the royal Dhritarashtra, overwhelmed with grief for his sons, then restored his mind to peace. Taking these facts for his subject, Dwaipayana composed a holy Upanishad that has been published to the world by learned and sacred bards in the Puranas composed by them. The study of the Bharata is an act of piety. He that readeth even 1 foot, with belief, hath his sins entirely purged away. Herein Devis, Devarshis, and immaculate Brahmarshis of good deeds have been spoken of, and likewise Yakshas and great Uragas, Nagas. Herein also hath been described the eternal Vasudeva possessing the 6 attributes. He is the true and just, the pure and holy, the eternal Brahma, the supreme soul, the true constant light, whose divine deeds wise and learned recount, from whom hath proceeded the non-existent and existent non-existent universe with principles of generation and progression, and birth, death, and rebirth. That also hath been treated of which is called Adhyatma, the superintending spirit of nature, that partaketh of the attributes of the 5 elements. That also hath been described who is Purusha, being above such epithets as undisplayed and the like, also that which the foremost yadis exempt from the common destiny and endued with the power of meditation and tapas behold dwelling in their hearts as a reflected image in the mirror. The man of faith, devoted to piety, and constant in the exercise of virtue, on reading this section is freed from sin. The believer that constantly heareth recited this section of the Bharata, called the introduction, from the beginning, falleth not into difficulties. The man repeating any part of the introduction in the 2 twilights is during such act freed from the sins contracted during the day or the night. This section, the body of the Bharata, is truth and nectar. As butter is incurred, Brahmana among bipeds, the Aranyaka among the Vedas, and nectar among medicines, as the sea is eminent among receptacles of water, and the cow among quadrupeds, as are these, among the things mentioned, so is the Bharata said to be among histories. He that causeth it, even a single foot thereof, to be recited to Brahmanas during a Shraddha, his offerings of food and drink to the manes of his ancestors become inexhaustible. By the aid of history and the Puranas, the Veda may be expounded, but the Veda is afraid of one of little information lest he should it. The learned man who recites to other this Veda of Vyasa reapeth advantage. It may without doubt destroy even the sin of killing the embryo and the like. He that readeth this holy chapter of the moon, readeth the whole of the Bharata, I ween. The man who with reverence daily listeneth to this sacred work acquireth long life and renown, and ascendeth to heaven. In former days, having placed the 4 Vedas on one side and the Bharata on the other, these were weighed in the balance by the celestials assembled for that purpose. And as the latter weighed heavier than the 4 Vedas with their mysteries, from that period it hath been called in the world Mahabharata, the great Bharata. Being esteemed superior both in substance and gravity of import, it is denominated Mahabharata on account of such substance and gravity of import. He that knoweth its meaning is saved from all his sins. Tapa is innocent, study is harmless, the ordinance of the Vedas prescribed for all the tribes are harmless, the acquisition of wealth by exertion is harmless, but when they are abused in their practices it is then that they... Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 2. The rishis said, O son of Sutta, we wish to hear a full and circumstantial account of the place mentioned by you as Samantapanchaya. Sati said, Listen, O ye Brahmanas, to the sacred descriptions I utter, O ye best of men, ye deserve to hear of the place known as Samantapanchaka. In the interval between the Treta and Dwapara Yugas, Rama, the son of Jamadagni, great among all who have borne arms, urged by impatience of wrongs, repeatedly smote the noble race of Kshatriyas. And when that fiery meteor, by his own valor, annihilated the entire tribe of the Kshatriyas, he formed at Samantapanchaka 5 lakes of blood. We are told that his reason being overpowered by anger, he offered oblations of blood to the manes of his ancestors, standing in the midst of the sanguine waters of those lakes. It was then that his forefathers, of whom Richika was the first having arrived there, addressed him thus, O Rama, O blessed Rama, O offspring of Bhrigu, we have been gratified with the reverence thou hast shown for thy ancestors, and with thy valor, O mighty one. Blessings be upon thee. O thou illustrious one, ask the boon that thou mayst desire. Rama said, If, O fathers, ye are favorably disposed towards me, the boon I ask is that I may be absolved from the sins born of my having annihilated the Kshatriyas in anger, and that the lakes I have formed may become famous in the world as holy shrines. The Pitris then said, So shall it be. But be thou pacified. And Rama was pacified accordingly. The region that leeth near unto those lakes of gory water, from that time hath been celebrated as Samantapanchaka the Holy. The wise have declared that every country should be distinguished by a name significant of some circumstance which may have rendered it famous. In the interval between the Dwapara and the Kali Yugas there happened at Samantapanchaka the encounter between the armies of the Kauravas and the Pandavas. In that holy region, without ruggedness of any kind, were assembled 18 Akshahinis of soldiers eager for battle. And, O Brahmanas, having come thereto, they were all slain on the spot. Thus the name of that region, O Brahmanas, hath been explained, and the country described to you as a sacred and delightful one. I have mentioned the whole of what relateth to it, as the region is celebrated throughout the 3 worlds. The rishis said, We have a desire to know, O son of Sutta, what is implied by the term Akshahini that hath been used by thee. Tell us in full what is the number of horse and foot, chariots and elephants, which compose an Akshahini, for thou art fully informed. Sati said, 1 chariot, 1 elephant, 5 foot soldiers, and 3 horses form 1 paddy, 3 paddis make 1 sinamukha, 3 sinamukhas are called a gulma, 3 gulmas, a gana, 3 ganas, a vahini, 3 vahinis together are called a pratana, 3 pratanas form a chamu, 3 kamas, 1 anakini, and an anakini taking 10 times forms, as it is styled by those who know, an akshahini. O ye best of Brahmanas, arithmeticians have calculated that the number of chariots in an akshahini is 21,870. The measure of elephants must be fixed at the same number. O ye pure, you must know that the number of foot soldiers is 109,350, the number of horse is 65,610. These, O Brahmanas, as fully explained by me, are the numbers of an Akshahini as said by those acquainted with the principles of numbers. O best of Brahmanas, according to this calculation were composed the 18 Akshahinis of the Kaurava and the Pandava army. Time, whose acts are wonderful, assembled them on that spot, and having made the Kauravas the cause, destroyed them all. Bhishma, acquainted with choice of weapons, fought for 10 days. Drona protected the Kaurava Vahinis for 5 days. Kama, the desolator of hostile armies, fought for 2 days, and Salya for half a day. After that lasted for half a day the encounter with clubs between Duryodhana and Bhima. At the close of that day, Aswathaman and Kripad destroyed the army of Yudhishthira in the night while sleeping without suspicion of danger. O Sanaka, this best of narrations called Bharata, which has begun to be repeated at thy sacrifice, was formerly repeated at the sacrifice of Janamejaya by an intelligent disciple of Vyasa. It is divided into several sections. In the beginning are Paushya, Paloma, and Astika Parvas, describing in full the valor and renown of kings. It is a work whose description, diction, and sense are varied and wonderful. It contains an account of various manners and rites. It is accepted by the wise, as the state called Virajaya is by men desirous of final release. As self among things to be known, as life among things that are dear, so is this history that furnisheth the means of arriving at the knowledge of Brahma, the first among all the sastras. There is not a story current in this world, but doth depend upon this history, even as the body upon the foot that it taketh. As masters of good lineage are ever attended upon by servants desirous of preferment, so is the Bharata cherished by all poets. As the words constituting the several branches of knowledge appertaining to the world and the Veda display only vowels and consonants, so this excellent history displayeth only the highest wisdom. Listen, O ye ascetics, to the outlines of the several divisions, Parvas, of this history called Bharata, endued with great wisdom, of sections and feet that are wonderful and various, of subtle meanings and logical connections, and embellished with the substance of the Vedas. The first Parva is called Anachramanika, the second, Sangraha, then Paushya, then Paloma, the Astika, then Adavansavadarana. Then comes the Sambhava of wonderful and thrilling incidents. Then comes Jatugrahata, setting fire to the house of Lak, and then Hidimbabada, the killing of Hidimba, Parvas, then comes Bakabada, slaughter of Baka, and then Katraratha. The next is called Swayamvara, selection of husband by Panchali, in which Arjuna by the exercise of Kshatriya virtues won Draupadi for wife. Then comes Vaivahika, marriage. Then comes Viduragamana, advent of Vidura, Ragyalabha, acquirement of kingdom, Arjuna Banavasa, exile of Arjuna, and Subhadraharana, the carrying away of Subhadra. After these come Haranaharika, Kandavadaha, the burning of the Kandava forest, and Maya Darsana, meeting with Maya the Asura architect. Then come Sava, Mantra, Jarasandha, Digvijaya, general campaign. After Digvijaya come Rajasuyaka, Argya Viharana, the robbing of the Aragya, and Sasupalabhada, the killing of Sasupala. After these, Dayuta, gambling, and Uduta, subsequent to gambling, Aranyaka, and Kramirabhada, destruction of Kramira. The Arjuna Vigamana, the travels of Arjuna, Kairati. In the last hath been described the battle between Arjuna and Mahadeva in the guise of a hunter. After this Indraloka Vigamana, the journey to the regions of Indra, then that mine of religion and virtue, the highly pathetic Nalapakyana, the story of Nala. After this last, Tirthayatra, or the pilgrimage of the wise prince of the Kurus, the death of Jatasura, and the battle of the Ikshas. Then the battle with the Navadakavachas, Ajagara, and Markandeya Samasya, meeting with Markandeya. Then the meeting of Draupadi and Satyabhama, Gashayatra, Murgaswapna, dream of the deer. Then the story of Brihadaranyaka and then Indradramna. Then Draupadi Harana, the abduction of Draupadi, Jayadratha by Moksana, the release of Jayadratha. Then the story of Savitri illustrating the great merit of connubial chastity. After this last, the story of Rama. The Parva that comes next is called Kundala Harana, the theft of the earrings. That which comes next is Aranya and then Vairata. Then the entry of the Pandavas and the fulfillment of their promise of living unknown for 1 year. then the destruction of the Kichakas, then the attempt to take the kine of Virata by the Kauravas. The next is called the marriage of Abhimanyu with the daughter of Virata. The next you must know is the most wonderful Parva called Udyoga. The next must be known by the name of Sanjayayana, the arrival of Sanjaya. Then comes Prajagara, the sleeplessness of Dhritarashtra owing to his anxiety. Then Sanatsujata, in which are the mysteries of spiritual philosophy. Then Yanasati, and then the arrival of Krishna. Then the story of Madali, and then of Galava. Then the stories of Savitri, Vamadeva, and Vainya. Then the story of Jamadagnya and Shodasarajika. Then the arrival of Krishna at the court, and then Vaidulaputrasana. Then the muster of troops and the story of Sheda. Then, must you know, comes the quarrel of the high-souled Karna. Then the march to the field of the troops of both sides. The next hath been called numbering the Radis and Adarathas. Then comes the arrival of the messenger Uluka, which kindled the wrath of the Pandavas. The next that comes, you must know, is the story of Amba. Then comes the thrilling story of the installation of Bhishma as commander-in-chief. The next is called the creation of the insular region Jambu, then Bhumi, then the account about the formation of islands. Then comes the Bhagavad Gita, and then the death of Bhishma. Then the installation of Drona, then the destruction of the Sansaptakas. Then the death of Abhimanyu, and then the vow of Arjuna to slay Jayadratha. Then the death of Jayadratha, and then of Gatotkacha. Then, must you know, comes the story of the death of Drona of surprising interest. The next that comes is called the discharge of the weapon called Narayana. Then, you know, is Karna, and then Salya. Then comes the immersion in the lake, and then the encounter between Bhima and Duryodhana with clubs. Then comes Saraswata, and then the descriptions of holy shrines, and then genealogies. Then comes Saptika describing incidents disgraceful to the honor of the Kurus. Then comes the Isaka of harrowing incidents. Then comes Jalapradana oblations of water to the manes of the deceased, and then the wailings of the women. The next must be known as Shraddha describing the funeral rites performed for the slain Kauravas. Then comes the destruction of the Rakshasa Charvaka who had assumed the disguise of a Brahmana for deceiving Yudhishthira. Then the coronation of the wise Yudhishthira. The next is called the Griha Pravibhaga. Then comes Santi, then Rajadharmanusana, then Apadharma, then Mokshadharma. Those that follow are called respectively Sukhaprasnabhigamana, Brahmaprasnanusana, the origin of Durvasa, the disputations with Maya. The next is to be known as Anusasanika. Then the ascension of Bhishma to heaven. Then the horse sacrifice, which when rid purgeth all sins away. The next must be known as the Anujata, in which are words of spiritual philosophy. Those that follow are called Asramvasa, Putradarshana, meeting with the spirits of the deceased sons, and the arrival of Narada. The next is called Mausala, which abounds with terrible and cruel incidents. Then comes Mahaprastanaka and ascension to heaven. Then comes the Purana, which is called Kulvansa. In this last are contained Vishnu Parva, Vishnu's frolics and feats as a child, the destruction of Kansa, and lastly, the very wonderful Bhavashaya Parva, in which there are prophecies regarding the future. The high-souled Vyasa composed these 100 Parvas, of which the above is only an abridgment, having distributed them into 18. The son of Sudha recited them consecutively in the forest of Naimisha as follows. In the Adi Parva are contained Paushya, Paloma, Astika, Adavansavadara, Samva, the burning of the house of Lak, the slaying of Hidimba, the destruction of the Ajuravaka, Chitrartha, the Swayamvara of Drupadi, her marriage after the overthrow of rivals in war, the arrival of Vidura, the restoration, Arjuna's exile, the abduction of Subhadra, the gift and receipt of the marriage dower, the burning of the Kandava forest, and the meeting with the Azure architect, Maya. The Paushya Parva treats of the greatness of Utanka and the Paloma of the sons of Bhrigu. The Astika describes the birth of Garuda and of the Nagas, snakes, the churning of the ocean, the incidents relating to the birth of the celestial steed Achakaisrava, and finally, the dynasty of Bharata, as described in the snake sacrifice of King Janamejaya. The Sambhava Parva narrates the birth of various kings and heroes, and that of the sage, Krishna Dvapayana, the partial incarnations of deities, the generation of Danavas and Yakshas of great prowess, and serpents, Gandharvas, birds, and of all creatures, and lastly, of the life and adventures of King Bharata, the progenitor of the line that goes by his name, the son born of Sakuntala in the hermitage of the ascetic Kanwa. This Parva also describes the greatness of Bhagirathi and the births of the Vasus in the house of Santanu and their ascension to heaven. In this Parva is also narrated the birth of Bhishman uniting in himself portions of the energies of the other Vasus, his renunciation of royalty and adoption of the Brahmacharya mode of life, his adherence to his vows, his protection of Chitrangada, and after the death of Chitrangada, his protection of his younger brother, Vichitravirya, and his placing the latter on the throne. The birth of Dharma among men in consequence of the curse of Anumandavya, the births of Dhritarashtra and Pandu, through the potency of Vyasa's blessings, and also the birth of the Pandavas, the plottings of Duryodhana to send the sons of Pandu to Varanavada, and the other dark counsels of the sons of Dhritarashtra in regard to the Pandavas, then the advice administered to Yudhishthira on his way by that well-wisher of the Pandavas Vidura in the Mlechka language, the digging of the hole, the burning of Purakana, and the sleeping woman of the fowler caste, with her 5 sons, in the house of Lak. The meeting of the Pandavas in the dreadful forest with Hidimba, and the slaying of her brother Hidimba by Bhima of great prowess. The birth of Gatotkacha, the meeting of the Pandavas with Vyasa, and in accordance with his advice their stay in disguise in the house of a Brahmana in the city of Ekachakra, the destruction of the Ajuravaka, and the amazement of the populace at the sight, the extraordinary births of Krishna and Drishtadyumna, the departure of the Pandavas for Panchala in obedience to the injunction of Vyasa, and moved equally by the desire of winning the hand of Draupadi on learning the tidings of the Swayamvara from the lips of a Brahmana, victory of Arjuna over a Gandharv, called Angaraparna, on the banks of the Bhagirathi, his contraction of friendship with his adversary, and his hearing from the Gandharv the history of Tapti, Vasishtha, and Orva. This Parva treats of the journey of the Pandavas towards Panchala, the acquisition of Draupadi in the midst of all the Rajas, by Arjuna, after having successfully pierced the mark, and in the ensuing fight, the defeat of Salya, Kama, and all the other crowned heads at the hands of Bhima and Arjuna of great prowess, the ascertainment by Balarama and Krishna, at the sight of these matchless exploits, that the heroes were the Pandavas, and the arrival of the brothers at the house of the potter, where the Pandavas were staying, the dejection of Drupada on learning that Draupadi was to be wedded to 5 husbands, the wonderful story of the 5 Indras related in consequence, the extraordinary and divinely ordained wedding of Draupadi, the sending of Vidura by the sons of Dhritarashtra as envoy to the Pandavas, the arrival of Vidura and his sight to Krishna, the abode of the Pandavas in Kandavaprastha, and then their rule over 1/2 of the kingdom, the fixing of terms by the sons of Pandu, in obedience to the injunction of Narada, for connubial companionship with Krishna. In like manner hath the history of Sunda and Upasunda been recited in this. This Parva then treats of the departure of Arjuna for the forest according to the vow, he having seen Draupadi and Yudhishthira sitting together as he entered the chamber to take out arms for delivering the kine of a certain Brahmana. This Parva then describes Arjuna's meeting on the way with Ulupi, the daughter of a Naga, serpent. It then relates his visits to several sacred spots, the birth of Vabravahana, the deliverance by Arjuna of the 5 celestial damsels who had been turned into alligators by the imprecation of a Brahmana, the meeting of Madhava and Arjuna on the holy spot called Prabhasa, the carrying away of Subhadra by Arjuna, incited thereto by her brother Krishna, in the wonderful car moving on land and water and through mid-air, according to the wish of the writer, the departure for Indraprastha, with the dower, the conception in the womb of Subhadra of that prodigy of prowess, Abhimanyu, Yajnasini's giving birth to children, then follows the pleasure trip of Krishna and Arjuna to the banks of the Jamuna and the acquisition by them of the discus and the celebrated bow Gandiva, the burning of the forest of Kandava, the rescue of Maya by Arjuna, and the escape of the serpent and the begetting of a son by that best of rishis, Mandapala, in the womb of the bird Sarnji. This Parva is divided by Vyasa into 227 chapters. These 227 chapters contain 8,884 slokas. The second is the extensive Parva called Sava or the Assembly, full of matter. The subjects of this Parva are the establishment of the Grand Hall by the Pandavas, their review of their retainers, the description of the Lokapalas by Narada well acquainted with the celestial regions, the preparations for the Rajasuya sacrifice, the destruction of Jarasandha, the deliverance by Vasudeva of the princes confined in the mountain pass, the campaign of universal conquest by the Pandavas, the arrival of the princes at the Rajasuya sacrifice with tribute, the destruction of Sisupala on the occasion of the sacrifice, in connection with offering of Aragya, Bhimasena's ridicule of Duryodhana in the assembly, Duryodhana's sorrow and envy at the sight of the magnificent scale on which the arrangements had been made, the indignation of Duryodhana in consequence, and the preparations for the game of dice, the defeat of Yudhishthira at play by the wily Sakuni, the deliverance by Dhritarashtra of his afflicted daughter-in-law Draupadi plunged in the sea of distress caused by the gambling, as of a boat tossed about by the tempestuous waves. The endeavors of Duryodhana to engage Yudhishthira again in the game, and the exile of the defeated Yudhishthira with his brothers. These constitute what has been called by the great Vyasa the Sava Parva. This Parva is divided into 7 sections, O best of Brahmanas, of 2,507 slokas. Then comes the third Parva called Aranyaka, relating to the forest. This Parva treats of the wending of the Pandavas to the forest and the citizens, following the wise Yudhishthira, Yudhishthira's adoration of the god of day, according to the injunctions of Daumya, to be gifted with the power of maintaining the dependent Brahmanas with food and drink, the creation of food through the grace of the sun, the expulsion by Dhritarashtra of Vidura, who always spoke for his master's good, Viduras, coming to the Pandavas and his return to Dhritarashtra at the solicitation of the latter, the wicked Duryodhana's plottings to destroy the forest-ranging Pandavas, being incited thereto by Karna, the appearance of Vyasa and his dissuasion of Duryodhana bent on going to the forest, the history of Surabhi, the arrival of Maitreya, his laying down to Dhritarashtra the course of action, and his curse on Duryodhana, Bhima's slaying of Kurmara in battle, the coming of the Panchalas and the princes of the Vrishni race to Yudhishthira on hearing of his defeat at the unfair gambling by Sakuni, Dhananjaya's allaying the wrath of Krishna, Draupadi's lamentations before Madhava, Krishna's cheering her, the fall of Salva also has been here described by the Rishi, also Krishna's bringing Subhadra with her son to Dvarka, and Drishtadyumna's bringing the son of Draupadi to Panchala. The entrance of the sons of Pandu into the romantic Dwaita wood, conversation of Bhima, Yudhishthira, and Draupadi. The coming of Vyasa to the Pandavas and his endowing Yudhishthira with the power of Pratismriti, then, after the departure of Vyasa, the removal of the Pandavas to the forest of Kamayaka, the wanderings of Arjuna of immeasurable prowess in search of weapons, his battle with Mahadeva in the guise of a hunter, his meeting with the Lokapalas and receipt of weapons from them, his journey to the regions of Indra for arms and the consequent anxiety of Dhritarashtra, the wailings and lamentations of Yudhishthira on the occasion of his meeting with the worshipful great sage Brihadaswa. Here occurs the holy and highly pathetic story of Nala, illustrating the patience of the Mayanti and the character of Nala. Then the acquirement by Yudhishthira of the mysteries of dice from the same great sage, then the arrival of the Rishi Lomesa from the heavens to where the Pandavas were, and the receipt by these high-souled dwellers in the woods of the intelligence brought by the Rishi of their brother Arjuna staving in the heavens, then the pilgrimage of the Pandavas to various sacred spots in accordance with the message of Arjuna, and their attainment of great merit and virtue consequent on such pilgrimage. Then the pilgrimage of the great sage Narada to the shrine Putasta, also the pilgrimage of the high-souled Pandavas. Here is the deprivation of Karna of his earrings by Indra. Here also is recited the sacrificial magnificence of Gaia, then the story of Agastya in which the Rishi ate up the Asura Vatapi, and his connubial connection with Lopamudra from the desire of offspring. Then the story of Rishi Asringa, who adopted Brahmacharya mode of life from his very boyhood, then the history of Rama of great prowess, the son of Jamadagni, in which has been narrated the death of Kartavirya and the Haihayas, then the meeting between the Pandavas and the Vrishnis in the sacred spot called Prabhasa, then the story of Sukanya in which Chayavana, the son of Bhrigu, made the twins, Ashvinis, drink, at the sacrifice of King Saryati, the Soma juice, from which they had been excluded by the other gods, and in which besides is shown how Chayavana himself acquired perpetual youth as a boon from the grateful Ashvinis. Then hath been described the history of King Mandhata, then the history of Prince Jantu, and how King Somaka, by offering up his only son, Jantu, and sacrifice obtained 100 others, then the excellent history of the hawk and the pigeon, then the examination of King Sivi by Indra, Agni, and Dharma, then the story of Astavakra, in which occurs the disputation, at the sacrifice of Janaka, between that rishi and the first of logicians, Vandi, the son of Varuna, the defeat of Vandi by the great Astavakra, and the release by the rishi of his father from the depths of the ocean. Then the story of Yavakrita, and then that of the great Ravya, then the departure of the Pandavas for Gandhamadana and their abode in the asylum called Narayana, then Bhimasana's journey to Gandhamadana at the request of Draupadi, in search of the sweet-scented flower. Bhima's meeting on his way, in a grove of bananas, with Hanuman, the son of Pavna of great prowess, Bhima's bath in the tank and the destruction of the flowers therein for obtaining the sweet-scented flower he was in search of, his consequent battle with the mighty Rakshasas and the Yakshas of great prowess including Hanuman, the destruction of the Asura Jata by Bhima, the meeting of the Pandavas with the royal sage Vrishaparva, the departure for the asylum of Arstashina and abode therein, the incitement of Bhima to acts of vengeance by Draupadi. Then is narrated the ascent on the hills of Kailasa by Bhimasena, his terrific battle with the mighty Yakshas headed by Hanuman, then the meeting of the Pandavas with Vaisravana, Kuvara, and the meeting with Arjuna after he had obtained for the purpose of Yudhishthira many celestial weapons, then Arjuna's terrible encounter with the Nivedakavachas dwelling in Hiranyaparva, and also with the Palomas and the Kalakiyas, the destruction at the hands of Arjuna, the commencement of the display of the celestial weapons by Arjuna before Yudhishthira, the prevention of the same by Narada, the descent of the Pandavas from Gandhamadana, the seizure of Bhima in the forest by a mighty serpent huge as the mountain, his release from the coils of the snake, upon Yudhishthira's answering certain questions, the return of the Pandavas to the Kamayaka woods. Here is described the reappearance of Vasudeva to see the mighty sons of Pandu, the arrival of Markandeya, and various recitals, the history of Prithu the son of Vina recited by the great Rishi, the stories of Sarasvati and the Rishi Tarkya. After these is the story of Matsya, other old stories recited by Markandeya, the stories of Indradyumna and Dundhumara, then the history of the chaste wife, the history of Anjira, the meeting and conversation of Draupadi and Satyabhama, the return of the Pandavas to the forest of Dwaita, then the procession to see the calves and the captivity of Duryodhana, and when the wretch was being carried off, his rescue by Arjuna. Here is Yudhishthira's dream of the deer, then the re-entry of the Pandavas into the Kamayaka forest. Here also is the long story of Vrihadranaka. Here also is recited the story of Durvasa, then the abduction by Jayadratha of Draupadi from the asylum, the pursuit of the ravisher by Bhima swift as the air, and the ill-shaving of Jayadratha's crown at Bhima's hand. Here is the long history of Rama, in which is shown how Rama by his prowess slew Ravana in battle. Here also is narrated the story of Savitri, then Karna's deprivation by Indra of his earrings, then the presentation to Karna by the gratified Indra of a Sakti, missile weapon, which had the virtue of killing only one person against whom it might be hurled, then the story called Aranyaka in which Dharma, the god of justice, gave advice to his son, Yudhishthira, in which, besides, is recited how the Pandavas, after having obtained a boon, went towards the west. These are all included in the third Parva called Aranyaka, consisting of 269 sections. The number of slokas is 11,664. The extensive Parva that comes next is called Virata. The Pandavas arriving at the dominions of Virata saw in a cemetery on the outskirts of the city a large shami tree whereon they kept their weapons. Here hath been recited their entry into the city and their stay there in disguise. Then the slaying by Bhima of the wicked Kachaka who, senseless with lust, had sought Draupadi, the appointment by Prince Duryodhana of clever spies, and their dispatch to all sides for tracing the Pandavas, the failure of these to discover the mighty sons of Pandu, the first seizure of Virata's kind by the Trigartas and the terrific battle that ensued, the capture of Virata by the enemy and his rescue by Bhimasena, the release also of the kind by the Pandava, Bhima, the seizure of Virata's kind again by the Kurus, the defeat in battle of all the Kurus by the single-handed Arjuna, the release of the king's kind, the bestowal by Virata of his daughter Uttara for Arjuna's acceptance on behalf of his son by Subhadra Abhimanyu, the destroyer of foes. These are the contents of the extensive fourth Parva, the Virata. The great Rishi Vyasa has composed in these 67 sections. The number of slokas is 2050. Listen then to the contents of the fifth Parva, which must be known as Udyoga. While the Pandavas, desirous of victory, were residing in the place called Upaplavya, Duryodhana and Arjuna both went at the same time to Vasudeva and said, "You should render us assistance in this war." The high-souled Krishna, upon these words being uttered, replied, "O ye first of men, a counselor and myself who will not fight and one Akshahini of troops, which of these shall I give to which of you?" Blind to his own interests, the foolish Duryodhana asked for the troops, while Arjuna solicited Krishna as an unfighting counselor. Then is described how, when the king of Madra was coming for the assistance of the Pandavas, Duryodhana, having deceived him on the way by presents and hospitality, induced him to grant a boon and then solicited his assistance in battle, how Salya, having passed his word to Duryodhana, went to the Pandavas and consoled them by reciting the history of Indra's victory over Vritra. Then comes the dispatch by the Pandavas of their Purohita, priest, to the Kauravas. Then is described how King Dhritarashtra of great prowess, having heard the word of the Purohita of the Pandavas and the story of Indra's victory, decided upon sending his Purohita and ultimately dispatched Sanjaya as envoy to the Pandavas from desire for peace. Here hath been described the sleeplessness of Dhritarashtra from anxiety upon hearing all about the Pandavas and their friends, Vasudeva and others. It was on this occasion that Vidura addressed to the wise King Dhritarashtra various counsels that were full of wisdom. It was here also that Sanatsujata recited to the anxious and sorrowing monarch the excellent truths of spiritual philosophy. On the next morning Sanjaya spoke, in the court of the king, of the identity of Vasudeva and Arjuna. It was then that the illustrious Krishna, moved by kindness and a desire for peace, went himself to the Kaurava capital, Hastinapura, for bringing about peace. Then comes the rejection by Prince Duryodhana of the embassy of Krishna, who had come to solicit peace for the benefit of both parties. Here hath been recited the story of Damvodvava, then the story of the high-souled Machalai's search for a husband for his daughter, then the history of the great sage Galava, then the story of the training and discipline of the son of Bijala. Then the exhibition by Krishna, before the assembled Rajas, of his yoga powers upon learning the evil counsels of Duryodhana and Karna, then Krishna's taking Karna in his chariot and his tendering to him of advice, and Karna's rejection of the same from pride. Then the return of Krishna, the chastiser of enemies from Hastinapura to Upaplavya, and his narration to the Pandavas of all that had happened. It was then that those oppressors of foes, the Pandavas, having heard all and consulted properly with each other, made every preparation for war. Then comes the march from Hastinapura, for battle, of foot soldiers, horses, charioteers, and elephants. Then the tale of the troops by both parties. Then the dispatch by Prince Duryodhana of Uluka as envoy to the Pandavas on the day previous to the battle. Then the tale of charioteers of different classes. Then the story of Amba. These all have been described in the fifth Parva called Udyoga of the Bharata, abounding with incidents appertaining to war and peace. O ye ascetics, the great Vyasa hath composed 186 sections in this Parva. The number of slokas also composed in this by the great Rishi is 6,698. Then is recited the Bhishma Parva replete with wonderful incidents. And this hath been narrated by Sanjaya, the formation of the region known as Jambu. Here hath been described the great depression of Yudhishthira's army, and also a fierce fight for 10 successive days. In this the high-souled Vasudeva, by reasons based on the philosophy of final release, drove away Arjuna's compunction springing from the latter's regard for his kindred, whom he was on the eve of slaying. In this the magnanimous Krishna, attentive to the welfare of Yudhishthira, seeing the loss inflicted on the Pandava army, descended swiftly from his chariot himself and ran, with dauntless breast, his driving whip in hand, to effect the death of Bhishma. In this, Krishna also smote with piercing words Arjuna, the bearer of the Gandiva and the foremost in battle among all wielders of weapons. In this, the foremost of bowmen, Arjuna, placing Shikandin before him and piercing Bhishma with his sharpest arrows, felled him from his chariot. In this, Bhishma lay stretched on his bed of arrows. This extensive Parva is known as the sixth in the Bharata. In this have been composed 117 sections. The number of slokas is 5,884 as told by Vyasa conversant with the Vedas. Then is recited the wonderful Parva called Drona, full of incidents. First comes the installation in the command of the army of the great instructor in arms, Drona, then the vow made by that great master of weapons of seizing the wise Yudhishthira in battle to please Duryodhana, then the retreat of Arjuna from the field before the Sansaptakas, then the overthrow of Bhagadata like to a second Indra in the field, with the elephant Supritika, by Arjuna. Then the death of the hero Abhimanyu in his teens, alone and unsupported, at the hands of many Maharathas, including Jayadratha. Then after the death of Abhimanyu, the destruction by Arjuna, in battle of 7 Akshahinis of troops and then of Jayadratha, then the entry, by Bhima of mighty arms, and by that foremost of warriors in chariot, Satyaki, into the Kaurava ranks impenetrable even to the gods, in search of Arjuna in obedience to the orders of Yudhishthira, and the destruction of the remnant of the Sansaptakas. In the Drona Parva is the death of Alambusha, of Shrutayas, of Jalasandha, of Shomadata, of Virata, of the great warrior in chariot Drupada, of Gatakacha and others. In this Parva, Aswathaman, excited beyond measure at the fall of his father in battle, discharged the terrible weapon Narayana. Then the glory of Rudra in connection with the burning of the 3 cities. Then the arrival of Vyasa and recital by him of the glory of Krishna and Arjuna. This is the great 7th Parva of the Bharata, in which all the heroic chiefs and princes mentioned were sent to their account. The number of sections in this is 170. The number of slokas as composed in the Drona Parva by Rishi Vyasa, the son of Parasara and the possessor of true knowledge after much meditation, is 8,909. Then comes the most wonderful Parva called Karna. In this is narrated the appointment of the wise king of Madra as Karna's charioteer. Then the history of the fall of the Asura Tripura. Then the application to each other by Karna and Salya of harsh words on their setting out for the field. Then the story of the swan and the crow recited in insulting allusion. Then the death of Pandya at the hands of the high-souled Aswathaman. Then the death of Dandasena. Then that of Darda. Then Yudhishthira's imminent risk in single combat with Karna in the presence of all the warriors. Then the mutual wrath of Yudhishthira and Arjuna. Then Krishna's pacification of Arjuna. In this Parva, Bhima, in fulfillment of his vow, having ripped open Dasasana's breast in battle, drank the blood of his heart. Then Arjuna slew the great Karna in single combat. Readers of the Bharata call this the 8th Parva. The number of sections in this is 69, and the number of slokas is 4,962. Then hath been recited the wonderful Parva called Salya. After all the great warriors had been slain, the king of Madra became the leader of the Kaurava army. The encounters one after another of charioteers have been here described. Then comes the fall of the great Salya at the hands of Yudhishthira, the just. Here also is the death of Sakuni in battle at the hands of Sadeva. Upon only a small remnant of the troops remaining alive after the immense slaughter, Duryodhana went to the lake and creating for himself room within its waters lay stretched there for some time. Then is narrated the receipt of this intelligence by Bhima from the fowlers. Then is narrated how, moved by the insulting speeches of the intelligent Yudhishthira, Duryodhana, ever unable to bear affronts, came out of the waters. Then comes the encounter with clubs between Duryodhana and Bhima. Then the arrival, at the time of such encounter, of Balarama. Then is described the sacredness of the Sarasvati. Then the progress of the encounter with clubs. Then the fracture of Duryodhana's thighs in battle by Bhima with a terrific hurl of his mace. These all have been described in the wonderful 9th Parva. In this the number of sections is 59, and the number of slokas composed by the great Vyasa the spreader of the fame of the Kauravas is 3,220. Then shall I describe the Parva called Saptika of frightful incidents. On the Pandavas having gone away, the mighty charioteers, Kritavarman, Kripa, and the son of Drona, came to the field of battle in the evening, and there saw King Duryodhana lying on the ground, his thighs broken, and himself covered with blood. Then the great charioteer, the son of Drona, of terrible wrath, vowed, without killing all the Panchalas including Drishtadyumna, and the Pandavas also with all their allies, I will not take off armor. Having spoken those words, the three warriors leaving Duryodhana's side entered the great forest just as the sun was setting. While sitting under a large banyan tree in the night, they saw an owl killing numerous crows one after another. At the sight of this, Aswathaman, his heart full of rage at the thought of his father's fate, resolved to slay the slumbering Panchalas. And wending to the gate of the camp, he saw there a Rakshasa of frightful visage, his head reaching to the very heavens, guarding the entrance. And seeing that Rakshasa obstructing all his weapons, the son of Drona speedily pacified by worship the three-eyed Rudra. And then, accompanied by Kritavarman and Kripa, he slew all the sons of Draupadi, all the Panchalas with Drishtadyumna and others, together with their relatives, slumbering unsuspectingly in the night. All perished on that fatal night except the 5 Pandavas and the great warrior Satyaki. Those escaped owing to Krishna's counsels. Then the charioteer of Drishtadyumna brought to the Pandavas intelligence of the slaughter of the slumbering Panchalas by the son of Drona. Then Draupadi, distressed at the death of her sons and brothers and fathers, sat before her lords, resolved to kill herself by fasting. Then Bhima, of terrible prowess, moved by the words of Draupadi, resolved to please her, and speedily taking up his mace followed in wrath the son of his preceptor in arms. The son of Drona, from fear of Bhimasena and impelled by the fates and moved also by anger, discharged the celestial weapons, saying, "This is for the destruction of all the Pandavas." Then Krishna, saying, "This shall not be," neutralized Aswathaman's speech. Then Arjuna neutralized that weapon by one of his own. Seeing the wicked Aswathaman's destructive intentions, Dwaipayana and Krishna pronounced curses on him, which the latter returned. Pandava then deprived the mighty warrior and chariot Aswathaman of the jewel on his head, and became exceedingly glad, and, boastful of their success, made a present of it to the sorrowing Draupadi. Thus the 10th Parva, called Saptika, is recited. The great Vyasa hath composed this in 18 sections. The number of slokas also composed, and this, by the great reciter of sacred truths, is 870. And this Parva has been put together by the great Rishi, the 2 Parvas called Saptika and Aishika. After this hath been recited the highly pathetic Parva called Stri, Dhritarashtra of prophetic eye, afflicted at the death of his children, and moved by enmity towards Bhima, broke into pieces a statue of hard iron deftly placed before him by Krishna as substitute of Bhima. Then Vidura, removing the distressed Dhritarashtra's affection for worldly things by reasons pointing to final release, consoled that wise monarch. Then hath been described the wending of the distressed Dhritarashtra, accompanied by the ladies of his house, to the field of battle of the Kauravas. Here follow the pathetic wailings of the wives of the slain heroes. Then the wrath of Gandhari and Dhritarashtra and their loss of consciousness. Then the Kshatriya ladies saw those heroes, their unreturning sons, brothers, and fathers, lying dead on the field. Then the pacification by Krishna of the wrath of Gandhari, distressed at the death of her sons and grandsons. Then the cremation of the bodies of the deceased Rajas with due rites by that monarch, Yudhishthira, of great wisdom and the foremost also of all virtuous men. Then upon the presentation of water of the manes of the deceased princes having commenced, the story of Kunti's acknowledgement of Karna as her son born in secret. Those have all been described by the great Rishi Vyasa in the highly pathetic 11th Parva. Its perusal moveth every feeling heart with sorrow, and even draweth tears from the eyes. The number of sections composed is 27. The number of slokas is 775. 12th in number cometh the Santi Parva, which increaseth the understanding, and in which is related the despondency of Yudhishthira on his having slain his fathers, brothers, sons, maternal uncles, and matrimonial relations. In this Parva is described how from his bed of arrows Bhishma expounded various systems of duties worth the study of kings desirous of knowledge. This Parva expounded the duties relative to emergencies, with full indications of time and reasons. By understanding these, a person attaineth to consummate knowledge. The mysteries also of final emancipation have been expatiated upon. This is the 12th Parva, the favorite of the wise. It consists of 339 sections and contains 14,732 slokas. Next in order is the excellent Anusasana Parva. And it is described how Yudhishthira, the king of the Kurus, was reconciled to himself on hearing the exposition of duties by Bhishma, the son of Bhagirathi. This Parva treats of rules in detail and of dharma and artha, then the rules of charity and its merits, then the qualifications of donis, and the supreme right regarding gifts. This Parva also describes the ceremonials of individual duty, the rules of conduct, and the matchless merit of truth. This Parva showeth the great merit of brahmanas and kine, and unravelleth the mysteries of duties in relation to time and place. These are embodied in the excellent Parva called Anusasana of varied incidents. In this hath been described the ascension of Bhishma to heaven. This is the 13th Parva, which hath laid down accurately the various duties of men. The number of sections, and this is 146. The number of slokas is 8,000. Then comes the 14th Parva Aswamedika. And this is the excellent story of Samvarta and Maruta. Then is described the discovery, by the Pandavas, of golden treasuries, and then the birth of Parikshit, who was revived by Krishna after having been burnt by the celestial weapon of Aswathaman. The battles of Arjuna, the son of Pandu, while following the sacrificial horse let loose, with various princes who in wrath seized it. Then is shown the great risk of Arjuna in his encounter with Vabhruvahana, the son of Chitrangada, by Arjuna, the appointed daughter of the chief of Manipura. Then the story of the mongoose during the performance of the horse sacrifice. This is the most wonderful Parva called Aswamedika. The number of sections is 103. The number of slokas composed, and this, by Vyasa of true knowledge, is 3,320. Then comes the 15th Parva called Asramvasika. In this, Dhritarashtra, abdicating the kingdom, and accompanied by Gandhari and Vidura, went to the woods. Seeing this, the virtuous Pritha also, ever engaged in cherishing her superiors, leaving the court of her sons, followed the old couple. In this is described the wonderful meeting through the kindness of Vyasa of the king, Dhritarashtra, with the spirits of his slain children, grandchildren, and other princes, returned from the other world. Then the monarch, abandoning his sorrows, acquired with his wife the highest fruit of his meritorious actions. In this Parva, Vidura, after having leaned on virtue all his life, attaineth to the most meritorious state. The learned son of Gavalgana, Sanjaya, also of passions under full control, and the foremost of ministers, attained, in the Parva, to the blessed state. In this, Yudhishthira the just met Narada and heard from him about the extinction of the race of Vrishnis. This is the very wonderful Parva called Asramvasika. The number of sections in this is 42, and the number of slokas composed by Vyasa cognizant of truth is 1,506. After this, comes the Mashala of painful incidents. In this, those lion-hearted heroes, of the race of Vrishni, with the scars of many a field on their bodies, oppressed with the curse of a Brahmana, while deprived of reason from drink, impelled by the fates, slew each other on the shores of the salt sea with the Aranyaka grass which, in their hands, became invested with the fatal attributes of the thunder. In this, both Balarama and Kesava, Krishna, after causing the extermination of their race, their hour having come, themselves did not rise superior to the sway of all-destroying time. In this, Arjuna, the foremost among men, going to Dwarvati, Dvarka, and seeing the city destitute of the Vrishnis, was much affected and became exceedingly sorry. Then after the funeral of his maternal uncle Vasudeva, the foremost among the Yadus, Vrishnis, he saw the heroes of the Yadu race lying stretched in death on the spot where they had been drinking. He then caused the cremation of the bodies of the illustrious Krishna and Balarama and of the principal members of the Vrishni race. Then as he was journeying from Dvarka with the women and children, the old and the decrepit, the remnants of the Yadu race, he was met on the way by a heavy calamity. He witnessed also the disgrace of his bow Gandiva and the unpropitiousness of his celestial weapons. Seeing all this, Arjuna became despondent and, pursuant to Vyasa's advice, went to Yudhishthira and solicited permission to adopt the sannyasa mode of life. This is the 16th Parva called Mashala. The number of sections is 8 and the number of slokas composed by Vyasa cognizant of truth is 320. The next is Prastanaka, the 17th Parva. In this, those foremost among men, the Pandavas abdicating their kingdom, went with Draupadi on their great journey called Mahaprasthana. In this, they came across Agni, having arrived on the shore of the Sea of Red Waters. In this, asked by Agni himself, Arjuna worshipped him duly, returned to him the excellent celestial bow called Gandiva. In this, leaving his brothers who dropped one after another and Draupadi also, Yudhishthira went on his journey without once looking back on them. This, the 17th Parva, is called Mahaprastanaka. The number of sections in this is 3. The number of slokas also composed by Vyasa cognizant of truth is 320. The Parva that comes after this, you must know, is the extraordinary one called Svarga of celestial incidents. Then seeing the celestial cart come to take him, Yudhishthira, moved by kindness towards the dog that accompanied him, refused to ascend it without his companion. Observing the illustrious Yudhishthira's steady adherence to virtue, Dharma, the god of justice, abandoning his canine form, showed himself to the king. Then Yudhishthira, ascending to heaven, felt much pain. The celestial messenger showed him hell by an act of deception. Then Yudhishthira, the soul of justice, heard the heart-rending lamentations of his brothers abiding in that region under the discipline of Yama. Then Dharma and Indra showed Yudhishthira the region appointed for sinners. Then Yudhishthira, after leaving the human body by a plunge in the celestial Ganges, attained to that region which his acts merited, and began to live in joy, respected by Indra and all other gods. This is the 18th Parva as narrated by the illustrious Vyasa. The number of slokas composed, O ascetics, by the great Rishi in this is 209. The above are the contents of the 18 Parvas. In the appendix, Kita, are the Harivansa and the Vivishya. The number of slokas contained in the Harivansa is 12,000. These are the contents of the section called Parvasangraha. Sati continued, 18 Akshahinis of troops came together for battle. The encounter that ensued was terrible and lasted for 18 days. He who knows the 4 Vedas with all the Angas and Upanishads, but does not know this history, Bharata, cannot be regarded as wise. Vyasa, of immeasurable intelligence, has spoken of the Mahabharata as a treatise on artha, on dharma, and on kama. Those who have listened to his history can never bear to listen to others, as, indeed, they who have listened to the sweet voice of the male kokila can never hear the dissonance of the crow's cawing. As the formation of the 3 worlds proceedeth from the 5 elements, so do the inspirations of all poets proceed from this excellent composition. O ye Brahman, as the 4 kinds of creatures, viviparous, oviparous, born of hot moisture and vegetables, are dependent on space for their existence, so the Puranas depend upon this history. As all the senses depend for their exercise upon the various modifications of the mind, so do all acts, ceremonials, and moral qualities depend upon this treatise. There is not a story current in the world, but doth depend on this history, even as body upon the food it taketh. All poets cherish the Bharata, even as servants desirous of preferment always attend upon masters of good lineage. Even as the blessed domestic ashrama can never be surpassed by the 3 other ashramas, modes of life, so no poets can surpass this poem. Ye ascetics, shake off all inaction. Let your hearts be fixed on virtue, for virtue is the one only friend of him that has gone to the other world. Even the most intelligent, by cherishing wealth and wives, can never make these their own, nor are these possessions lasting. The Bharata uttered by the lips of Dwaipayana is without a parallel, it is virtue itself and sacred. It destroyeth sin and produceth good. He that listeneth to it while it is being recited hath no need of a bath in the sacred waters of Pushkara. A Brahmana, whatever sins he may commit during the day through his senses, is freed from them all by reading the Bharata in the evening. Whatever sins he may commit also in the night by deeds, words, or mind, he is freed from them all by reading Bharata in the first twilight, morning. He that giveth 100 kine with horns mounted with gold to a Brahmana well posted up in the Vedas and all branches of learning, and he that daily listeneth to the sacred narrations of the Bharata, acquireth equal merit. As the wide ocean is easily passable by men having ships, so is this extensive history of great excellence and deep import with the help of this chapter called Parva Sangraha. Thus endeth the section called Parva Sangraha of the Adi Parva of the blessed Mahabharata. Paushya Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 3. Saudi said, Janamejaya, the son of Parikshit, was, with his brothers, attending his long sacrifice on the plains of Kurukshetra. His brothers were three, Shrudasena, Ugrasena, and Bhimasena. And as they were sitting at the sacrifice, there arrived at the spot an offspring of Sarama, the celestial bitch. And belabored by the brothers of Janamejaya, he ran away to his mother, crying in pain. And his mother, seeing him crying exceedingly, asked him, Why criest thou so? Who hath beaten thee? And being thus questioned, he said unto his mother, I have been belabored by the brothers of Janamejaya. And his mother replied, Thou hast committed some fault, for which hast thou been beaten? He answered, I have not committed any fault. I have not touched the sacrificial butter with my tongue, nor have I even cast a look upon it. His mother Sarama, hearing this, and much distressed at the affliction of her son, went to the place where Janamejaya with his brothers was at his long extending sacrifice. And she addressed Janamejaya in anger, saying, This my son hath committed no fault, he hath not looked upon your sacrificial butter, nor hath he touched it with his tongue. Wherefore hath he been beaten? They said not a word in reply, whereupon she said, As ye have beaten my son who hath committed no fault, therefore shall evil come upon ye, when ye least expect it. Janamejaya, thus addressed by the celestial bitch, Sarama, became exceedingly alarmed and dejected. And after the sacrifice was concluded, returned to Hastinapura, and began to take great pains in searching for a Purohita who could, by procuring absolution for his sin, neutralize the effect of the curse. One day Janamejaya, the son of Parikshit, while hunting, observed in a particular part of his dominions a hermitage where dwelt a certain rishi of fame, Srudasrava. He had a son named Somasrava, deeply engaged in ascetic devotions. Being desirous of appointing that son of the rishi as his Purohita, Janamejaya, the son of Parikshit, saluted the rishi and addressed him, saying, O possessor of the 6 attributes, let this thy son be my Purohita. The rishi thus addressed, answered Janamejaya, O Janamejaya, this my son, deep in ascetic devotions, accomplished in the study of the Vedas, and endued with the full force of my asceticism, is born of the womb of a she-snake that had drunk my vital fluid. He is able to absolve thee from all offenses save those committed against Mahadeva. But he hath one particular habit, viz. He would grant to any Brahmana whatever might be begged of him. If thou canst put up with it, then thou take him. Janamejaya thus addressed replied to the rishi, It shall be even so. And accepting him for his Purohita, he returned to his capital, and he then addressed his brothers, saying, This is the person I have chosen for my spiritual master, whatsoever he may say must be complied with by you without examination. And his brothers did as they were directed. And giving these directions to his brothers, the king marched towards Takshashila and brought that country under his authority. About this time there was a rishi, Ayodhadhamya by name. And Ayodhadhamya had 3 disciples, Upmanyu, Aruni, and Veda. And the rishi bade one of these disciples, Aruni of Panchala, to go and stop up a breach in the watercourse of a certain field. And Aruni of Panchala, thus ordered by his preceptor, repaired to the spot. And having gone there, he saw that he could not stop up the breach in the watercourse by ordinary means. And he was distressed because he could not do his preceptor's bidding. But at length he saw a way and said, Well, I will do it in this way. He then went down into the breach and lay down himself there. And the water was thus confined. And some time after, the preceptor Ayodhadhamya asked his other disciples where Aruni of Panchala was. And they answered, Sir, he hath been sent by yourself, saying, Go, stop up the breach in the watercourse of the field. Thus reminded, Dhamya, addressing his pupils, said, Then let us all go to the place where he is. And having arrived there, he shouted, Ho Aruni of Panchala! Where art thou? Come hither, my child. And Aruni, hearing the voice of his preceptor, speedily came out of the watercourse and stood before his preceptor. And addressing the latter, Aruni said, Here I am in the breach of the watercourse. Not having been able to devise any other means, I entered myself for the purpose of preventing the water running out. It is only upon hearing thy voice that, having left it and allowed the waters to escape, I have stood before thee. I salute thee, master, tell me what I have to do. The preceptor, thus addressed, replied, Because in getting up from the ditch thou hast opened the watercourse, thenceforth shalt thou be called Uddalaka as a mark of thy preceptor's favor. And because my words have been obeyed by thee, thou shalt obtain good fortune. And all the Vedas shall shine in thee, and all the Dharmasastras also. And Aruni, thus addressed by his preceptor, went to the country after his heart. The name of another of Ayodhya disciples was Upmanyu. And Daumya appointed him, saying, Go, my child, Upmanyu, look after the kine. And according to his preceptor's orders, he went to tend the kine. And having watched them all day, he returned in the evening to his preceptor's house, and standing before him, he saluted him respectfully. And his preceptor, seeing him in good condition of body, asked him, Upmanyu, my child, upon what dost thou support thyself? Thou art exceedingly plump. And he answered, Sir, I support myself by begging. And his preceptor said, What is obtained in alms should not be used by thee without offering it to me. And Upmanyu, thus told, went away. And having obtained alms, he offered the same to his preceptor. And his preceptor took from him even the whole. And Upmanyu, thus treated, went to attend the cattle. And having watched them all day, he returned in the evening to his preceptor's abode. And he stood before his preceptor and saluted him with respect. And his preceptor, perceiving that he still continued to be of good condition of body, said unto him, Upmanyu, my child, I take from thee even the whole of what thou obtainest in alms, without leaving anything for thee. How then dost thou, at present, contrive to support thyself? And Upmanyu said unto his preceptor, Sir, having made over to you all that I obtain in alms, I go a-begging a second time for supporting myself. And his preceptor then replied, This is not the way in which thou shouldst obey the preceptor. By this thou art diminishing the support of others that live by begging. Truly, having supported thyself so, thou hast proved thyself covetous. And Upmanyu, having signified his assent to all that his preceptor said, went away to attend the cattle. And having watched them all day, he returned to his preceptor's house. And he stood before his preceptor and saluted him respectfully. And his preceptor, observing that he was still fat, said again unto him, Upmanyu, my child, I take from thee all thou obtainest in alms, and thou dost not go a-begging a second time, and yet art thou in healthy condition. How dost thou support thyself? And Upmanyu, thus questioned, answered, Sir, I now live upon the milk of these cows. And his preceptor thereupon told him, It is not lawful for thee to appropriate the milk without having first obtained my consent. And Upmanyu, having assented to the justice of these observations, went away to tend the kine. And when he returned to his preceptor's abode, he stood before him and saluted him as usual. And his preceptor, seeing that he was still fat, said, Upmanyu, my child, thou eatest no longer of alms, nor dost thou go a-begging a second time, not even drinkest of the milk, yet art thou fat. By what means dost thou contrive to live now? And Upmanyu replied, Sir, I now sip the froth that these calves throw out, while sucking their mother's teats. And the preceptor said, These generous calves, I suppose, out of compassion for thee, throw out large quantities of froth. Wouldst thou stand in the way of their full meals by acting as thou hast done? Know that it is unlawful for thee to drink the froth. And Upmanyu, having signified his assent to this, went as before to tend the cows. And restrained by his preceptor, he feedeth not on alms, nor hath he anything else to eat, he drinketh not of the milk, nor tasteth he of the froth. And Upmanyu, one day, oppressed by hunger, when in a forest, ate of the leaves of the arca, Asclepias gigantea. And his eyes being affected by the pungent, acrimonious, crude, and saline properties of the leaves which he had eaten, he became blind. And as he was crawling about, he fell into a pit. And upon his not returning that day, when the sun was sinking down behind the summit of the western mountains, the preceptor observed to his disciples that Upmanyu was not yet come. And they told him that he had gone out with the cattle. The preceptor then said, Upmanyu, being restrained by me from the use of everything, is, of course, and therefore doth not come home until it be late. Let us then go in search of him. And having said this, he went with his disciples into the forest and began to shout, saying, Ho Upmanyu, where art thou? And Upmanyu, hearing his preceptor's voice, answered in a loud tone, Here I am at the bottom of a well. And his preceptor asked him how he happened to be there. And Upmanyu replied, Having eaten of the leaves of the arka plant I became blind, and so have I fallen into this well. And his preceptor thereupon told him, Glorify the twin Ashwins, the joint physicians of the gods, and they will restore thee thy sight. And Upmanyu, thus directed by his preceptor, began to glorify the twin Ashwins, in the following words of the Rig Veda. Ye have existed before the creation. Ye firstborn beings, ye are displayed in this wondrous universe of 5 elements. I desire to obtain you by the help of the knowledge derived from hearing and of meditation, for ye are infinite. Ye are the course itself of nature and intelligent soul that pervades that course. Ye are birds of beauteous feathers perched on the body that is like to a tree. Ye are without the 3 common attributes of every soul. Ye are incomparable. Ye, through your spirit in every created thing, pervade the universe. Ye are golden eagles. Ye are the essence into which all things disappear. Ye are free from error and know no deterioration. Ye are of beauteous beaks that would not unjustly strike and are victorious in every encounter. Ye certainly prevail over time. Having created the sun, ye weave the wondrous cloth of the year by means of the white thread of the day and the black thread of the night. And with the cloth so woven, ye have established 2 courses of action appertaining respectively to the Devis and the Pitris. The bird of life seized by time, which represents the strength of the infinite soul, ye set free for delivering her unto great happiness. They that are in deep ignorance, as long as they are under delusions of their senses, suppose you, who are independent of the attributes of matter, to be gifted with form. 360 cows, represented by 360 days, produce 1 calf between them, which is the year. That calf is the creator and destroyer of all. Seekers of truth, following different routes, draw the milk of true knowledge with its help. Ye Ashwins, ye are the creators of that calf. The year is but the nave of a wheel to which is attached 720 spokes representing as many days and nights. The circumference of this wheel, represented by 12 months, is without end. This wheel is full of delusions and knows no deterioration. It affects all creatures, whether to this or of the other worlds. Ye Ashwins, this wheel of time is set in motion by you. The wheel of time, as represented by the year, has a nave represented by the 6 seasons. The number of spokes attached to that nave is 12, as represented by the 12 signs of the zodiac. This wheel of time manifests the fruits of the acts of all things. The presiding deities of time abide in that wheel. Subject as I am to its distressful influence, ye Ashwins, liberate me from that wheel of time. Ye Ashwins, ye are this universe of 5 elements. Ye are the objects that are enjoyed in this and in the other world. Make me independent of the 5 elements. And though ye are the supreme Brahma, yet ye move over the earth in forms, enjoying the delights that the senses afford. In the beginning, ye created the 10 points of the universe. Then have ye placed the sun and the sky above. The rishis, according to the course of the same sun, perform their sacrifices, and the gods and men, according to what hath been appointed for them, perform their sacrifices, also enjoying the fruits of those acts. Mixing the 3 colors, ye have produced all the objects of sight. It is from these objects that the universe hath sprung, whereon the gods and men are engaged in their respective occupations, and, indeed, all creatures endued with life. Ye Ashwins, I adore you. I also adore the sky, which is your handiwork. Ye are the ordainers of the fruits of all acts from which even the gods are not free. Ye are yourselves free from the fruits of your acts. Ye are the parents of all. As males and females, it is ye that swallow the food which subsequently develops into the life-creating fluid and blood. The newborn infant sucks the teat of its mother. Indeed, it is ye that take the shape of the infant. Ye Ashwins, grant me my sight to protect my life. The twin Ashwins, thus invoked, appeared and said, We are satisfied. Here is a cake for thee. Take and eat it. And Upmanyu thus addressed, replied, Your words, O Ashwins, have never proved untrue. But without first offering this cake to my preceptor, I dare not take it. And the Ashwins thereupon told him, Formerly, thy preceptor had invoked us. We thereupon gave him a cake like this, and he took it without offering it to his master. Do thou do that which thy preceptor did. Thus addressed, Upmanyu again said unto them, O Ashwins, I crave your pardon. Without offering it to my preceptor, I dare not apply this cake. The Ashwins then said, Oh, we are pleased with this devotion of thine to thy preceptor. Thy master's teeth are of black iron. Thine shall be of gold. Thou shalt be restored to sight and shall have good fortune. Thus spoken to by the Ashwins, he recovered his sight, and having gone to his preceptor's presence, he saluted him and told him all. And his preceptor was well pleased with him, and said unto him, Thou shalt obtain prosperity, even as the Ashwins have said. All the Vedas shall shine in thee, and all the Dharmasastras. And this was the trial of Upmanyu. Then Veda, the other disciple of Ayodhya, was called. His preceptor once addressed him, saying, Veda, my child, tarry some time in my house and serve thy preceptor. It shall be to thy profit. And Veda, having signified his assent, tarried long in the family of his preceptor, mindful of serving him. Like an ox under the burthens of his master, he bore heat and cold, hunger and thirst, at all times without a murmur. And it was not long before his preceptor was satisfied. And as a consequence of that satisfaction, Veda obtained good fortune and universal knowledge. And this was the trial of Veda. And Veda, having received permission from his preceptor, and leaving the latter's residence after the completion of his studies, entered the domestic mode of life. And while living in his own house, he got 3 pupils. And he never told them to perform any work or to obey implicitly his own behests, for having himself experienced much woe while abiding in the family of his preceptor, he liked not to treat them with severity. After a certain time, Janamejaya and Paushya, both of the order of Kshatriyas, arriving at his residence, appointed the Brahmin Veda as their spiritual guide, Upadhyaya. And one day, while about to depart upon some business related to a sacrifice, he employed one of his disciples, Uttanka, to take charge of his household. Uttanka, said he, whatsoever should have to be done in my house, let it be done by thee without neglect. And having given these orders to Uttanka, he went on his journey. So Uttanka, always mindful of the injunction of his preceptor, took up his abode in the latter's house. And while Uttanka was residing there, the females of his preceptor's house, having assembled, addressed him and said, O Uttanka, thy mistress is in that season when connubial connection might be fruitful. The preceptor is absent, then stand thou in his place and do the needful. And Uttanka, thus addressed, said unto those women, It is not proper for me to do this at the bidding of women. I have not been enjoined by my preceptor to do aught that is improper. After a while, his preceptor returned from his journey. And his preceptor, having learned all that had happened, became well pleased, and, addressing Uttanka, said, Uttanka, my child, what favor shall I bestow on thee? I have been served by thee duly, therefore hath our friendship for each other increased. I therefore grant thee leave to depart. Go thou, and let thy wishes be accomplished. Uttanka, thus addressed, replied, saying, Let me do something that you wish, for it hath been said, He who bestoweth instruction contrary to usage, and he who receiveth it contrary to usage, one of the two dieth, and enmity springeth up between the two. I, therefore, who have received thy leave to depart, am desirous of bringing thee some honorarium due to a preceptor. His master, upon hearing this, replied, Uttanka, my child, wait a while. Some time after, Uttanka again addressed his preceptor, saying, Command me to bring that for honorarium, which you desire. And his preceptor then said, My dear Uttanka, thou hast often told me of your desire to bring something by way of acknowledgment for the instruction thou hast received. Go then in and ask thy mistress what thou art to bring. And bring thou that which she directs. And thus directed by his preceptor, Uttanka addressed his preceptress, saying, Madam, I have obtained my master's leave to go home, and I am desirous of bringing something agreeable to thee as honorarium for the instruction I have received, in order that I may not depart as his debtor. Therefore, Please command me what I am to bring. Thus addressed, his preceptress replied, Go unto King Paushya and beg of him the pair of earrings worn by his queen, and bring them hither. The 4th day hence is a sacred day when I wish to appear before the Brahmanas, who may dine at my house, decked with these earrings. Then accomplish this, O Uttanka. If thou shouldst succeed, good fortune shall attend thee, if not, what good canst thou expect? Uttanka, thus commanded, took his departure. And as he was passing along the road, he saw a bull of extraordinary size and a man of uncommon stature mounted thereon. And that man addressed Uttanka and said, Eat thou of the dung of this bull. Uttanka, however, was unwilling to comply. The man said again, O Uttanka, eat of it without scrutiny. Thy master ate of it before. And Uttanka signified his assent and ate of the dung and drank of the urine of that bull, and rose respectfully, and washing his hands and mouth went to where King Paushya was. On arriving at the palace, Uttanka saw Paushya seated on his throne. And approaching him, Uttanka saluted the monarch by pronouncing blessings and said, I am come as a petitioner to thee. And King Paushya, having returned Uttanka's salutations, said, Sir, what shall I do for thee? And Uttanka said, I came to beg of thee a pair of earrings as a present to my preceptor. It behoveth thee to give me the earrings worn by the queen. King Paushya replied, Go, Uttanka, into the female apartments where the queen is and demand them of her. And Uttanka went into the women's apartments. But as he could not discover the queen, he again addressed the king, saying, It is not proper that I should be treated by thee with deceit. Thy queen is not in the private apartments, for I could not find her. The king, thus addressed, considered for a while and replied, Recollect, sir, with attention whether thou art not in a state of defilement in consequence of contact with the impurities of a repast. My queen is a chaste wife and cannot be seen by anyone who is impure owing to contact with the leavings of a repast. Nor doth she herself appear in sight of anyone who is defiled. Uttanka, thus informed, reflected for a while and then said, Yes, it must be so. Having been in a hurry, I performed my ablutions, after meal, in a standing posture. King Paushya then said, Here is a transgression. Purification is not properly effected by one in a standing posture, not by one while he is going along. And Uttanka, having agreed to this, sat down with his face towards the east, and washed his face, hands, and feet thoroughly. And he then, without a noise, sipped thrice of water free from scum and froth, and not warm, and just sufficient to reach his stomach, and wiped his face twice. And he then touched with water the apertures of his organs, eyes, ears, etc. And having done all this, he once more entered the apartments of the women. And this time he saw the queen. And as the queen perceived him, she saluted him respectfully and said, Welcome, sir, command me what I have to do. And Uttanka said unto her, It behoveth thee to give me those earrings of thine. I beg them as a present for my preceptor. And the queen, having been highly pleased with Uttanka's conduct, and, considering that Uttanka as an object of charity could not be passed over, took off her earrings and gave them to him. And she said, These earrings are very much sought after by Takshaka, the king of the serpents. Therefore shouldst thou carry them with the greatest care. And Uttanka, being told this, said unto the queen, Lady, be under no apprehension. Takshaka, chief of the serpents, is not able to overtake me. And having said this, and taking leave of the queen, he went back into the presence of Paushya, and said, Paushya, I am gratified. Then Paushya said to Uttanka, A fit object of charity can only be had at long intervals. Thou art a qualified guest, therefore do I desire to perform a shraddha. Tarry thou a little. And Uttanka replied, Yes, I will tarry, and beg that the clean provisions that are ready may be soon brought in. And the king, having signified his assent, entertained Uttanka duly. And Uttanka, seeing that the food placed before him had hair in it, and also that it was cold, thought it unclean. And he said unto Paushya, Thou givest me food that is unclean, therefore shalt thou lose thy sight. And Paushya in answer said, And because dost thou impute uncleanliness to food that is clean, therefore shalt thou be without issue. And Uttanka thereupon rejoined, It behoveth thee not, after having offered me unclean food, to curse me in return. Satisfy thyself by ocular proof. And Paushya, seeing the food alleged to be unclean, satisfied himself of its uncleanliness. And Paushya, having ascertained that the food was truly unclean, being cold and mixed with hair, prepared as it was by a woman with unbraided hair, began to pacify the Rishi Uttamaka, saying, Sir, the food placed before thee is cold, and doth contain hair, having been prepared without sufficient care. Therefore I pray thee pardon me. Let me not become blind. And Uttamaka answered, What I say must come to pass. Having become blind, thou mayst, however, recover the sight before long. Grant that thy curse also doth not take effect on me. And Paushya said unto him, I am unable to revoke my curse. For my wrath even now hath not been appeased. But thou knowest not this. For a Brahmana's heart is soft as new-churned butter, even though his words bear a sharp-edged razor. It is otherwise in respect of these with the Kshatriya. His words are soft as new-churned butter, but his heart is like a sharp-edged tool. Such being the case, I am unable, because of the hardness of my heart, to neutralize my curse. Then go thou thy own way. To this Uttamaka made answer, I showed thee the uncleanliness of the food offered to me, and I was even now pacified by thee. Besides, saidst thou at first that because I imputed uncleanliness to food that was clean I should be without issue. But the food truly unclean, thy curse cannot affect me. Of this I am sure. And Uttamaka, having said this, departed with the earrings. On the road Uttamaka perceived coming towards him a naked idle beggar, sometimes coming in view and sometimes disappearing. And Uttamaka put the earrings on the ground and went for water. In the meantime the beggar came quickly to the spot and taking up the earrings ran away. And Uttamaka, having completed his ablutions in water and purified himself, and having also reverently bowed down to the gods and his spiritual masters, pursued the thief with the utmost speed. And having with great difficulty overtaken him, he seized him by force. But at that instant the person seized, quitting the form of a beggar and assuming his real form, viz., that of Takshaka, speedily entered a large hole open in the ground. And having got in, Takshaka proceeded to his own abode, the region of the serpents. Now, Uttamaka, recollecting the words of the queen, pursued the serpent, and began to dig open the hole with a stick, but was unable to make much progress. And Indra, beholding his distress, sent his thunderbolt, Vajra, to his assistance. Then the thunderbolt entering that stick enlarged that hole. And Uttamaka began to enter the hole after the thunderbolt. And having entered it, he beheld the region of the serpents infinite in extent, filled with hundreds of palaces and elegant mansions, with turrets and domes and gateways, abounding with wonderful places for various games and entertainments. And Uttamaka then glorified the serpents by the following slokas. Ye serpents, subjects of King Airavata, splendid in battle and showering weapons in the field like lightning-charged clouds driven by the winds. Handsome and of various forms, and decked with many-colored earrings, ye children of Airavata, ye shine like the sun in the firmament. On the northern banks of the Ganges are many habitations of serpents. There I constantly adore the great serpents. Who except Airavata would desire to move in the burning rays of the sun? When Dhritarashtra, Airavata's brother, goes out, 28,008 serpents follow him as his attendants. Ye who move near him and ye who stay at a distance from him, I adore all of you that have Airavata for your elder brother. I adore thee also, to obtain the earrings, O Takshaka, who formerly dwelt in Kurukshetra and the forest of Khandava. Takshaka and Aswasena, ye are constant companions who dwell in Kurukshetra on the banks of the Akshimati. I also adore the illustrious Shrudasena, the younger brother of Takshaka, who resided at the holy place called Mahadyamna with a view to obtaining the chiefship of the serpents. The Brahmana Rishi Uttamaka, having saluted the chief serpents in this manner, obtained not, however, the earrings. And he thereupon became very thoughtful. And when he saw that he obtained not the earrings, even though he had adored the serpents, he then looked about him and beheld two women at a loom weaving a piece of cloth with a fine shuttle, and in the loom were black and white threads. And he likewise saw a wheel, with 12 spokes, turned by 6 boys. And he also saw a man with a handsome horse. And he began to address them the following mantras. This wheel, whose circumference is marked by 24 divisions representing as many lunar changes, is furnished with 300 spokes. It is set in continual motion by 6 boys, the seasons. These damsels, representing universal nature, are weaving without intermission a cloth with threads black and white, and thereby ushering into existence the manifold worlds and the beings that inhabit them. Thou wielder of the thunder, the protector of the universe, the slayer of Vritra and Namuchi, thou illustrious one who wearest the black cloth and displayest truth and untruth in the universe, thou who ownest for thy carrier the horse which was received from the depths of the ocean, and which is but another form of Agni, the god of fire, I bow to thee, thou supreme lord, thou lord of the 3 worlds, O Purandara. Then the man with the horse said unto Utanka, I am gratified by this thy adoration. What good shall I do to thee? And Utanka replied, Even let the serpents be brought under my control. Then the man rejoined, Blow into this horse. And Utanka blew into that. But Utanka, having recovered his earrings, thought, Oh, this is that sacred day of my preceptress. I am at a distance. How can I, therefore, show my regard for her? And when Utanka was anxious about this, the man addressed him and said, Ride this horse, Utanka, and he will in a moment carry thee to thy master's abode. And Utanka, having signified his assent, mounted the horse and presently reached his preceptor's house. And his preceptress that morning, after having bathed, was dressing her hair, sitting, thinking of uttering a curse on Utanka if he should not return within time. But, in the meantime, Utanka entered his preceptor's abode and paid his respects to his preceptress and presented her the earrings. Utanka, said she, thou hast arrived at the proper time at the proper place. Welcome, my child, thou art innocent, and therefore I do not curse thee. Good fortune is even before thee. Let thy wishes be crowned with success. Then Utanka waited on his preceptor. And his preceptor said, Thou art welcome. What hath occasioned thy long absence? And Utanka replied to his preceptor, Sir, in the execution of this my business obstruction was offered by Takshaka, the king of serpents. Therefore I had to go to the region of the Nagas. There I saw 2 damsels sitting at a loom, weaving a fabric with black and white threads. Pray, what is that? There likewise I beheld a wheel with 12 spokes ceaselessly turned by 6 boys. What 2 doth that import? Who is also the man that I saw? And what the horse of extraordinary size likewise beheld by me? And when I was on the road, I also saw a bull with a man mounted thereon, by whom I was endearingly accosted thus, Utanka, eat of the dung of this bull, which was also eaten by thy master. So I ate of the dung of that bull according to his words. Who also is he? Therefore, enlightened by thee, I desire to hear all about them. And his preceptor thus addressed said unto him, The 2 damsels thou hast seen are Dada and Vidhata, the black and white threads denote night and day, the wheel of 12 spokes turned by the 6 boys signified the year, comprising 6 seasons. The man is Perjanya, the deity of rain, and the horse is Agni, the god of fire. The bull that thou hast seen on the road is Airavata, the king of elephants, the man mounted thereon is Indra, and the dung of the bull which was eaten by thee was Amrita. It was certainly for this last that thou hast not met with death in the region of the Nagas, and Indra, who is my friend, having been mercifully inclined, showed thee favor. It is for this that thou returnest safe, with the earrings about thee. Then, O thou amiable one, I give thee leave to depart. Thou shalt obtain good fortune. And Utanka, having obtained his master's leave, moved by anger and resolved to avenge himself on Takshaka, proceeded towards Hastinapura. That excellent Brahmana soon reached Hastinapura. And Utanka then waited upon King Janamejaya, who had some time before returned victorious from Takshashila. And Utanka saw the victorious monarch surrounded on all sides by his ministers. And he pronounced benedictions on him in a proper form. And Utanka addressed the monarch at the proper moment in speech of correct accent and melodious sounds, saying, O thou the best of monarchs! How is it that thou spendest thy time like a child when there is another matter that urgently demandeth thy attention? Saudi said, the monarch Janamejaya, thus addressed, saluting that excellent Brahmana, replied unto him, And cherishing these my subjects, I do discharge the duties of my noble tribe. Say, what is that business to be done by me, and which hath brought thee hither? The foremost of Brahmanas and distinguished beyond all for good deeds, thus addressed by the excellent monarch of large heart, replied unto him, O king, the business is thy own that demandeth thy attention, therefore do it, please. O thou king of kings! Thy father was deprived of life by Takshaka, therefore do thou avenge thy father's death on that vile serpent. The time hath come, I think, for the act of vengeance ordained by the fates. Go then avenge the death of thy magnanimous father who, being bitten without cause by that vile serpent, was reduced to 5 elements even like a tree stricken by thunder. The wicked Takshaka, vilest of the serpent race, intoxicated with power, committed an unnecessary act when he bit the king, that godlike father, the protector of the race of royal saints. Wicked in his deeds, he even caused Kasyapa, the prince of physicians, to run back when he was coming for the relief of thy father. It behoveth thee to burn the wicked wretch in the blazing fire of a snake sacrifice. O king, give instant orders for the sacrifice. It is thus thou canst avenge the death of thy father. And a very great favor shall have also been shown to me. For by that malignant wretch, O virtuous prince, my business also was, on one occasion, obstructed, while proceeding on account of my preceptor. Sati continued, the monarch, having heard these words, was enraged with Takshaka. By the speech of Utanka was inflamed the prince, even as the sacrificial fire with clarified butter. Moved by grief also, in the presence of Utanka, the prince asked his ministers the particulars of his father's journey to the regions of the blessed. And when he heard all about the circumstances of his father's death from the lips of Utanka, he was overcome with pain and sorrow. And thus in death the section called Paushya of the Adi Parva of the blessed Mahabharata. Paloma Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 4. Ugrasrava, the son of Lomaharshana, versed in the Puranas, while present in the forest of Naimisha, at the 12 years sacrifice of Sanaka, surnamed Kulapati, stood before the rishis in attendance. Having studied Puranas with meticulous devotion and thus being thoroughly acquainted with them, he addressed them with joined hands thus, I have graphically described to you the history of Utanka, which is one of the causes of King Janamajaya's snake sacrifice. What, revered sirs, do you wish to hear now? What shall I relate to you? The holy men replied, O son of Lomaharshana, we shall ask thee about what we are anxious to hear, and thou wilt recount the tales one by one. Sanaka, our revered master, is at present attending the apartment of the holy fire. He is acquainted with those divine stories which relate to the gods and asuras. He adequately knoweth the histories of men, serpents, and Gandharvas. Further, O Sati, in this sacrifice that learned Brahmana is the chief. He is able, faithful to his vows, wise, a master of the Sastras and the Aranyaka, a speaker of truth, a lover of peace, a mortifier of the flesh, and an observer of the penances according to the authoritative decrees. He is respected by us all. It behoveth us therefore to wait for him. And when he is seated on his highly respected seat, thou wilt answer what that best of Dvijas shall ask of thee. Sati said, Be it so. And when the high-souled master hath been seated, I shall narrate, questioned by him, sacred stories on a variety of subjects. After a while that excellent Brahmana, Sanaka, having duly finished all his duties, and having propitiated the gods with prayers and the manis with oblations of water, came back to the place of sacrifice, where with Sati seated before was the assembly of saints of rigid vows sitting at ease. And when Sanaka was seated in the midst of the Ritwiks and Sathyas, who were also in their seats, he spake as followeth. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 5. Sanaka said, Child, thy father formerly read the whole of the Puranas, O son of Lomaharshana, and the Bharata with Krishnadvipayana. Hast thou also made them thy study? In those ancient records are chronicled interesting stories and the history of the first generations of the wise men, all of which we heard being rehearsed by thy sire. In the first place, I am desirous of hearing the history of the race of Bhrigu. Recount thou that history, we shall attentively listen to thee. Sati answered, By me hath been acquired all that was formerly studied by the high-souled Brahmanas, including Vaisampayana, and repeated by them. By me hath been acquired all that had been studied by my father. O descendant of the Bhrigu race, attend then to so much as relateth to the exalted race of Bhrigu, revered by Indra and all the gods, by the tribes of Rishis and Maruts, winds. O great Muni, I shall first properly recount the story of this family, as told in the Puranas. The great and blessed Saint Bhrigu, we are informed, was produced by the self-existing Brahma from the fire at the sacrifice of Varuna. And Bhrigu had a son, named Chayavana, whom he dearly loved. And to Chayavana was born a virtuous son called Pramati. And Pramati had a son named Ruru by Gritachi, the celestial dancer. And to Ruru also by his wife Pramadvara was born a son, whose name was Sunaka. He was, O Saunaka, thy great ancestor, exceedingly virtuous in his ways. He was devoted to asceticism, of great reputation, proficient in law, and eminent among those having a knowledge of the Vedas. He was virtuous, truthful, and of well-regulated fare. Saunaka said, O son of Sutta, I ask thee why the illustrious son of Bhrigu was named Chayavana. Do tell me all. Sati replied, Bhrigu had a wife named Puloma whom he dearly loved. She became big with child by Bhrigu. And one day while the virtuous continent Puloma was in that condition, Bhrigu, great among those that are true to their religion, leaving her at home went out to perform his ablutions. It was then that the Rakshasa called Puloma came to Bhrigu's abode. And entering the Rishi's abode, the Rakshasas saw the wife of Bhrigu, irreproachable in everything. And seeing her he became filled with lust and lost his senses. The beautiful Puloma entertained the Rakshasa thus arrived, with roots and fruits of the forest. And the Rakshasa who burnt with desire upon seeing her, became very much delighted and resolved, O good sage, to carry her away who was so blameless in every respect. My design is accomplished, said the Rakshasa, and so seizing that beautiful matron he carried her away. And, indeed, she of agreeable smiles, had been betrothed by her father himself, to him, although the former subsequently bestowed her, according to due rights, on Bhrigu. O thou of the Bhrigu race, this wound wrinkled deep in the Rakshas's mind, and he thought the present moment very opportune for carrying the lady away. And the Rakshasa saw the apartment in which the sacrificial fire was kept burning brightly. The Rakshasa then asked the flaming element, Tell me, O Agni, whose wife this woman rightfully is. Thou art the mouth of gods, therefore thou art bound to answer my question. This lady of superior complexion had been first accepted by me as wife, but her father subsequently bestowed her on the false Bhrigu. Tell me truly if this fair one can be regarded as the wife of Bhrigu, for having found her alone, I have resolved to take her away by force from the hermitage. My heart burneth with rage when I reflect that Bhrigu hath got possession of this woman of slender waist, first betrothed to me. Sati continued, In this manner the Rakshasa asked the flaming god of fire again and again whether the lady was Bhrigu's wife. And the god was afraid to return an answer. Thou, O god of fire, said he, residest constantly within every creature, as witness of her or his merits and demerits. O thou respected one, then answer my question truly. Has not Bhrigu appropriated her who was chosen by me as my wife? Thou shouldst declare truly whether, therefore, she is my wife by first choice. After thy answer as to whether she is the wife of Bhrigu, I will bear her away from this hermitage even in sight of thee. Therefore answer thou truly. Sati continued, The seven-flamed god having heard these words of the Rakshasa became exceedingly distressed, being afraid of telling a falsehood and equally afraid of Bhrigu's curse. And the god at length made answer in words that came out slowly. This Puloma was, indeed, first chosen by thee, O Rakshasa, but she was not taken by thee with holy rites and invocations. But this far-famed lady was bestowed by her father on Bhrigu as a gift from desire of blessing. She was not bestowed on thee, O Rakshasa, this lady was duly made by the Rishi Bhrigu his wife with Vedic rites in my presence. This is she, I know her. I dare not speak of falsehood. O thou best of the Rakshasas, falsehood is never respected in this world. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 6. Sati said, O Brahmana, having heard these words from the god of fire, the Rakshasa assumed the form of a boar, and seizing the lady carried her away with the speed of the wind even of thought. Then the child of Bhrigu, lying in her body, enraged at such violence, dropped from his mother's womb, for which he obtained the name of Chayavana. And the Rakshasa, perceiving the infant drop from the mother's womb, shining like the sun, quitted his grasp of the woman, fell down, and was instantly converted into ashes. And the beautiful Paloma, distracted with grief, O Brahmana of the Bhrigu race, took up her offspring Chayavana, the son of Bhrigu, and walked away. And Brahma, the grandfather of all, himself saw her, the faultless wife of his son, weeping. And the grandfather of all comforted her who was attached to her son. And the drops of tears which rolled down her eyes formed a great river. And that river began to follow the footsteps of the wife of the great ascetic Bhrigu. And the grandfather of the world, seeing that river follow the path of his son's wife, gave it a name himself, and he called it Vidhusara. And it passeth by the hermitage of Chayavana. And in this manner was born Chayavana of great ascetic power, the son of Bhrigu. And Bhrigu saw his child Chayavana and its beautiful mother. And the Rishi in a rage asked her, By whom wast thou made known to that Rakshasa who resolved to carry thee away? O thou of agreeable smiles, the Rakshasa could not know thee as my wile. Therefore tell me who it was that told the Rakshasa so, in order that I may curse him through anger. And Paloma replied, O possessor of the 6 attributes, I was identified to the Rakshasa by Agni, the god of fire. And he, the Rakshasa, bore me away, who cried like the Kurari, female osprey. And it was only by the ardent splendor of this thy son that I was rescued, for the Rakshasa, seeing this infant, let me go, and himself falling to the ground was turned into ashes. Sati continued, Bhrigu, upon hearing this account from Paloma, became exceedingly enraged. And in excess of passion the Rishi cursed Agni, saying, Thou shalt eat of all things. So ends the 6th section called The Curse on Agni in the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 7. Sati said, The god of fire, enraged at the curse of Bhrigu, thus addressed the Rishi, What meaneth this rashness, O Brahmana, that thou hast displayed towards me? What transgression can be imputed to me who was laboring to do justice and speak the truth impartially? Being asked, I gave the true answer. A witness who, when interrogated about a fact of which he hath knowledge, representeth otherwise than it is, ruineth his ancestors and descendants both to the 7th generation. He, too, who, being fully cognizant of all the particulars of an affair, doth not disclose what he knoweth, when asked, is undoubtedly stained with guilt. I can also curse thee, but Brahmanas are held by me in high respect. Although these are known to thee, O Brahmana, I will yet speak of them, so please attend. Having, by ascetic power, multiplied myself, I am present in various forms, and places of the daily homa, at sacrifices extending for years, and places where holy rites are performed, such as marriage, etc., and at other sacrifices. With the butter that is poured upon my flame according to the injunctions prescribed in the Vedas, the Devis and the Pitris are appeased. The Devis are the waters, the Pitris are also the waters. The Devis have with the Pitris an equal right to the sacrifices called darshas and pranamesas. The Devis therefore are the Pitris and the Pitris, the Devis. They are identical beings, worshipped together and also separately at the changes of the moon. The Devis and the Pitris eat what is poured upon me. I am therefore called the mouth of the Devis and the Pitris. At the new moon the Pitris, and at the full moon the Devis, are fed through my mouth, eating of the clarified butter that is poured on me. Being, as I am, their mouth, how am I to be an eater of all things, clean and unclean? Then Agni, altar reflecting for a while, withdrew himself from all places, from places of the daily homa of the Brahmanas, from all long-extending sacrifices, from places of holy rites, and from other ceremonies. Without their ohms and vashits, and deprived of their svadhas and svahas, sacrificial mantras during offerings, the whole body of creatures became much distressed at the loss of their sacrificial fire. The rishis in great anxiety went to the gods and addressed them thus, Ye immaculate beings! The 3 regions of the universe are confounded at the cessation of their sacrifices and ceremonies in consequence of the loss of fire. Ordain what is to be done in Ten's matter, so that there may be no loss of time. Then the rishis and the gods went together to the presence of Brahma. And they represented to him all about the curse on Agni and the consequent interruption of all ceremonies. And they said, O thou greatly fortunate! Once Agni hath been cursed by Bhrigu for some reason. Indeed, being the mouth of the gods, and also the first who eateth of what is offered in sacrifices, the eater also of the sacrificial butter, how will Agni be reduced to the condition of one who eateth of all things promiscuously? And the Creator of the universe, hearing these words of theirs, summoned Agni to his presence. And Brahma addressed Agni, the Creator of all and eternal, as himself, in these gentle words: Thou art the Creator of the worlds, and thou art their destroyer. Thou preserves the three worlds, and thou art the promoter of all sacrifices and ceremonies. Therefore behave thyself so that ceremonies be not interrupted. And, O thou eater of the sacrificial butter, why dost thou act so foolishly, being, as thou art, the Lord of all? Thou alone art always purer in the universe, and thou art its stay. Thou shalt not, with all thy body, be reduced to the state of one who eateth of all things promiscuously. O thou of flames, the flame that is in thy viler parts shall alone eat of all things alike. The body of thine which eateth of flesh, being in the stomach of all carnivorous animals, shall also eat of all things promiscuously. And as everything touched by the sun's rays becometh pure, so shall everything be pure that shall be burnt by thy flames. Thou art, O fire, the supreme energy born of thy own power. Then, O Lord, by that power of thine make the Rishi's curse come true. Continue to receive thy own portion and that of the gods, offered at thy mouth. Sati continued, Then Agni replied to the grandfather, So be it. And he then went away to obey the command of the Supreme Lord. The gods and the Rishis also returned in delight to the place whence they had come. And the Rishis began to perform as before their ceremonies and sacrifices. And the gods in heaven and all creatures of the world rejoiced exceedingly. And Agni too rejoiced in that he was free from the prospect of sin. Thus, O possessor of the 6 attributes, had Agni been cursed in the days of yore by Bhrigu. And such is the ancient history connected with the destruction of the Rakshasa, Paloma, and the birth of Chayavana. Thus endeth the 7th section of the Paloma Parva of the Adi Parva of the blessed Mahabharata. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 8. Sati said, O Brahmana, Chayavana, the son of Bhrigu, begot a son in the womb of his wife Sukanya. And that son was the illustrious Pramati of resplendent energy. And Pramati begot in the womb of Gritachi a son called Ruru. And Ruru begot on his wife Pramadvara a son called Sanaka. And I shall relate to you in detail, O Brahmana, the entire history of Ruru of abundant energy. O listen to it then in full. Formerly there was a great rishi called Stulakesa, possessed of ascetic power and learning and kindly disposed towards all creatures. At that time, O Brahmana sage, Viswavesu, the king of the Gandharvas, it is said, had intimacy with Menaka, the celestial dancing girl. And the Apsara, Menaka, O thou of the Bhrigu race, when her time was come, brought forth an infant near the hermitage of Stulakesa. And dropping the newborn infant on the banks of the river, O Brahmana, Menaka, the Apsara, being destitute of pity and shame, went away. And the rishi, Stulakesa, of great ascetic power, discovered the infant lying forsaken in a lonely part of the riverside. And he perceived that it was a female child, bright as the offspring of an immortal and blazing, as it were, with beauty. And the great Brahmana, Stulakesa, the first of Munis, seeing that female child, and filled with compassion, took it up and reared it. And the lovely child grew up in his holy habitation, the noble-minded and blessed Rishi Stulakesa performing in due succession all the ceremonies, beginning with that at birth as ordained by the divine law. And because she surpassed all of her sex in goodness, beauty, and every quality, the great Rishi called her by the name of Pramadvara. And the pious Ruru, having seen Pramadvara in the hermitage of Stulakesa, became one whose heart was pierced by the god of love. And Ruru, by means of his companions, made his father Pramati, the son of Bhrigu, acquainted with his passion. And Pramati demanded her of the far-famed Stulakesa for his son. And her foster father betrothed the virgin Pramadvara to Ruru, fixing the nuptials for the day when the star Vargadevata, Purva Falguni, would be ascended. Then within a few days of the time fixed for the nuptials, the beautiful virgin, while at play with companions of her own sex, her time having come, impelled by fate, trod upon a serpent which she did not perceive as it lay in coil. And the reptile, urged to execute the will of fate, violently darted its envenomed fangs into the body of the heedless maiden. And stung by that serpent, she instantly dropped senseless on the ground, her color faded and all the graces of her person went off. And with disheveled hair she became a spectacle of woe to her companions and friends. And she who was so agreeable to behold became on her death what was too painful to look at. And the girl of slender waist lying on the ground like one asleep being overcome with the poison of the snake once more became more beautiful than in life. And her foster father and the other holy ascetics who were there all saw her lying motionless upon the ground with the splendor of a lotus. And then there came many noted brahmanas filled with compassion, and they sat around her. And Swastiatriya, Mahajana, Kushika, Sankamekala, Uddalaka, Katha, and Sweta of great renown, Bharadvaja, Kaunakutsya, Arstashina, Gautama, Pramati, and Pramati's son Ruru, and other inhabitants of the forest, came there. And when they saw that maiden lying dead on the ground overcome with the poison of the reptile that had bitten her, they all wept filled with compassion. But Ruru, mortified beyond measure, retired from the scene. So ends the 8th section of the Paloma Parva of the Adi Parva of the blessed Mahabharata. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 9. Sati said, while those illustrious Brahmanas were sitting around the dead body of Pramadvara, Ruru, sorely afflicted, retired into a deep wood and wept aloud. And overwhelmed with grief he indulged in much piteous lamentation. And, remembering his beloved Pramadvara, he gave vent to his sorrow in the following words, Alas! The delicate fair one that increaseth my affliction leath upon the bare ground. What can be more deplorable to us, her friends? If I have been charitable, if I have performed acts of penance, if I have ever revered my superiors, let the merit of these arts restore to life my beloved one. If from my birth I have been controlling my passions, adhered to my vows, let the fair Pramadvara rise from the ground. And while Ruru was indulging in these lamentations for the loss of his bride, a messenger from heaven came to him in the forest and addressed him thus, The words thou utterest, O Ruru, in thy affliction are certainly ineffectual. For, O pious man, one belonging to this world whose days have run out can never come back to life. This poor child of a Gandharva and Apsara has had her days run out. Therefore, O child, thou shouldst not consign thy heart to sorrow. The great gods, however, have provided beforehand a means of her restoration to life. And if thou compliest with it, thou mayest receive back thy Pramadvara. And Ruru replied, O messenger of heaven, what is that which the gods have ordained? Tell me in full so that, on hearing, I may comply with it. It behoveth thee to deliver me from grief. And the celestial messenger said unto Ruru, Resign half of thy own life to thy bride, and then, O Ruru of the race of Bhrigu, thy Pramadvara shall rise from the ground. O best of celestial messengers, I most willingly offer a moiety of my own life in favor of my bride. Then let my beloved one rise up once more in her dress and lovable form. Sati said, Then the king of Gandharvas, the father of Pramadvara, and the celestial messenger, both of excellent qualities, went to the god Dharma, the judge of the dead, and addressed him, saying, If it be thy will, O Dharmaraja, let the amiable Pramadvara, the betrothed wife of Ruru, now lying dead, rise up with a moiety of Ruru's life. And Dharmaraja answered, O messenger of the gods, if it be thy wish, let Pramadvara, the betrothed wife of Ruru, rise up endued with a moiety of Ruru's life. Sati continued, and when Dharmaraja had said so, that maiden of superior complexion, Pramadvara, endued with a moiety of Ruru's life, rose as from her slumber. This bestowal by Ruru of a moiety of his own span of life to resuscitate his bride afterwards led, as it would be seen, to a curtailment of Ruru's life. And on an auspicious day their fathers gladly married them with due rites. And the couple passed their days, devoted to each other. And Ruru, having obtained such a wife, as is hard to be found, beautiful and bright as the filaments of the lotus, made a vow for the destruction of the serpent race. And whenever he saw a serpent he became filled with great wrath and always killed it with a weapon. One day, O Brahmana, Ruru entered an extensive forest. And there he saw an old serpent of the Dundaba species lying stretched on the ground. And Ruru thereupon lifted up in anger his staff, even like to the staff of death, for the purpose of killing it. Then the Dundaba, addressing Ruru, said, I have done thee no harm, O Brahmana. Then wherefore wilt thou slay me in anger? So ends the 9th section of the Paloma Parva of the Adi Parva of the blessed Mahabharata. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 10. Sati said, and Ruru, on hearing those words, replied, My wife, dear to me as life, was bit by a snake, upon which I took, O snake, a dreadful vow, viz., that I would kill every snake that I might come across. Therefore shall I smite thee, and thou shalt be deprived of life. And the Dundaba replied, O Brahmana, the snakes that bite man are quite different in type. It behoveth thee not to slay Dundabas who are serpents only in name. Subject like other serpents to the same calamities, but not sharing their good fortune, in woe the same, but in joy different, the Dundabas should not be slain by thee under any misconception. Sati continued, and the Rishi Ruru hearing these words of the serpent, and seeing that it was bewildered with fear, albeit a snake of the Dundaba species, killed it not. And Ruru, the possessor of the 6 attributes, comforting the snake addressed it, saying, Tell me fully, O snake, who art thou thus metamorphosed? And the Dundaba replied, O Ruru, I was formerly a rishi by name Sahasrapat. And it is by the curse of a Brahmana that I have been transformed into a snake. And Ruru asked, O thou best of snakes, for what wast thou cursed by a Brahmana in wrath? And how long also will thy form continue so? And so ends the 10th section of the Paloma Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 11. Sati continued, the Dundaba then said, In former times, I had a friend Kagama by name. He was impetuous in his speech and possessed of spiritual power by virtue of his austerities. And one day when he was engaged in the Agnihotra, fire sacrifice, I made a mock snake of blades of grass, and in a frolic attempted to frighten him with it. And anon he fell into a swoon. On recovering his senses, that truth-telling and vow-observing ascetic, burning with wrath, exclaimed, Since thou hast made a powerless mock snake to frighten me, thou shalt be turned even into a venomless serpent thyself by my curse. O ascetic, I well knew the power of his penances, therefore with an agitated heart, I addressed him thus, bending low with joined hands, Friend, I did this by way of a joke, to excite thy laughter. It behoveth thee to forgive me and revoke thy curse. And seeing me sorely troubled, the ascetic was moved, and he replied, breathing hot and hard, What I have said must come to pass. Listen to what I say, and lay it to thy heart. O pious one! When Ruru the pure son of Pramati will appear, thou shalt be delivered from the curse the moment thou sayest him. Thou art the very Ruru and the son of Pramati. On regaining my native form, I will tell thee something for thy good. And that illustrious man and the best of Brahmanas then left his snake body, and attained his own form and original brightness. He then addressed the following words to Ruru of incomparable power, O thou first of created beings, verily the highest virtue of man is sparing the life of others. Therefore a Brahmana should never take the life of any creature. A Brahmana should ever be mild. This is the most sacred injunction of the Vedas. A Brahmana should be versed in the Vedas and Vedangas, and should inspire all creatures with belief in God. He should be benevolent to all creatures, truthful, and forgiving, even as it is his paramount duty to retain the Vedas in his memory. The duties of the Kshatriya are not thine. To be stern, to wield the scepter, and to rule the subjects properly are the duties of the Kshatriya. Listen, O Ruru, to the account of the destruction of snakes at the sacrifice of Janamejaya in days of yore, and the deliverance of the terrified reptiles by that best of Dvijas, Astika, profound in Vedic lore and might in spiritual energy. And so ends the 11th section of the Paloma Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 12. Sati continued, Ruru then asked, O best of Dvijas, why was King Janamejaya bent upon destroying the serpents, and why and how were they saved by the wise Astika? I am anxious to hear all this in detail. The Rishi replied, O Ruru, the important history of Astika you will learn from the lips of Brahmanas. Saying this, he vanished. Sati continued, Ruru ran about in search of the missing rishi, and having failed to find him in all the woods, fell down on the ground, fatigued. And revolving in his mind the words of the rishi, he was greatly confounded and seemed to be deprived of his senses. Regaining consciousness, he came home and asked his father to relate the history in question. Thus asked, his father related all about the story. So ends the 12th section in the Paloma Parva of the Adi Parva. Astika Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 13. Sanaka said, For what reason did that tiger among kings, the royal Janamejaya, determine to take the lives of the snakes by means of a sacrifice? O Sati, tell us in full the true story. Tell us also why Astika, that best of regenerate ones, that foremost of ascetics, rescued the snakes from the blazing fire. Whose son was that monarch who celebrated the snake sacrifice? And whose son also was that best of regenerate ones? Sati said, O best of speakers, this story of Astika is long. I will duly relate it in full, O listen. Sanaka said, I am desirous of hearing at length the charming story of that rishi, that illustrious Brahmana named Astika. Sati said, This history, first, recited by Krishnadvipayana, is called a Purana by the Brahmanas. It was formerly narrated by my wise father, Lomaharshana, the disciple of Vyasa, before the dwellers of the Naimisha forest, at their request. I was present at the recital, and, O Sanaka, since thou askest me, I shall narrate the history of Astika exactly as I heard it. O listen, as I recite in full that sin-destroying story. The father of Astika was powerful like Prajapati. He was a brahmacharin, always engaged in austere devotions. He ate sparingly, was a great ascetic, and had his lust under complete control. And he was known by the name of Jarakaru. That foremost one among the Yajavaras, virtuous and of rigid vows, highly blessed and endued with great ascetic power, once undertook a journey over the world. He visited diverse places, bathed in diverse sacred waters, and rested where night overtook him. Endued with great energy, he practiced religious austerities, hard to be practiced by men of unrestrained souls. The sage lived upon air only, and renounced sleep forever. Thus going about like a blazing fire, one day he happened to see his ancestors, hanging heads down in a great hole, their feet pointing upwards. On seeing them, Jarakaru addressed them, saying, Who are you thus hanging heads down in this hole by a rope of Varana fibers that is again secretly eaten into on all sides by a rat living here? The ancestors said, We are rishis of rigid vows, called Yajavaras. We are sinking low into the earth for want of offspring. We have a son named Jarakaru. Woe to us! That wretch hath entered upon a life of austerities only. The fool doth not think of raising offspring by marriage. It is for that reason, viz., the fear of extinction of our race, that we are suspended in this hole. Possessed of means, we fare like unfortunates that have none. O excellent one, who art thou that thus sorrowest as a friend on our account? We desire to learn, O Brahmana, who thou art that standest by us, and why, O best of men, thou sorrowest for us that are so unfortunate. Jarakaru said, Ye are even my sires and grandsires, I am that Jarakaru. Oh, tell me, how I may serve you. The fathers then answered, Try thy best, O child, to beget a son to extend our line. Thou wilt then, O excellent one, have done a meritorious art for both thyself and us. Not by the fruits of virtue, not by ascetic penances well hoarded up, acquireth the merit which one doth by becoming a father. Therefore, O child, by our command, set thy heart upon marriage and offspring. Even this is our highest good. Jarakaru replied, I shall not marry for my sake, nor shall I earn wealth for enjoyment, but I shall do so for your welfare only. According to this understanding, I shall, agreeably to the sastric ordinance, take a wife for attaining the end. I shall not act otherwise. If a bride may be had of the same name with me, whose friends would, besides, willingly give her to me as a gift in charity, I shall wed her duly. But who will give his daughter to a poor man like me for wife? I shall, however, accept any daughter given to me as alms. I shall endeavor, ye sires, even thus to wed a girl. Having given my word, I will not act otherwise. Upon her I will raise offspring for your redemption, so that, ye fathers, ye may attain to eternal regions of bliss, and may rejoice as ye like. So ends the 13th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 14. Sati said, that Brahmana of rigid vows then wandered over the earth for a wife, but a wife found he not. One day he went into the forest, and recollecting the words of his ancestors, he thrice prayed in a faint voice for a bride. Thereupon Vasuki rose and offered his sister for the rishi's acceptance. But the Brahmana hesitated to accept her, thinking her not to be of the same name with himself. The high-souled Jarakaru thought within himself, I will take none for wife who is not of the same name with myself. Then that rishi of great wisdom and austere penances asked him, saying, Tell me truly what is the name of this thy sister, O snake? Vasuki replied, O Jarakaru, this my younger sister is called Jarakaru. Given away by me, accept this slender-waisted damsel for thy spouse. O best of Brahmanas, for thee I reserved her. Therefore, take her. Saying this, he offered his beautiful sister to Jarakaru, who then espoused her with ordained rites. So ends the 13th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 15. Sati said, O foremost of persons acquainted with Brahma, the mother of the snakes had cursed them of old, saying, He that hath the wind for his charioteer, viz., Agni, shall burn you all in Janamajaya's sacrifice. It was to neutralize the curse that the chief of the snakes married his sister to that high-souled rishi of excellent vows. The rishi wedded her according to the rites ordained in the scriptures, and from them was born a high-souled son called Astika. An illustrious ascetic, versed in the Vedas and their branches, he regarded all with an even eye, and removed the fears of both his parents. Then, after a long space of time, a king descending from the Pandava line celebrated a great sacrifice known as the snake sacrifice. After that sacrifice had commenced for the destruction of the snakes, Astika delivered the Nagas, viz., his brothers and maternal uncles and other snakes, from a fiery death. And he delivered his fathers also by begetting offspring. And by his austerities, O Brahmana, and various vows and study of the Vedas, he freed himself from all his debts. By sacrifices, at which various kinds of offerings were made, he propitiated the gods. By practicing the Brahmacharya mode of life, he conciliated the rishis, and by begetting offspring he gratified his ancestors. Thus Jarakaru of rigid vows discharged the heavy debt he owed to his sires, who being thus relieved from bondage ascended to heaven. Thus having acquired great religious merit, Jarakaru, after a long course of years, went to heaven, leaving Astika behind. There is the story of Astika that I have related duly now. Tell me, O tiger of Bhrigu's race, what else I shall narrate. So ends the 15th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 16. Sanaka said, O Sati, relate once more in detail this history of the learned and virtuous Astika. Our curiosity for hearing it is great. O amiable one, thou speakest sweetly, with proper accent and emphasis, and we are well pleased with thy speech. Thou speakest even as thy father. Thy sire was ever ready to please us. Tell us now the story as thy father had related it. Sati said, O thou that art blessed with longevity, I shall narrate the history of Astika as I heard it from my father. O Brahmana, in the golden age, Prajapati had 2 daughters. O sinless one, the sisters were endowed with wonderful beauty. Named Kadru and Vinata, they became the wives of Kasyapa. Kasyapa derived great pleasure from his 2 wedded wives, and being gratified he, resembling Prajapati himself, offered to give each of them a boon. Hearing that their lord was willing to confer on them their choice blessings, those excellent ladies felt transports of joy. Kadru wished to have for sons 1,000 snakes all of equal splendor. And Vinata wished to bring forth 2 sons surpassing the 1,000 offsprings of Kadru in strength, energy, size of body, and prowess. Unto Kadru her lord gave that boon about a multitude of offspring. And unto Vinata also, Kasyapa said, Be it so. Then Vinata, having obtained her prayer, rejoiced greatly. Obtaining 2 sons of superior prowess, she regarded her boon fulfilled. Kadru also obtained her 1,000 sons of equal splendor. "Bear the embryos carefully," said Kasyapa, and then he went into the forest, leaving his 2 wives pleased with his blessings. Sati continued, "O best of regenerate ones, after a long time, Kadru brought forth 1,000 eggs, and Vinata too. Their maidservants deposited the eggs separately in warm vessels. 500 years passed away, and the 1,000 eggs produced by Kadru burst, and out came the progeny. But the twins of Vinata did not appear. Vinata was jealous, and therefore she broke one of the eggs and found in it an embryo with the upper part developed but the lower one undeveloped. At this, the child in the egg became angry and cursed his mother, saying, 'Since thou hast prematurely broken this egg, thou shalt serve as a slave. Shouldst thou wait 500 years and not destroy, or render the other egg half-developed, by breaking it through impatience, then the illustrious child within it will deliver thee from slavery. And if thou wouldst have the child strong, thou must take tender care of the egg for all this time.' Thus cursing his mother, the child rose to the sky. O Brahmana, even he is the charioteer of Surya, always seen in the hour of morning. Then, at the expiration of the 500 years, bursting open the other egg, out came Garuda, the serpent-eater. O tiger of Bhrigu's race, immediately on seeing the light, that son of Vinata left his mother. And the Lord of Birds, feeling hungry, took wing in quest of the food assigned to him by the great ordainer of all." So ends the 16th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 17. Sati said, "O ascetic, about this time the 2 sisters saw approaching near that steed of complacent appearance named Uchakayasravas, who was worshipped by the gods, that gem of steeds, who arose at the churning of the ocean for nectar. Divine, graceful, perpetually young, creation's masterpiece, and of irresistible vigor, it was blessed with every auspicious mark." Sanaka asked, "Why did the gods churn the ocean for nectar, and under what circumstances, and when, as you say, did that best of steeds so powerful and resplendent spring?" Sati said, "There is a mountain named Meru, of blazing appearance, and looking like a heap of effulgence. The rays of the sun falling on its peaks of golden luster are dispersed by them. Decked with gold and exceedingly beautiful, that mountain is the haunt of the gods and the Gandharvas. It is immeasurable and unapproachable by men of manifold sins. Dreadful beasts of prey wander over its breasts, and it is illuminated by many divine life-giving herbs. It stands kissing the heavens by its height and is the first of mountains. Ordinary people cannot even think of ascending it. It is graced with trees and streams, and resounds with the charming melody of winged choirs. Once the celestials sat on its begemmed peak in conclave. They who had practiced penances and observed excellent vows for Amrita now seemed to be eager seekers alter Amrita, celestial ambrosia. Seeing the celestial assembly in anxious mood, Narayana said to Brahman, "Do thou churn the ocean with the gods and the Asuras. By doing so, Amrita will be obtained, as also all drugs and gems. O ye gods, chum the ocean, ye will discover Amrita." So ends the 17th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 18. Sati said, "There is a mountain called Mandara adorned with cloud-like peaks. It is the best of mountains, and is covered all over with intertwining herbs. Their countless birds pour forth their melodies, and beasts of prey roam about. The gods, the Apsaras and the Kinnaras visit the place. Upwards it rises 11,000 yojanas, and descends downwards as much. The gods wanted to tear it up and use it as a churning rod, but failing to do so, saying to Vishnu and Brahman, who were sitting together, and said unto them, Devise some efficient scheme, consider, ye gods, how Mandara may be dislodged for our good." Sati continued, "O son of Bhrigu." Vishnu with Brahman assented to it. And the lotus-eyed one, Vishnu, laid the hard task on the mighty Ananta, the prince of snakes. The powerful Ananta, directed thereto both by Brahman and Narayana, O Brahmana, tore up the mountain with the woods thereon and with the denizens of those woods. And the gods came to the shore of the ocean with Ananta and addressed the ocean, saying, "O ocean, we have come to churn thy waters for obtaining nectar." And the ocean replied, "Be it so, as I shall not go without a share of it. I am able to bear the prodigious agitation of my waters set up by the mountain." The gods then went to the king of tortoises and said to him, "O tortoise king, thou wilt have to hold the mountain on thy back." The tortoise king agreed, and Indra contrived to place the mountain on the former's back. And the gods and the Asuras made of Mandara a churning staff and Vasuki the cord, and set about churning the deep for Amrita. The Asuras held Vasuki by the hood, and the gods held him by the tail. And Ananta, who was on the side of the gods, at intervals raised the snake's hood and suddenly lowered it. And in consequence of the stretch Vasuki received at the hands of the gods and the Asuras, black vapors with flames issued from his mouth. These, turned into clouds charged with lightning, poured showers that refreshed the tired gods. And flowers that also fell on all sides of the celestials from the trees on the whirling Mandara, refreshed them. Then, O Brahmana, out of the deep came a tremendous roar like unto the roar of the clouds at the universal dissolution. Diverse aquatic animals being crushed by the great mountain gave up the ghost in the salt waters. And many denizens of the lower regions and the world of Varuna were killed. Large trees with birds on the whirling Mandara were torn up by the roots and fell into the water. The mutual friction of those trees also produced fires that blazed up frequently. The mountain thus looked like a mass of dark clouds charged with lightning. O Brahmana, the fire spread and consumed the lions, elephants, and other creatures that were on the mountain. Then Indra extinguished that fire by pouring down heavy showers. After the churning, O Brahmana, had gone on for some time, gummy exudations of various trees and herbs vested with the properties of Amrita mingled with the waters of the ocean. And the celestials attained to immortality by drinking of the water mixed with those gums and with the liquid extract of gold. By degrees, the milky water of the agitated deep turned into clarified butter by virtue of those gums and juices. But nectar did not appear even then. The gods came before the boon-granting Brahman seated on his seat and said, "Sire, we are spent up, we have no strength left to churn further. Nectar hath not yet arisen, so that now we have no resource save Narayana." On hearing them, Brahman said to Narayana, "O Lord, condescend to grant the gods strength to churn the deep afresh." Then Narayana, agreeing to grant their various prayers, said, "Ye wise ones, I grant you sufficient strength. Go, put the mountain in position again and churn the water." Re-established thus in strength, the gods recommenced churning. After a while, the mild moon of 1,000 rays emerged from the ocean. Thereafter sprung forth Lakshmi dressed in white, then Soma, then the white steed, and then the celestial gem Kaustubha which graces the breast of Narayana. Then Lakshmi, Soma, and the steed, fleet as the mind, all came before the gods on high. Then arose the divine Dhamwantari himself with the white vessel of nectar in his hand. And seeing him, the Asuras set up a loud cry, saying, "It be ours." And at length rose the great elephant, Airavata, of huge body and with 2 pair of white tusks. And him took Indra the wielder of the thunderbolt. But with the churning still going on, the poison Kalakuta appeared at last. Engulfing the earth, it suddenly blazed up like a fire attended with fumes. And by the scent of the fearful Kalakuta, the 3 worlds were stupefied. And then Shiva, being solicited by Brahman, swallowed that poison for the safety of the creation. The divine Mahesvara held it in his throat, and it is said that from that time he is called Nilkantha, blue-throated. Seeing all these wondrous things, the Asuras were filled with despair, and got themselves prepared for entering into hostilities with the gods for the possession of Lakshmi and Amrita. Thereupon Narayana called his bewitching Maya, elusive power, to his aid, and assuming the form of an enticing female, coquette with the Danavas. The Danavas and the Daityas, charmed with her exquisite beauty and grace, lost their reason and unanimously placed the Amrita in the hands of that fair damsel. So ends the 18th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 19. Saudi said, "Then the Daityas and the Danavas, equipped with first-class armors and various weapons, attacked the gods. In the meantime, the valiant Lord Vishnu, in the form of an enchantress accompanied by Nara, deceived the mighty Danavas and took away the Amrita from their hands. And all the gods at that time of great fright drank the Amrita with delight, receiving it from Vishnu. And while the gods were partaking of it, after which they had so much hankered, a Danava named Rahu was also drinking it among them in the guise of a god. And when the Amrita had reached Rahu's throat only, Surya and Soma recognized him and intimated the fact to the gods. And Narayana instantly cut off with his discus the well-adorned head of the Danava who was drinking the Amrita without permission. And the huge head of the Danava, cut off by the discus and resembling a mountain peak, then rose up to the sky and began to utter dreadful cries. And the Danava's headless trunk, falling upon the ground and rolling thereon, made the earth tremble with her mountains, forests, and islands. And from that time there is a long-standing quarrel between Rahu's head and Surya and Soma. And to this day it swalloweth Surya and Soma during solar and lunar eclipses. Then Narayana, quitting his enchanting female form and hurling many terrible weapons at the Danavas, made them tremble. And thus on the shores of the saltwater sea commenced the dreadful battle of the gods and the Asuras. And sharp-pointed javelins and lances and various weapons by thousands began to be discharged on all sides. And mingled with the discus and wounded with swords, darts, and maces, the Asuras in large numbers vomited blood and lay prostrate on the earth. Cut off from the trunks with sharp double-edged swords, heads adorned with bright gold, fell continually on the field of battle. Their bodies drenched in gore, the great Asuras lay dead everywhere. It seemed as if red-dyed mountain peaks lay scattered all around. And when the sun rose in his splendor, thousands of warriors struck one another with weapons. And cries of distress were heard everywhere. The warriors fighting at a distance from one another brought one another down by sharp iron missiles, and those fighting at close quarters slew one another with blows of their fists. And the air was filled with shrieks of distress. Everywhere were heard the alarming sounds, cut, pierce, at them, hurl down, advance. And when the battle was raging fiercely, Nara and Narayana entered the field. And Narayana, seeing the celestial bow in the hand of Nara, called to mind his own weapon, the Danava-destroying discus. And lo! The discus, Sudarsana, destroyer of enemies, like to Agni in effulgence and dreadful in battle, came from the sky as soon as thought of. And when it came, Narayana of fierce energy, possessing arms like the trunk of an elephant, hurled with great force that weapon of extraordinary luster, effulgent as blazing fire, dreadful and capable of destroying hostile towns. And that discus blazing like the fire that consumeth all things at the end of Yuga, hurled with force from the hands of Narayana, and falling constantly everywhere, destroyed the Daityas and the Danavas by thousands. Sometimes it blazed like fire and consumed them all, sometimes it struck them down as it coursed through the sky, and sometimes, falling on the earth, it drank their lifeblood like a goblin. On the other hand, the Danavas, white as the clouds from which the rain hath dropped, possessing great strength and bold hearts, ascended the sky, and by hurling down thousands of mountains, continually harassed the gods. And those dreadful mountains, like masses of clouds, with their trees and flat tops, falling from the sky, collided with one another and produced a tremendous roar. And when thousands of warriors shouted without intermission in the field of battle, and mountains with the woods thereon began to fall around, the earth with her forests trembled. Then the divine Nara appeared at the scene of the dreadful conflict between the Asuras and the Ganas, the followers of Rudra, and reducing to dust those rocks by means of his gold-headed arrows, he covered the heavens with dust. Thus discomfited by the gods, and seeing the furious discus scouring the fields of heaven like a blazing flame, the mighty Danavas entered the bowels of the earth, while others plunged into the sea of salt waters. And having gained the victory, the gods offered due respect to Mandara and placed him again on his own base. And the nectar-bearing gods made the heavens resound with their shouts, and went to their own abodes. And the gods, on returning to the heavens, rejoiced greatly, and Indra and the other deities made over to Narayana the vessel of Amrita for careful keeping. And so ends the 19th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 20. Saudi said, "Thus have I recited to you the whole story of how Amrita was churned out of the ocean, and the occasion on which the horse Uchakayasravas of great beauty and incomparable prowess was obtained. It was this horse about which Kadru asked Vinata, saying, "Tell me, amiable sister, without taking much time, of what color Uchakeshravas is." And Vinata answered, "That prince of steeds is certainly white." "What dost thou think, sister? Say thou what is its color. Let us lay a wager upon it." Kadru replied, "Then, O thou of sweet smiles, I think that horse is black in its tail. Beauteous one, bet with me that she who lusteth will become the other's slave." Saudi continued, thus wagering with each other about menial service as a slave, the sisters went home, and resolved to satisfy themselves by examining the horse next day. And Kadru, bent upon practicing a deception, ordered her 1,000 sons to transform themselves into black hair and speedily cover the horse's tail in order that she might not become a slave. But her sons, the snakes, refusing to do her bidding, she cursed them, saying, "During the snake sacrifice of the wise king Janamejaya of the Pandava race, Agni shall consume you all." And the grandsire, Brahman, himself heard this exceedingly cruel curse pronounced by Kadru, impelled by the fates. And seeing that the snakes had multiplied exceedingly, the grandsire, moved by kind consideration for his creatures, sanctioned with all the gods this curse of Kadru. Indeed, as the snakes were of virulent poison, great prowess and excess of strength, and ever bent on biting other creatures, their mother's conduct towards them, those persecutors of all creatures, was very proper for the good of all creatures. Fate always inflicts punishment of death on those who seek the death of other creatures. The gods, having exchanged such sentiments with one another, supported Kadru's action, and went away. And Brahman, calling Kasyapa to him, spake unto him these words, "O thou pure one who overcomest all enemies, these snakes begotten by you, who are of virulent poison and huge bodies, and ever intent on biting other creatures, have been cursed by their mother. O son, do not grieve for it in the least. The destruction of the snakes and the sacrifice hath, indeed, been ordained long ago." Saying this, the divine creator of the universe comforted Kasyapa and imparted to that illustrious one the knowledge of neutralizing poison. And so ends the 20th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 21. Saudi said, "Then when the night had passed away and the sun had risen in the morning, O thou whose wealth is asceticism, the two sisters Kadru and Vinata, having laid a wager about slavery, went with haste and impatience to view the steed Uchakeshravas from a near point. On their way they saw the ocean, that receptacle of waters, vast and deep, rolling and tremendously roaring, full of fishes large enough to swallow the whale, and abounding with huge makaras and creatures of various forms by thousands, and rendered inaccessible by the presence of other terrible, monster-shaped, dark, and fierce aquatic animals, abounding with tortoises and crocodiles, the mine of all kinds of gems, the home of Varuna, the water god, the excellent and beautiful residence of the Nagas, the lord of all rivers, the abode of the subterranean fire, the friend, or asylum, of the Asuras, the terror of all creatures, the grand reservoir of water, and ever immutable. It is holy, beneficial to the gods, and is the great source of nectar, without limits, inconceivable, sacred, and highly wonderful. It is dark, terrible with the sound of aquatic creatures, tremendously roaring, and full of deep whirlpools. It is an object of terror to all creatures. Moved by the winds blowing from its shores and heaving high, agitated and disturbed, it seems to dance everywhere with uplifted hands represented by its surges. Full of swelling billows caused by the waxing and waning of the moon, the parent of Vasudeva's great conch called Panchajanya, the great mine of gems, its waters were formerly disturbed in consequence of the agitation caused within them by the Lord Govinda of immeasurable prowess when he had assumed the form of a wild boar for raising the submerged earth. Its bottom, lower than the nether regions, the vow-observing regenerate Rishi Atri could not fathom after toiling for 100 years. It becomes the bed of the lotus-naveled Vishnu when at the termination of every yuga that deity of immeasurable power enjoys yoganidra, the deep sleep under the spell of spiritual meditation. It is the refuge of Menaka fearful of falling thunder, and the retreat of the Asuras overcome in fierce encounters. It offers water as sacrificial butter to the blazing fire issuing from the mouth of Varava, the ocean mare. It is fathomless and without limits, vast and immeasurable, and the lord of rivers. And they saw that unto it rushed mighty rivers by thousands with proud gait, like amorous competitors, each eager for meeting it, forestalling the others. And they saw that it was always full, and always dancing in its waves. And they saw that it was deep and abounding with fierce whales and macaras. And it resounded constantly with the terrible sounds of aquatic creatures. And they saw that it was vast, and wide as the expanse of space, unfathomable, and limitless, and the grand reservoir of water. And so ends the 21st section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 22. Sati said, the Nagas after consultation arrived at the conclusion that they should do their mother's bidding, for if she failed in obtaining her desire she might withdraw her affection and burn them all. If, on the other hand, she were graciously inclined, she might free them from her curse. They said, we will certainly render the horse's tail black. And it is said that they then went and became hairs in the horse's tail. Now the two co-wives had laid the wager. And having laid the wager, O best of Brahmanas, the two sisters Kadru and Vinata, the daughters of Deksha, proceeded in great delight along the sky to see the other side of the ocean. And on their way they saw the ocean, that receptacle of waters, and capable of being easily disturbed, mightily agitated all of a sudden by the wind, and roaring tremendously, abounding with fishes capable of swallowing the whale and full of macaras, containing also creatures of diverse forms counted by thousands, frightful from the presence of horrible monsters, inaccessible, deep, and terrible, the mine of all kinds of gems, the home of Varuna, the water god, the wonderful habitations of the Nagas, the lord of rivers, the abode of the subterranean fire, the residence of the Asuras and of many dreadful creatures, the reservoir of water, not subject to decay, aromatic, and wonderful, the great source of the Amrita of the celestials, immeasurable and inconceivable, containing waters that are holy, filled to the brim by many thousands of great rivers, dancing as it were in waves. Such was the ocean, full of rolling waves, vast as the expanse of the sky, deep, of body lighted with the flames of subterranean fire, and roaring, which the sisters quickly passed over. And so ends the 22nd section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 23. Sati said, having crossed the ocean, Kadru of swift speed, accompanied by Vinata, soon alighted near the horse. They then both beheld that foremost of steeds of great speed, with body white as the rays of the moon, but having black hairs, in the tail. And observing many black hairs in the tail, Kadru put Vinata, who was deeply dejected, into slavery. And thus Vinata, having lost the wager, entered into a state of slavery, and became exceedingly sorry. In the meantime, when his time came, burst forth from the egg without, the help of his mother, Garuda of great splendor, and kindling all the points of the universe, that mighty being endued with strength, that bird capable of assuming at will any form, of going at will everywhere, and of calling to his aid at will any measure of energy. Effulgent like a heap of fire, he shone terribly. Of luster equal to that of the fire at the end of the Yuga, his eyes were bright like the lightning flash. And soon after birth, that bird grew in size, and increasing his body ascended the skies. Fierce and vehemently roaring, he looked as terrible as second ocean fire. And all the deities seeing him, sought the protection of Vibhavasu, Agni. And they bowed down to that deity of manifold forms seated on his seat, and spake unto him these words, O Agni, extend not thy body. Wilt thou consume us? Lo, this huge heap of thy flames is spreading wide. And Agni replied, O, ye persecutors of the Asuras, it is not as ye imagine. This is Garuda of great strength and equal to me in splendor, endued with great energy, and born to promote the joy of Vinata. Even the sight of this heap of effulgence hath caused this delusion in you. He is the mighty son of Kasyapa, the destroyer of the Nagas, engaged in the well-being of the gods, and the foe of the Daityas and the Rakshasas. Be not afraid of it in the least. Come with me and see. Thus addressed, the gods from a distance. The god said, Thou art a rishi, i.e., one cognizant of all mantras, share of the largest portion in sacrifices, ever resplendent. The controller along with the rishi wended their way towards Garuda and adored him of birds, the presiding spirit of the animate and the inanimate universe. Thou art the destroyer of all, the creator of all, thou art the very Hiranyagarbha, thou art the progenitor of creation in the form of Diksha and the other Prajapatis, thou art Indra, the king of the gods, thou art Hayagriva, the steed-necked incarnation of Vishnu, thou art the arrow, Vishnu himself, as he became such in the hands of Mahadeva at the burning of Tripura, thou art the Lord of the universe. Thou art the mouth of Vishnu, thou art the four-faced Padmaja, thou art the Brahmana, i.e. wise, thou art Agni, Pavna, etc., i.e., the presiding deity of every object in the universe. Thou art knowledge, thou art the illusion to which we are all subject, thou art the all-pervading spirit, thou art the Lord of the gods, thou art the great truth, thou art fearless, thou art ever unchanged, thou art Brahma without attributes, thou art the energy of the sun, thou art the intellectual functions, thou art our great protector, thou art the ocean of holiness, thou art purity, thou art bereft of the attributes of darkness, thou art the possessor of the 6 high attributes, thou art he who cannot be withstood in contest. From thee have emanated all things, thou art of excellent deeds, thou art all that hath not been and all that hath been. Thou art pure knowledge, thou displayest to us, as Surya does by his rays, this animate and inanimate universe, thou darkenest the splendor of Surya at every moment, and thou art the destroyer of all, thou art all that is perishable and all that is imperishable. O thou resplendent as Agni, thou burnest all even as Surya in his anger burneth all creatures. O terrible one, thou resistest even as the fire that destroys everything at the time of the universal dissolution. O mighty Garuda who movest in the skies, we seek thy protection. O Lord of birds, thy energy is extraordinary, thy splendor is that of fire, thy brightness is like that of the lightning that no darkness can approach. Thou reachest the very clouds, and art both the cause and the effect, the dispenser of boons and invincible in prowess. O Lord, this whole universe is rendered hot by thy splendor, bright as the luster of heated gold. Protect these high-souled gods, who overcome by thee and terrified withal, are flying along the heavens in different directions on their celestial cars. O thou best of birds, thou Lord of all, thou art the son of the merciful and high-souled Rishi Kasyapa, therefore, be not wroth, but have mercy on the universe. Thou art supreme. O pacify thy anger and preserve us. At thy voice, loud as the roar of the thunder, the 10 points, the skies, the heavens, the earth, and our hearts, O bird, thou art continuously shaking. O, diminish this thy body resembling Agni. At the sight of the splendor resembling that of Yama when in wrath, our hearts lose all equanimity and quake. O thou Lord of birds, be propitious to us who solicit thy mercy. O illustrious one, bestow on us good fortune and joy. And that bird of fair feathers, thus adored by the deities and diverse sections of rishis, reduced his own energy and splendor. And thus ends the 23rd section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 24. Sati said, then hearing of and beholding his own body, that bird of beautiful feathers diminished its size. And Garuda said, let no creature be afraid, as ye are in affright at the sight of my terrible form, I shall diminish my energy. Sati continued, then that bird capable of going everywhere at will, that ranger of the skies capable of calling to his aid any measure of energy, bearing Aruna on his back, wended from his father's home and arrived at his mother's side on the other shore of the great ocean. And he placed Aruna of great splendor in the eastern regions, just at a time when Surya had resolved to burn the worlds with his fierce rays. Sanaka said, when did the revered Surya resolve at the time to burn the worlds? What wrong was done to him by the gods that provoked his ire? Sati said, O sinless one, when Rahu was drinking nectar among the gods at the time of the churning of the ocean, he was pointed out to the gods by Surya and Soma, and from that time he conceived an enmity towards those deities. And upon this Rahu sought to devour his afflictor, Surya, became wroth, and thought, oh, this enmity of Rahu towards me hath sprung from my desire of benefiting the gods. And this dire consequence I alone have to sustain. Indeed, at this pass help I obtain not. And before the very eyes of the denizens of heaven I am going to be devoured, and they brook it quietly. Therefore, for the destruction of the worlds must I strive. And with this resolution he went to the mountains of the west. And from that place he began to radiate his heat around for the destruction of the world. And then the great rishis, approaching the gods, spake unto them, Lo, in the middle of the night springeth a great heat, striking terror into every heart, and destructive of the three worlds. Then the gods, accompanied by the rishis, wended to the grandsire, and said unto him, O what is this great heat today that causeth such panic? Surya hath not yet risen, still the destruction of the world is obvious. O Lord, what will happen when he doth rise? The grandsire replied, Indeed, Surya is prepared to rise today for the destruction of the world. As soon as he will appear, he will burn everything into a heap of ashes. By me, however, hath the remedy been provided beforehand. The intelligent son of Kasyapa is known to all by the name of Aruna. He is huge of body and of great splendor. He shall stay in front of Surya, doing the duty of his charioteer and taking away all the energy of the former. And this will ensure the welfare of the worlds, of the rishis, and of the dwellers in heaven. Sati continued, Aruna, at the behest of the grandsire, did all that he was ordered to do. And Surya rose veiled by Aruna's person. I have told thee now why Surya was in wrath, and how Aruna, the brother of Garuda, was appointed as his charioteer. Hear next of that other question asked by thee a little while ago. And so ends the 24th section in the Astaka Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 25. Sati said, Then that bird of great strength and energy and capable of going at will to every place repaired to his mother's side on the other shore of the great ocean. Thither lived Vinata in affliction, defeated in wager and put into a state of slavery. Once Kadru, calling Vinata, who had prostrated herself before the former, addressed her these words in the presence of her son, O gentle Vinata, there is in the midst of the ocean, in a remote quarter, a delightful and fair region inhabited by the Nagas. Bear me thither. At this that mother of the bird of fair feathers bore, on her shoulders, the mother of the snakes. And Garuda also, directed by his mother's words, carried, on his back, the snakes. And that ranger of the skies born of Vinata began to ascend towards the sun. And thereupon the snakes, scorched by the rays of the sun, swooned away. And Kadru, seeing her sons in that state, prayed to Indra, saying, I bow to thee, thou lord of all the gods. I bow to thee, thou slayer of Vritra. I bow to thee, thou slayer of Namuchi. O thou of 1,000 eyes, consort of Sachi. By thy showers, be thou the protector of the snakes scorched by the sun, O thou best of the deities, thou art our great protector. O Purandara, thou art able to grant rain in torrents. Thou art Vayu, the air, the clouds, fire, and the lightning of the skies. Thou art the propeller of the clouds, and hast been called the great cloud, i.e., that which will darken the universe at the end of Yuga. Thou art the fierce and incomparable thunder, and the roaring clouds. Thou art the creator of the worlds and their destroyer. Thou art unconquered. Thou art the light of all creatures, Aditya, Vibhavasu, and the wonderful elements. Thou art the ruler of all the gods. Thou art Vishnu. Thou hast 1,000 eyes. Thou art a god, and the final resource. Thou art, O deity, all Amrita, and the most adored Soma. Thou art the moment, the lunar day, the Bala, minute, thou art the Kshana, 4 minutes. Thou art the lighted fortnight, and also the dark fortnight. Thou art Kala, thou Kashta, and thou Truti. Thou art the year, the seasons, the months, the nights, and the days. Thou art the fair earth with her mountains and forests. Thou art also the firmament, resplendent with the sun. Thou art the great ocean with heaving billows and abounding with whales, swallowers of whales, and makaras, and various fishes. Thou art of great renown, always adored by the wise and by the great rishis with minds wrapped in contemplation. Thou drinkest, for the good of all creatures, the soma juice and sacrifices and the clarified butter offered with sacred invocation. Thou art always worshipped at sacrifices by brahmanas moved by desire of fruit. O thou of incomparable mass of strength, thou art some in the Vedas and Vedangas. It is for that reason that learned brahmanas bent upon performing sacrifices study the Vedas with every care. And so ends the 25th section in the Astaka Parva of the Adi Parva. Footnotes 68:1 These are divisions of time. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 26. Saudi said, and then Indra, the king of gods, having the best of horses for his bearer, thus adored by Kadru, covered the entire firmament with masses of blue clouds. And he commanded the clouds, saying, Pour ye your vivifying and blessed drops. And those clouds, luminous with lightning, and incessantly roaring against each other in the welkin, poured abundant water. And the sky, in consequence of those wonderful and terribly roaring clouds that were incessantly begetting vast quantities of water, looked as if the end of Yuga had come. And in consequence of the myriads of waves caused in the falling torrents, the deep roar of the clouds, the flashes of lightning, the violence of the wind, and the general agitation, the sky looked as if dancing in madness. The sky became overcast, and the rays of the sun and the moon totally disappeared in consequence of that incessant downpour. And upon Indra's causing that downpour, the Nagas became exceedingly delighted. And the earth was filled with water all around. And the cool, clear water reached even the nether regions. And there were countless waves of water all over the earth. And the snakes with their mother reached, in safety, the island called Aranyaka. And so ends the 26th section in the Astaka Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 27. Saudi said, and then the Nagas, drenched by that shower, became exceedingly glad. And borne by that bird of fair feathers, they soon arrived at the island. That island had been fixed by the Creator of the universe as the abode of the Makaras. There they saw the terrible Lavana Samudra, ocean of salt. On arriving there with Garuda, they saw there a beautiful forest washed by the waters of the sea and resounding with the music of winged choirs. And there were clusters of trees all around laden with various fruits and flowers. And there were also fair mansions all around, and many tanks full of lotuses. And it was also adorned with many lakes of pure water. And it was refreshed with pure incense-breathing breezes. And it was adorned with many a tree that grew only on the hills of Malaya, and seemed by their tallness to reach the very heavens. And there were also various other trees whose flowers were scattered all around by the breeze. And that forest was charming and dear to the Gandharvas, and always gave them pleasure. And it was full of bees maddened with the honey they sucked. And the sight of all this was exceedingly delightful. And in consequence of many things there, capable of charming everybody, that forest was fair, delightful, and holy. And, echoing with the notes of various birds, it delighted greatly the sons of Kadru. And the snakes, after arriving at that forest, began to enjoy themselves. And they commanded the Lord of birds, viz., Garuda, of great energy, saying, Convey us to some other fair island with pure water. Thou ranger of the skies, thou must have seen many fair regions while coursing through the air. Garuda, alter reflecting for a few moments, asked his mother Vinata, saying, Why, mother, have I to do the bidding of the snakes? Vinata, thus questioned by him, spake unto that ranger of the skies, her son, invested with every virtue, of great energy, and great strength, as follows. Vinata said, O thou best of birds, I have become, from misfortune, the slave of my co-wife. The snakes, by an act of deception, caused me to lose my bet and have made me so. When his mother had told him the reason, that ranger of the skies, dejected with grief, addressed the snakes, saying, Tell me, ye snakes, by bringing what thing, gaining a knowledge of what thing, or doing what act of prowess, we may be freed from this state of bondage to you. Saudi continued. The snakes, hearing him, said, Bring thou Amrita by force. Then, O bird, shall you be freed from bondage. And so ends the 27th section in the Astaka Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 28. Saudi said, Garuda, thus addressed by the snakes, then said unto his mother, I shall go to bring Amrita, I desire to eat something in the way. Direct me to it. Vinata replied, In a remote region in the midst of the ocean, the Nishadas have their fair home. Having eaten the thousands of Nishadas that live there, bring thou Amrita. But let not thy heart be ever set on taking the life of a Brahmana. Of all creatures a Brahmana must not be slain. He is, indeed, like fire. A Brahmana, when angry, becomes like fire or the sun, like poison or an edged weapon. A Brahmana, it has been said, is the master of all creatures. For these and other reasons, a Brahmana is the adored of the virtuous. O child, he is never to be slain by thee even in anger. Hostility with Brahmanas, therefore, would not be proper under any circumstances. O sinless one, neither Agni nor Surya truly can consume so much as does a Brahmana of rigid vows, when angry. By these various indications must thou know a good Brahmana. Indeed, a Brahmana is the firstborn of all creatures, the foremost of the four orders, the father and the master of all. Garuda then asked, O mother, of what form is a Brahmana, of what behavior, and of what prowess? Doth he shine like fire, or is he of tranquil mien? And, O mother, it behoveth thee to tell my inquiring self those auspicious signs by which I may recognize a Brahmana. Vinata replied, saying, O child, him shouldst thou know as the best amongst Brahmanas who having entered thy throat would torture thee as a fishhook or burn thee as blazing charcoal. A Brahmana must never be slain by thee even in anger. And Vinata, out of affection for her son, again told him these words, him shouldst thou know as a good Brahmana who would not be digested in thy stomach. Although she knew the incomparable strength of her son, yet she blessed him heartily, for, deceived by the snakes, she was very much afflicted by woe. And she said, Let Marat, the god of the winds, protect thy wings, and Surya and Soma thy vertebral regions, let Agni protect thy head, and the Vasus thy whole body. I also, O child, engaged in beneficial ceremonies, shall sit here for your welfare. Go then, O child, in safety to accomplish thy purpose. Sati continued, Then Garuda, having heard the words of his mother, stretched his wings and ascended the skies. And endued with great strength, he soon fell upon the Nishadas, hungry and like another Yama. And bent upon slaying the Nishadas, he raised a great quantity of dust that overspread the firmament, and sucking up water from amid the ocean, shook the trees growing on the adjacent mountains. And then that lord of birds obstructed the principal thoroughfares of the town of the Nishadas by his mouth, increasing its orifice at will. And the Nishadas began to fly in great haste in the direction of the open mouth of the great serpent eater. And as birds in great affliction ascend by thousand into the skies when the trees in a forest are shaken by the winds, so those Nishadas blinded by the dust raised by the storm entered the wide extending cleft of Garuda's mouth open to receive them. And then the hungry lord of all rangers of the skies, that oppressor of enemies, endued with great strength, and moving with greatest celerity to achieve his end, closed his mouth, killing innumerable Nishadas following the occupation of fishermen. So ends the 28th section in the Astika Parva of Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 29. Sati continued, A certain Brahmana with his wife had entered the throat of that ranger of the skies. The former began to burn the bird's throat like a piece of flaming charcoal. Him Garuda addressed, saying, O best of Brahmanas, come out soon from my mouth which I open for thee. A Brahmana must never be slain by me, although he may be always engaged in sinful practices. Unto Garuda, who had thus addressed him, that Brahmana said, Oh, let this woman of the Nishada caste, who is my wife, also come out with me. And Garuda said, Taking the woman also of the Nishada caste with thee, come out soon. Save thyself without delay, since thou hast not yet been digested by the heat of my stomach. Sati continued, and then that Brahmana, accompanied by his wife of the Nishada caste, came out, and praising Garuda wended whatever way he liked. And when that Brahmana had come out with his wife, that lord of birds, fleet as the mind, stretching his wings, ascended the skies. He then saw his father, and, hailed by him, Garuda, of incomparable prowess, made proper answers. And the great Rishi, Kasyapa, then asked him, O child, is it well with thee? Dost thou get sufficient food every day? Is there food and plenty for thee in the world of men? Garuda replied, My mother is ever well. And so is my brother, and so am I. But, father, I do not always obtain plenty of food, for which my peace is incomplete. I am sent by the snakes to fetch the excellent Amrita. Indeed, I shall fetch it today for emancipating my mother from her bondage. My mother commanded me, saying, Eat thou the Nishadas. I have eaten them by thousands, but my hunger is not appeased. Therefore, O worshipful one, point out to me some other food, by eating which, O master, I may be strong enough to bring away Amrita by force. thou shouldst indicate some food wherewith I may appease my hunger and thirst. Kasyapa replied, This lake thou sayest is sacred. It hath been heard of even in the heavens. There is an elephant, with face downwards, who continually draggeth a tortoise, his elder brother. I shall speak to you in detail of their hostility in former life. Just listen as I tell you why they are here. There was of old a great rishi of the name of Vibhavasu. He was exceedingly wrathful. He had a younger brother of the name of Supritaka. The latter was averse to keeping his wealth jointly with his brothers. And Supritaka would always speak of partition. After some time his brother Vibhavasu told Supritaka, It is from great foolishness that persons blinded by love of wealth always desire to make a partition of their patrimony. After effecting a partition they fight with each other, deluded by wealth. Then again, enemies in the guise of friends cause estrangements between ignorant and selfish men alter they become separated in wealth, and pointing out faults confirm their quarrels, so that the latter soon fall one by one. Absolute ruin very soon overtakes the separated. For these reasons the wise never speak approvingly of partition amongst brothers who, when divided, do not regard the most authoritative sastras and live always in fear of each other. But as thou, Supritaka, without regarding my advice impelled by desire of separation, always wishest to make an arrangement about your property, thou shalt become an elephant. Supritaka, thus cursed, then spake unto Vibhavasu, Thou also shalt become a tortoise moving in the midst of the waters. And thus on account of wealth those two fools, Supritaka and Vibhavasu, from each other's curse, have become an elephant and a tortoise respectively. Owing to their wrath, they have both become inferior animals. And they are engaged in hostilities with each other, proud of their excessive strength and the weight of their bodies. And in this lake those two beings of huge bodies are engaged in acts according to their former hostility. Look here, one amongst them, the handsome elephant of huge body, is even now approaching. Hearing his roar, the tortoise also of huge body, living within the waters, cometh out, agitating the lake violently. And seeing him the elephant, curling his trunk, rusheth into the water. And endued with great energy, with motion of his tusks and forepart of his trunk and tail and feet, he agitates the water of the lake abounding with fishes. And the tortoise also of great strength, with upraised head, cometh forward for an encounter. And the elephant is 6 yojanas in height and twice that measure in circumference. And the height of the tortoise also is 3 yojanas and his circumference 10. Eat thou up both of them that are madly engaged in the encounter and bent upon slaying each other, and then accomplish the task that thou desirest. Eating that fierce elephant which looketh like a huge mountain and resembleth a mass of dark clouds, bring thou Amrita. Sati continued, having said so unto Garuda, he, Kasyapa, blessed him, saying, Blessed be thou when thou art in combat with the gods. Let water pitchers filled to the brim, brahmanas, kine, and other auspicious objects, bless thee, thou oviparous one. And, O thou of great strength, when thou art engaged with the gods in combat, let the riks, the yajus, the samas, the sacred sacrificial butter, all the mysteries, Upanishads, constitute thy strength. Garuda, thus addressed by his father, wended to the side of that lake. He saw that expanse of clear water with birds of various kinds all around. And remembering the words of his father, that ranger of the skies possessed of great swiftness of motion, seized the elephant and the tortoise, one in each claw. And that bird then soared high into the air. And he came upon a sacred place called Alamva and saw many divine trees. And struck by the wind raised by his wings, those trees began to shake with fear. And those divine trees having golden boughs feared that they would break. And the ranger of the skies, seeing that those trees capable of granting every wish were quaking with fear, went to other trees of incomparable appearance. And those gigantic trees were adorned with fruits of gold and silver and branches of precious gems. And they were washed with the water of the sea. And there was a large banyan among them, which had grown into gigantic proportions, that spoke unto that lord of bird coursing towards it with the fleetness of the mind, Sit thou on this large branch of mine extending 100 yojanas, and eat the elephant and the tortoise. When that best of birds, of great swiftness and of body resembling a mountain, quickly alighted upon a bough of that banyan tree, the resort of thousands of winged creatures, that bough also full of leaves shook and broke down. So ends the 29th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 30. Saudi said, at the very touch by Garuda of great might with his feet, the branch of the tree broke as it was caught by Garuda. Casting his eyes around in wonder, he saw Valakilya rishis hanging therefrom with heads downwards and engaged in ascetic penances. Reflecting that if that bough fell down, the rishis would be slain, the mighty one held the elephant and the tortoise still more firmly with his claws. And from fear of slaying the rishis and desire of saving them, held that bough in his beaks, and rose on his wings. The great rishis were struck with wonder at the sight of that act of his which was beyond even the power of the gods, and gave that mighty bird a name. And they said, as this ranger of the skies rises on its wings bearing a heavy burden, let this foremost of birds having snakes for his food be called Garuda, bearer of heavy weight. And shaking the mountains by his wings, Garuda leisurely coursed through the skies. And as he soared with the elephant and the tortoise in his claws, he beheld various regions underneath. Desiring as he did to save the Valakilyas, he saw not a spot whereon to sit. At last he went to that foremost of mountains called Gandhamadana. There he saw his father Kasyapa engaged in ascetic devotions. Kasyapa also saw his son, that ranger of the skies, of divine form, possessed of great splendor, and energy and strength, and endued with the speed of the wind or the mind, huge as a mountain peak, a ready smiter like the curse of a Brahmana, inconceivable, indescribable, frightful to all creatures, possessed of great prowess, terrible, of the splendor of Agni himself, and incapable of being overcome by the deities, Danavas, and invincible Rakshasas, capable of splitting mountain summits and sucking the ocean itself and destroying the three worlds, fierce, and looking like Yama himself. The illustrious Kasyapa, seeing him approach and knowing also his motive, spoke unto him these words. Kasyapa said, O child, do not commit a rash act, for then thou wouldst have to suffer pain. The Valakilyas, supporting themselves by drinking the rays of the sun, might, if angry, blast thee. Saudi continued, Kasyapa then propitiated, for the sake of his son, the Valakilyas of exceeding good fortune and whose sins had been destroyed by ascetic penances. And Kasyapa said, Ye whose wealth is asceticism, the essay of Garuda is for the good of all creatures. The task is great that he is striving to accomplish. It behoveth you to accord him your permission. Saudi continued, those ascetics thus addressed by the illustrious Kasyapa abandoned that bough and went to the sacred mountain of Himavat for purposes of ascetic penances. After those rishis had gone away, the son of Vinata, with voice obstructed by the bough in his beaks, asked his father Kasyapa, saying, O illustrious one, where shall I throw this arm of the tree? O illustrious one, indicate to me some region without human beings. Then Kasyapa spoke of a mountain without human beings, with caves and dales always covered with snow and incapable of approach by ordinary creatures even in thought. And the great bird bearing that branch, that elephant, and that tortoise, proceeded with great speed towards that mountain. The great arm of the tree with which that bird of huge body flew away could not be girt round with a cord made of 100 cow hides. Garuda, the lord of birds, then flew away for hundreds of thousands of yojanas within the shortest time. And going according to the directions of his father to that mountain almost in a moment, that ranger of the skies let fall the gigantic bough. And it fell with a great noise. And that prince of mountains shook, struck with the storm raised by Garuda's wings. And the trees thereon dropped showers of flowers. And the peaks decked with gems and gold adorning that great mountain itself, were loosened and tell down on all sides. And the falling bough struck down numerous trees which, with golden flowers amid dark foliage, shone there like clouds charged with lightning. And those trees, bright as gold, falling down upon the ground and, dyed with mountain metals, shone as if they were bathed in the rays of the sun. Then that best of birds, Garuda, perching on the summit of that mountain, ate both the elephant and the tortoise, rose on his wings with great speed from the top of the mountain. And various omens began to appear among the gods foreboding fear. Indra's favorite thunderbolt blazed up in a fright. Meteors with flames and smoke, loosened from the welkin, shot down during the day. And the weapons of the Vasus, the Rudras, the Adityas, the Subhyas, the Maruts, and other gods, began to spend their force against one another. Such a thing had never happened even during the war between the gods and the Asuras. And the winds blew accompanied with thunder, and meteors fell by thousands. And the sky, though cloudless, roared tremendously. And even he who was the god of gods shed showers of blood. And the flowery garlands on the necks of the gods faded, and their prowess suffered diminution. And terrible masses of clouds dropped thick showers of blood. And the dust raised by the winds darkened the splendor of the very coronets of the gods. And he of 1,000 sacrifices, Indra, with the other gods, perplexed with fear at the sight of those dark forebodings, spoke unto Vrihaspati thus, Why, O worshipful one, have these natural disturbances suddenly arisen? No foe do I behold who would oppress us in war. Vrihaspati answered, O chief of the gods, O thou of 1,000 sacrifices, it is from thy fault and carelessness, and owing also to the ascetic penance of the high-souled great rishis, the Valakilyas, that the son of Kasyapa and Vinata, a ranger of the skies endued with great strength and possessing the capacity of assuming it will any form, is approaching to take away the Soma. And that bird, foremost among all endued with great strength, is able to rob you of the Soma. Everything is possible with him, the unachievable he can achieve. Sati continued, Indra, having heard these words, then spoke unto those that guarded the Amrita, saying, A bird endued with great strength and energy has set his heart on taking away the Amrita. I warn you beforehand so that he may not succeed in taking it away by force. Vrihaspati has told me that his strength is immeasurable. And the gods hearing of it were amazed and took precautions. And they stood surrounding the Amrita, and Indra, also of great prowess, the wielder of the thunder, stood with them. And the gods wore curious breastplates of gold, of great value, and set with gems, and bright leathern armor of great toughness. And the mighty deities wielded various sharp-edged weapons of terrible shapes, countless in number, emitting, even all of them, sparks of fire with smoke. And they were also armed with many a discus and iron mace furnished with spikes, and trident, battle-axe, and various kinds of sharp-pointed missiles and polished swords and maces of terrible form, all befitting their respective bodies. And decked with celestial ornaments and resplendent with those bright arms, the gods waited there, their fears allayed. And the gods, of incomparable strength, energy, and splendor, resolved to protect the Amrita. Capable of splitting the towns of the Asuras, all displayed themselves in forms resplendent as the fire. And in consequence of the gods standing there, that would be battlefield, owing to hundreds of thousands of maces furnished with iron spikes, shone like another firmament illumined by the rays of the sun. So ends the 30th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 31. Sanaka said, O son of Sutta, what was Indra's fault, what his act of carelessness? How was Garuda born in consequence of the ascetic penances of the Valakilyas? Why also Kasyapa Brahman had the king of birds for a son? Why, too, was he invincible of all creatures and unslayable of all? Why also was that ranger of the skies capable of going into every place at will and of mustering at will any measure of energy? If these are described in the Purana, I should like to hear them. Sati said, What thou askest me is, indeed, the subject of the Purana. O twice-born one, listen as I briefly recite it all. Once upon a time, when the Lord of Creation, Kasyapa, was engaged in a sacrifice from desire of offspring, the rishis, the gods, and the Gandharvas all gave him help. And Indra was appointed by Kasyapa to bring the sacrificial fuel, and with him those ascetics, the Valakilyas, and all the other deities. And the Lord Indra, taking up according to his own strength a weight that was mountain-like, brought it without any fatigue. And he saw on the way some rishis, of bodies of the measure of the thumb, all together carrying one single stalk of a palesa, beauty of frondosa, leaf. And those rishis were, from want of food, very lean and almost merged in their own bodies. And they were so weak that they were much afflicted when sunk in the water that collected in an indentation on the road produced by the hoof of a cow. And Purandara, proud of his strength, beheld them with surprise, and laughing at them in derision soon left them behind, insulting them, besides, by passing over their heads. And those rishis being thus insulted were filled with rage and sorrow. And they made preparations for a great sacrifice at which Indra was terrified. Hear, O Sanaka, of the wish for accomplishment of which those vow-observing wise and excellent ascetics poured clarified butter of the sacrificial fire with loudly uttered mantras. There shall be another Indra of all gods, capable of going everywhere at will, and of mustering at will any measure of energy, and striking tear into the present king of the gods. By the fruit of our ascetic penance, let one arise, fleet is the mind, and fierce withal. And the Lord of the Celestials of 100 sacrifices, having come to know of this, became very much alarmed and sought the protection of the vow-observing Kasyapa. And the Prajapati Kasyapa, hearing everything from Indra, went to the Valakilyas and asked them if their sacrifice had been successful. And those truth-speaking rishis replied to him, saying, "Let it be as thou sayest." And the Prajapati Kasyapa, pacifying them, spake unto them as follows: By the word of Brahman, this one, Indra, hath been made the lord of the 3 worlds. Ye ascetics, ye also are striving to create another Indra. Ye excellent ones, it behoveth you not to falsify the word of Brahman. Let not also this purpose, for accomplishing, which ye are striving, be rendered futile. Let there spring an Indra, lord, of winged creatures, endued with excess of strength. Be gracious unto Indra, who is a suppliant before you. And the Valakilyas, thus addressed by Kasyapa, after offering reverence to that first of the Munis, viz., the Prajapati Kasyapa, spake unto him. The Valakilyas said, O Prajapati, this sacrifice of us all is for an Indra. Indeed, this hath also been meant for a son being born unto thee. Let this task be now left to thee. And in this matter do whatsoever thou sayest to be good and proper. Sati continued, meanwhile, moved by the desire of offspring, the good daughter of Deksha, the vow-observing, amiable, and fortunate Vinata, her ascetic penances over, having purified herself with a bath in that season when connubial companionship might prove fruitful, approached her lord. And Kasyapa spake unto her, Respected one, the sacrifice commenced by me hath borne fruit. What hath been desired by thee shall come to pass. 2 heroic sons shall be born unto thee, who shall be the lords of the 3 worlds. By the penances of the Valakilyas, and by virtue of the desire with which I commenced my sacrifice, those sons shall be of exceedingly good fortune and worshipped in the 3 worlds. And the illustrious Kasyapa spake unto her again, Bear thou these auspicious seeds with great care. These 2 will be the lords of all winged creatures. These heroic rangers of the skies will be respected in all the worlds, and capable of assuming any form at will. And the Prajapati, gratified with all that took place, then addressed Indra of 100 sacrifices, saying, Thou shalt have 2 brothers of great energy and prowess, who shall be to thee even as the helpmates. From them no injury shall result unto thee. Let thy sorrow cease, thou shalt continue as the lord of all. Let not, however, the utterers of the name of Brahma be ever again slighted by thee. Nor let the very wrathful ones, whose words are even the thunderbolt, be ever again insulted by thee. Indra, thus addressed, went to heaven, his fears dispelled. And Vinata also, her purpose fulfilled, was exceedingly glad. And she gave birth to 2 sons, Aruna and Garuda. And Aruna, of undeveloped body, became the forerunner of the sun. And Garuda was vested with the lordship over the birds. O thou of Bhrigu's race, hearken now to the mighty achievement of Garuda. So ends the 31st section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 32. Sati said, O foremost of Brahmanas, the gods having prepared for battle in that way, Garuda, the king of birds, soon came upon those wise ones. And the gods, beholding him of excessive strength, began to quake with fear, and strike one another with all their weapons. And amongst those that guarded the Soma was Brahmana, the celestial architect, of measureless might, effulgent as the electric fire and of great energy. And after a terrific encounter lasting only a moment, managed by the Lord of Birds with his talons, beak, and wings, he lay as dead on the fields. And the Ranger of the skies, making the worlds dark with the dust raised by the hurricane of his wings, overwhelmed the celestials with it. And the latter, overwhelmed with that dust, swooned away. And the immortals who guarded the Amrita, blinded by that dust, could no longer see Garuda. Even thus did Garuda agitate the region of the heavens. And even thus he mangled the gods with the wounds inflicted by his wings and beak. Then the god of 1,000 eyes commanded Vayu, the god of wind, saying, Dispel thou this shower of dust soon. O Maryuta, this is indeed thy task. Then the mighty Vayu soon drove away that dust. And when the darkness had disappeared, the celestials attacked Garuda. And as he of great might was attacked by the gods, he began to roar aloud, like the great cloud that appeareth in the sky at the end of the yuga, frightening every creature. And that king of birds, of great energy, that slayer of hostile heroes, then rose on his wings. All the wise ones, the celestials, with Indra amongst them armed with double-edged broadswords, iron maces furnished with sharp spikes, pointed lances, maces, bright arrows, and many a discus of the form of the sun, saw him overhead. And the king of birds attacked them on all sides with showers of various weapons, and fought exceedingly hard without wavering for a moment. And the son of Vinata, of great prowess blazing in the sky, attacked the gods on all sides with his wings and breast. And blood began to flow copiously from the bodies of the gods mingled by the talons and the beak of Garuda. Overcome by the lord of birds, the Satyas with the Gandharvas fled eastwards, the Vasus with the Rudras towards the south, the Adityas towards the west, and the twin Ashwins towards the north. Gifted with great energy, they retreated fighting, looking back every moment on their enemy. And Garuda had encounters with the Yakshas, Aswakranda of great courage, Renuka, the bold Prastanaka, Tapana, Uluka, Swasanaka, Nimesha, Puruja, and Pulina. And the son of Vinata mingled them with his wings, talons, and beak, like Shiva himself, that chastiser of enemies, and the holder of Panaka in rage at the end of the yuga. And those Yakshas of great might and courage, mingled all over by that ranger of the skies, looked like masses of black clouds dropping thick showers of blood. And Garuda, depriving them of life, and then went to where the Amrita was. And he saw that it was surrounded on all sides by fire. And the terrible flames of that fire covered the entire sky. And moved by violent winds, they seemed bent on burning the sun himself. The illustrious Garuda then assumed 90 times 90 mouths, and quickly drinking the waters of many rivers with those mouths, and returning with great speed, that chastiser of enemies, having wings for his vehicle, extinguished that fire with that water. And extinguishing that fire, he assumed a very small form, desirous of entering into the place where the Soma was. So ends the 32nd section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 33. Santi said, and that bird, assuming a golden body bright as the rays of the sun, entered with great force the region where the Soma was, like a torrent entering the ocean. And he saw, placed near the Soma, a wheel of steel keen-edged, and sharp as the razor, revolving incessantly. And that fierce instrument, of the splendor of the blazing sun and of terrible form, had been devised by the gods for cutting in pieces all robbers of the Soma. Garuda, seeing a passage through it, stopped there for a moment. Diminishing his body, in an instant he passed through the spokes of that wheel. Within the line of the wheel, he beheld, stationed there for guarding the Soma, 2 great snakes of the effulgence of blazing fire, with tongues bright as the lightning flash, of great energy, with mouth emitting fire, with blazing eyes, containing poison, very terrible, always in anger, and of great activity. Their eyes were ceaselessly inflamed with rage and were also winkless. He who may be seen by even one of the 2 would instantly be reduced to ashes. The bird of fair feathers suddenly covered their eyes with dust. And unseen by them he attacked them from all sides. And the son of Vinata, that ranger of the skies, attacking their bodies, mangled them into pieces. He then approached the Soma without loss of time. Then the mighty son of Vinata, taking up the Amrita from the place where it was kept, rose on his wings with great speed, breaking into pieces the machine that had surrounded it. And the bird soon came out, taking the Amrita but without drinking it himself. And he then wended on his way without the least fatigue, darkening the splendor of the sun. And the son of Vinata then met Vishnu on his way along the sky. And Narayana was gratified at that act of self-denial on the part of Garuda. And that deity, knowing no deterioration, said unto the ranger of the skies, "Oh, I am inclined to grant thee a boon." The ranger of the skies thereupon said, "I shall stay above thee." And he again spake unto Narayana these words, "I shall be immortal and free from disease without drinking Amrita." Vishnu said unto the son of Vinata, Be it so. Garuda, receiving those two boons, told Vishnu, I also shall grant thee a boon, therefore let the possessor of the 6 attributes ask of me. Vishnu then asked the mighty Garuda to become his carrier. And he made the bird sit on the flagstaff of his car, saying, Even thus thou shalt stay above me. And the ranger of the skies, of great speed, saying unto Narayana, Be it so, swiftly wended on his way, mocking the wind with his fleetness. And while that foremost of all rangers of the skies, that first of winged creatures, Garuda, was coursing through the air after wresting the Amrita, Indra hurled at him his thunderbolt. Then Garuda, the lord of birds, struck with thunderbolt, spake laughingly unto Indra engaged in the encounter, and sweet words, saying, I shall respect the Rishi, Dadichi, of whose bone the Vajra hath been made. I shall also respect the Vajra, and thee also of 1,000 sacrifices. I cast this feather of mine whose end thou shalt not attain. Struck with thy thunder I have not felt the slightest pain. And having said this, the king of birds cast a feather of his. And all creatures became exceedingly glad, beholding that excellent feather of Garuda so cast off. And seeing that the feather was very beautiful, they said, Let this bird be called Suparna, having fair feathers. And Purandara of 1,000 eyes, witnessing this wonderful incident, thought that bird to be some great being and addressed him thus. And Indra said, O best of birds, I desire to know the limit of thy great strength. I also desire eternal friendship with thee. So ends the 33rd section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 34. Sati continued, Garuda then said, O Purandara, let there be friendship between thee and me as thou desirest. My strength, know thou, is hard to bear. O thou of 1,000 sacrifices, the good never approve of speaking highly of their own strength, nor do they speak of their own merits. But being made a friend, and asked by thee, O friend, I will answer thee, although self-praise without reason is ever improper. I can bear, on a single feather of mine, O Sakra, this earth, with her mountains and forests and with the waters of the ocean, and with thee also stationed thereon. Know thou, my strength is such that I can bear without fatigue even all the worlds put together, with their mobile and immobile objects. Sati continued, O Saunaka, after Garuda of great courage had thus spoken, Indra the chief of the gods, the wearer of the celestial crown, ever bent upon the good of the worlds, replied, saying, It is as thou sayest. Everything is possible in thee. Accept now my sincere and hearty friendship. And if thou hast no concern with the Soma, return it to me. Those to whom thou wouldst give it would always oppose us. Garuda answered, There is a certain reason for which the Soma is being carried by me. I shall not give the Soma to anyone for drink. But, O thou of 1,000 eyes, after I have placed it down, thou, O Lord of the heavens, canst then, taking it up, instantly bring it away. Indra then said, O oviparous one, I am highly gratified with these words now spoken by thee. O best of all rangers of the skies, accept from me any boon that thou desirest. Sati continued, Then Garuda, recollecting the sons of Kadru and remembering also the bondage of his mother caused by an act of deception owing to the well-known reason, viz., the curse of Arjuna, said, Although I have power over all creatures, yet I shall do your bidding. Let, O Sakra, the mighty snakes become my food. The slayer of the Danavas having said unto him, Be it so, then went to Hari, the god of gods, of great soul, and the lord of yogins. And the latter sanctioned everything that had been said by Garuda. And the illustrious Lord of heaven again said unto Garuda, I shall bring away the Soma when thou placest it down. And having said so, he bade farewell to Garuda. And the bird of fair feathers then went to the presence of his mother with great speed. And Garuda in joy then spake unto all the snakes, Here have I brought the Amrita. Let me place it on some kusa grass. O ye snakes, sitting here, drink of it after ye have performed your ablutions and religious rites. As said by you, let my mother become, from this day, free, for I have accomplished your bidding. The snakes having said unto Garuda, Be it so, then went to perform their ablutions. Meanwhile, Sakra taking up the Amrita, wended back to heaven. The snakes, after performing their ablutions, their daily devotions, and other sacred rites, returned in joy, desirous of drinking the Amrita. They saw that the bed of kusa grass whereon the Amrita had been placed was empty, the Amrita itself having been taken away by a counteract of deception. And they began to lick with their tongues the kusa grass, as the Amrita had been placed thereon. And the tongues of the snakes by that act became divided in twain. And the kusa grass, too, from the contact with Amrita, became sacred thenceforth. Thus did the illustrious Garuda bring Amrita from the heavens for the snakes, and thus were the tongues of snakes divided by what Garuda did. Then the bird of fair feathers, very much delighted, enjoyed himself in those woods accompanied by his mother. Of grand achievements, and deeply reverenced by all rangers of the skies, he gratified his mother by devouring the snakes. That man who would listen to this story, or read it out to an assembly of good Brahmanas, must surely go to heaven, acquiring great merit from the recitation of the feats of Garuda. And so ends the 34th section in the Astaka Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 35. Sanaka said, O son of Sutta, thou hast told us the reason why the snakes were cursed by their mother, and why Vinata also was cursed by her son. Thou hast also told us about the bestowal of boons by their husband on Kadru and Vinata. Thou hast likewise told us the names of Vinata's sons. But thou hast not yet recited to us the names of the snakes. We are anxious to hear the names of the principal ones. Sati said, O thou whose wealth is asceticism, from fear of being lengthy, I shall not mention the names of all the snakes. But I will recite the names of the chief ones. Listen to me. Sesha was born first, and then Vasuki. Then were born Airavata, Takshaka, Karkataka, Dhananjaya, Kalakiya, the serpent Mani, Purana, Pinjaraka, and Elapatra, Vamana, Nila, Anala, Kalmasha, Savala, Aryaka, Yugra, Kalasapataka, Suramukha, Dadamukha, Vimalapindika, Apta, Karataka, Samka, Valisika, Nistanaka, Hemaguha, Nahusha, Pingla, Vajyakarna, Hastipada, Mudgarapindaka, Kamvala Aswatara, Kaliyaka, Vrita, Samvartaka, Padma, Mahapadma, Sankamukha, Kushmandaka, Kshamaka, Pindaraka, Karavira, Pushpanchtrika, Vilwaka, Vilwapandara, Mashikata, Sankasaras, Pranabhadra, Haradraka, Aprajita, Jyotika, Srivaha, Kauravya, Dhritarashtra, Sankapinda, Virajas, Suvahu, Salapinda, Prabhakra, Hastapinda, Pitharaka, Sumuksha, Kaunapashana, Kuthara, Kunjara, Kumuda, Kumudaksha, Titri, Halaka, Kardama, Vahumalaka, Karkara, Akarkara, Kundadara, and Mahadara. Thus, O best of regenerate ones, have I said the names of the principal serpents. From fear of being tedious I do not give names of the rest. O thou whose wealth is asceticism, the sons of these snakes, with their grandsons, are innumerable. Reflecting upon this, I shall not name them to thee. O best ascetics, in this world the number of snakes baffles calculation, there being many thousands and millions of them. So ends the 35th section in the Astaka Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 36. Sanaka said, O child, thou hast named many of the serpents gifted with great energy and incapable of being easily overcome. What did they do after hearing of that curse? Sati said, the illustrious Sesha amongst them, of great renown, leaving his mother practiced hard penances, living upon air and rigidly observing his vows. He practiced these ascetic devotions, repairing to Gandhamadana, Vajri, Gokarna, the woods of Pushkara, and the foot of Himavat. And he passed his days in those sacred regions, some of which were sacred for their water and others for their soil, in the rigid observance of his vows, with singleness of aim, and his passions under complete control. And the grandsire of all, Brahma, saw that ascetic with knotted hair, clad in rags, and his flesh, skin, and sinews dried up owing to the hard penances he was practicing. And the grandsire addressing him, that penance practicing one of great fortitude, said, What is that thorn doest, O Sesha? Let the welfare of the creatures of the worlds also engage thy thoughts. O sinless one, thou art afflicting all creatures by thy hard penances. O Sesha, tell me the desire implanted in thy breast. And Sesha replied, My uterine brothers are all of wicked hearts. I do not desire to live amongst them. Let this be sanctioned by thee. Like enemies, they are always jealous of one another. I am, therefore, engaged in ascetic devotions. I will not see them even. They never show any kindness for Vinata and her son. Indeed, Vinata's son, capable of ranging through the skies, is another brother of ours. They always envy him. And he, too, is much stronger owing to the bestowal of that boon by our father, the high-souled Kasyapa. For these, I engaged in ascetic penances, and I will cast off this body of mine, so that I may avoid companionship with them, even in another state of life. Unto Sesha, who had said so, the grandsire said, O Sesha, I know the behavior of all thy brothers and their great danger owing to their offense against their mother. But, O snake, a remedy for this hath been provided by me even beforehand. It behoveth thee not to grieve for thy brothers. O Sesha, ask of me the boon thou desirest. I have been highly gratified with thee, and I will grant thee today a boon. O best of snakes, it is fortunate that thy heart hath been set on virtue. Let thy heart be more and more firmly set on virtue. Then Sesha replied, O divine grandsire, this is the boon desired by me, viz., may my heart always delight in virtue and in blessed ascetic penances, O Lord of all. Brahman said, O Sesha, I am exceedingly gratified with this thy self-denial and love of peace. But, at my command, let this act be done by thee for the good of my creatures. Bear thou, O Sesha, properly and well this earth so unsteady with her mountains and forests, her seas and towns and retreats, so that she may be steady. Sesha said, O divine Lord of all creatures, O bestower of boons, O Lord of the earth, Lord of every created thing, Lord of the universe, I will, even as thou sayest, hold the earth steady. Therefore, O Lord of all creatures, place her on my head. Brahman said, O best of snakes, go underneath the earth. She will herself give thee a crevice to pass through. And, O Sesha, by holding the earth, thou shalt certainly do what is prized by me very greatly. Saudi continued, Then the elder brother of the king of the snakes, entering a hole, passed to the other side of the earth, and holding her, supported with his head the goddess with her belt of seas passing all round. Brahman said, O Sesha, O best of snakes, thou art the god Dharma, because alone, with thy huge body, thou supportest the earth with everything on her, even as I myself, or Valavat, Indra, can. Saudi continued, The snake, Sesha, the Lord Ananta, of great prowess, lives underneath the earth, alone supporting the world at the command of Brahman. And the illustrious grandsire, the best of the immortals, then gave unto Ananta the bird of fair feathers, viz., the son of Vinata, for Ananta's help. So ends the 36th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 37. Saudi said, That best of snakes, viz., Vasuki, hearing the curse of his mother, reflected how to render it abortive. He held a consultation with all his brothers, Aravata and others, intent upon doing what they deemed best for themselves. And Vasuki said, O ye sinless ones, the object of this curse is known to you. It behoveth us to strive to neutralize it. Remedies certainly exist for all curses, but no remedy can avail those cursed by their mother. Hearing that this curse hath been uttered in the presence of the immutable, the infinite, and the true one, my heart trembleth. Surely, our annihilation hath come. Otherwise, why should not the immutable Lord prevent our mother while uttering the curse? Therefore, let us consult today how we may secure the safety of the snakes. Let us not waste time. All of you are wise and discerning. We will consult together and find out the means of deliverance as did the gods of yours to regain lost Agni, who had concealed himself within a cave, so that Janamajaya's sacrifice for the destruction of the snakes may not take place, and so that we may not meet with destruction. Saudi continued, thus addressed all the offspring of Kadru assembled together, and, wise in councils, submitted their opinions to one another. One party of the serpents said, We should assume the guise of superior Brahmanas, and beseech Janamajaya, saying, This, intended, sacrifice of yours ought not to take place. Other snakes, thinking themselves wise, said, We should all become his favorite counselors. He will then certainly ask for our advice in all projects. And we will then give him such advice that the sacrifice may be obstructed. The king, the foremost of wise men, thinking us of sterling worth, will certainly ask us about his sacrifice. We will say, it must not be. And pointing to many serious evils in this and the next worlds, we will take care that the sacrifice may not take place. Or, let one of the snakes, approaching, bite the person who, intending the monarch's good, and well acquainted with the rites of the snake sacrifice, may be appointed as the sacrificial priest, so that he will die. The sacrificial priest dying, the sacrifice will not be completed. We will also bite all those who, acquainted with the rites of the snake sacrifice, may be appointed ritwiks of the sacrifice, and by that means attain our object. Other snakes, more virtuous and kind, said, "Oh, this counsel of yours is evil. It is not meet to kill brahmanas. In danger, that remedy is proper, which is blessed on the practices of the righteous. Unrighteousness finally destroyeth the world." Other serpents said, "We will extinguish the blazing sacrificial fire by ourselves, becoming clouds luminous with lightning and pouring down showers." Other snakes, the best of their kind, proposed, going, by night, let us steal away the vessel of soma juice. That will disturb the rite. Or, at that sacrifice, let the snakes, by hundreds and thousands, bite the people and spread terror around. Or, let the serpents defile the pure food with their food-defiling urine and dung. Others said, let us become the king's ritwiks, and obstruct his sacrifice by saying at the outset, give us the sacrificial fee. He, the king, being placed in our power, will do whatever we like. Others there said, when the king will sport in the waters, we will carry him to our home and bind him, so that that sacrifice will not take place. Other serpents who deemed themselves wise said, approaching the king, let us bite him, so that our object will be accomplished. By his death the root of all evil will be torn up. This is the final deliberation of us all, O thou who hearest with thy eyes. Then, do speedily what thou deemest proper. Having said this, they looked intently at Vasuki, that best of snakes. And Vasuki also, after reflecting, answered saying, Ye snakes, this final determination of you doth not seem worthy of adoption. The advice of you all is not to my liking. What shall I say which would be for your good? I think the grace of the illustrious Kasyapa, our father, can alone do us good. Ye snakes, my heart doth not know which of all your suggestions is to be adopted for the welfare of my race as also of me. That must be done by me which would be to your weal. It is this that makes me so anxious, for the credit or the discredit of the measure is mine alone. So ends the 37th section in the Astika Parva of the Adi Parva. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 38. Sati said, hearing the respective speeches of all the snakes, and hearing also the words of Vasuki, Elapatra began to address them, saying that sacrifice is not one that can be prevented. Nor is King Janamejaya of the Pandava race from whom this fear proceedeth, such that he can be hindered. The person, O king, who is afflicted by fate hath recourse to fate alone, nothing else can be his refuge. Ye best of snakes, this fear of ours hath fate for its root. Fate alone must be our refuge in this. Listen to what I say. When that curse was uttered, ye best of snakes, in fear I lay crouching on the lap of our mother. Ye best of snakes, and O Lord, Vasuki, of great splendor, from that place I heard the words the sorrowing god spake unto the grandsire. The god said, O grandsire, thou god of gods, who else than the cruel Kadru could thus, after getting such dear children, curse them so, even in thy presence? And, O grandsire, by thee also hath been spoken, with reference to those words of hers, be it so. We wish to know the reason why thou didst not prevent her. Brahman replied, the snakes have multiplied. They are cruel, terrible in form, and highly poisonous. From desire of the good of my creatures, I did not prevent Kadru then. Those poisonous serpents and others who are sinful, biting others for no faults, shall, indeed, be destroyed, but not they who are harmless and virtuous. And hear also, how, when the hour comes, the snakes may escape this dreadful calamity. There shall be born in the race of the Ayavaras a great rishi known by the name of Jarakaru, intelligent, with passions under complete control. That Jarakaru shall have a son of the name of Astika. He shall put a stop to that sacrifice. And those snakes who shall be virtuous shall escape therefrom. The god said, O thou truth-knowing one, on whom will Jarakaru, that foremost Muni, gifted with great energy and asceticism, beget that illustrious son? Brahma answered, gifted with great energy, that best Brahmana shall beget a son possessed of great energy on a wife of the same name as his. Vasuki, the king of the snakes, hath a sister of the name of Jarakaru. The son, of whom I speak, shall be born of her, and he shall liberate the snakes. Elapatra continued, the gods then said unto the grandsire, Be it so. And the Lord Brahman, having said so unto the gods, went to heaven. O Vasuki, I see before me that sister of thine known by the name of Jarakaru. For relieving us from fear, give her as alms unto him, i.e., the rishi, Jarakaru, of excellent vows, who shall roam a-begging for a bride. This means of release hath been heard of by me. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 39. Sati said, O best of regenerate ones, hearing these words of Elapatra, all the serpents, in great delight, exclaimed, Well said, well said. And from that time Vasuki set about carefully bringing up that maiden, viz., his sister Jarakaru. And he took great delight in rearing her. And much time did not elapse from this, when the gods and the Asuras, assembling together, churned the abode of Varuna. And Vasuki, the foremost of all gifted with strength, became the churning cord. And directly the work was over, the king of the snakes presented himself before the grandsire. And the gods, accompanied by Vasuki, addressed the grandsire, saying, O Lord, Vasuki is suffering great affliction from fear of his mother's curse. It behoveth thee to root out the sorrow, begotten of the curse of his mother, that hath pierced the heart of Vasuki desirous of the weal of his race. The king of the snakes is ever our friend and benefactor. O Lord of the gods, be gracious unto him and assuage his mind's fever. Brahman replied, O ye immortals, I have thought, in my mind, of what ye have said. Let the king of the snakes do that which hath been communicated to him before by Elapatra. The time hath arrived. Those only shall be destroyed that are wicked, not those that are virtuous. Jarakaru hath been born, and that Brahmana is engaged in hard ascetic penances. Let Vasuki, at the proper time, bestow on him his sister. Ye gods, what hath been spoken by the snake Elapatra for the weal of the snakes is true and not otherwise. Sati continued, Then the king of the snakes, Vasuki, afflicted with the curse of his mother, hearing these words of the grandsire, and intending to bestow his sister of the rishi Jarakaru, commanded all the serpents, a large numbers of whom were ever attentive to their duties, to watch the rishi Jarakaru, saying, When the Lord Jarakaru will ask for a wife, come immediately and inform me of it. The weal of our race depends upon it. Mahabharata, Book 1, Section 40. Sanaka said, O son of Sutta, I desire to know the reason why the illustrious rishi whom thou hast named Jarakaru came to be so called on earth. It behoveth thee to tell us the etymology of the name Jarakaru. Sati said, Jara is said to mean waste, and Karu implies huge. This rishi's body had been huge, and he gradually reduced it by severe ascetic penances. For the same reason, O Brahmanas, the sister of Vasuki was called Jarakaru. The virtuous Sanaka, when he heard this, smiled and addressing Yugoslavas said, It is even so. Sanaka then said, I have heard all that thou hast before recited. I desire to know how Astika was born. Sati, on hearing these words, began to relate according to what was written in the Sastras. Sati said, Vasuki, desirous of bestowing his sister upon the rishi Jarakaru, gave the snakes necessary orders. But days went on, yet that wise Muni of rigid vows, deeply engaged in ascetic devotions, did not seek for a wife. That high-souled rishi, engaged in studies and deeply devoted to asceticism, his vital seed under full control, fearlessly wandered over the whole earth and had no wish for a wife. Afterwards, once upon a time, there was a king, O Brahmana, of the name of Parikshit, born in the race of the Kauravas. And, like his great-grandfather Pandu of old, he was of mighty arms, the first of all bearers of bows in battle, and fond of hunting. And the monarch wandered about, hunting deer, and wild boars, and wolves, and buffaloes, and various other kinds of wild animals. One day, having pierced a deer with a sharp arrow and slung his bow on his back, he penetrated into the deep forest, searching for the animal here and there, like the illustrious Rudra himself of old pursuing in the heavens, bow in hand, the deer which was sacrifice, itself turned into that shape, after the piercing. No deer that was pierced by Parikshit had ever escaped in the wood with life. This deer, however wounded as before, fled with speed, as the proximate cause of the king's attainment to heaven. And the deer that Parikshit, that king of men, had pierced was lost to his gaze, and drew the monarch far away into the forest. And fatigued and thirsty, he came across a Muni in the forest, seated in a cow pen and drinking to his fill the froth oozing out of the mouths of calves, sucking the milk of their dams. And approaching him hastily, the monarch, hungry and fatigued, and raising his bow, asked that Muni of rigid vows, saying, O Brahmana, I am King Parikshit, the son of Abhimanyu. A deer pierced by me hath been lost. Hast thou seen it? But that Muni, observing then the vow of silence, spoke not unto him a word. And the king in anger thereupon placed upon his shoulder a dead snake, taking it up with the end of his bow. The Muni suffered him to do it without protest. And he spoke not a word, good or bad. And the king, seeing him in that state, cast off his anger and became sorry. And he returned to his capital, but the rishi continued in the same state. The forgiving Muni, knowing that the monarch, who was a tiger amongst kings, was true to the duties of his order, cursed him not, though insulted. That tiger amongst monarchs, that foremost one of Bharata's race, also did not know that the person whom he had so insulted was a virtuous rishi. It was for this that he had so insulted him. That rishi had a son by name Sringen, of tender years, gifted with great energy, deep in ascetic penances, severe in his vows, very wrathful, and difficult to be appeased. At times, he worshipped with great attention and respect his preceptors, seated with ease on his seat and ever engaged in the good of creatures. And commanded by his preceptor, he was coming home when, O best of Brahmanas, a companion of his, a rishi's son named Krisa, in a playful mood laughingly spoke unto him. And Sringen, wrathful and like unto poison itself, hearing these words in reference to his father, blazed up in rage. And Krisa said, Be not proud, O Sringen, for ascetic as thou art and possessed of energy, thy father bears on his shoulders a dead snake. Henceforth speak not a word to sons of rishis like ourselves, who have knowledge of the truth, are deep in ascetic penances, and have attained success. Where is that manliness of thine, those high words of thine begotten of pride, when thou must have to behold thy father bearing a dead snake? O best of all the Munis, thy father too had done nothing to deserve this treatment, and it is for this that I am particularly sorry, as if the punishment were mine. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.